to try and curl it in. 8 minutes to go. Wrexham 0, Arsenal 1. In comes Mickey Thomas. He scored! Mickey Thomas has scored for Wrexham!
When it flew in, everyone goes nuts.
And what a noise from this Wrexham crowd!
It was a fantastic strike, it really was.
But just 2 minutes later, something even more extraordinary happened. Steve Watkin takes up the story.
So the ball got played down the right-hand side. I think Gordon Davis crossed it.
Davis inside the area, gets the crossing.
I think Tony Adams made a bit of a miss kick on it, and I just managed to get in front of Tony Adams and got my foot onto it, really, and it just sort of squirmed into the corner of the net. It was a fantastic feeling. I ran off and people jumped on me, and yeah, it was brilliant.
2 goals in the space of a minute, and Wrexham, the unsung heroes from Division 4, have come from behind.
After that goal went in, I mean, we were hanging on, really. I mean, they threw everything at us.
Back is Dixon to cover far side in the right back position with still play, and there it is! Wrexham of the 4th Division have beaten the league champions Arsenal by 2 goals to 1. Crowd are on the pitch.
The final whistle signalled raucous celebrations, which went long into the night, and for some of Wrexham's young players, even longer.
I'll be home tonight celebrating till Sunday morning, I think.
It was interesting to see that none of the crowd left at the end.
No, I mean, they want to enjoy it as much as us, and I'm pleased for them as well.
A few celebrations tonight?
I could be 1 or 2 drinks about the place, yes.
We went into Wrexham after and you know, had a great night. I don't think I paid for a drink all night.
Even the club's cat seemed pleased, sort of.
Sue Edwards, you work in the Wrexham office together with the club cat, who seems to have slept through the whole thing.
But she said it was wonderful. She could sample the atmosphere. It's marvellous.
For David Rode, Wrexham's chief executive, victory meant much more than just football.
People don't realise how difficult it is to run the smaller clubs on very tight financial budgets, and just to get a boost like this is tremendous for the whole place, not just for the team.
The town had never known anything quite like it. Wrexham went on to play West Ham in the next round, earning a very impressive draw before losing the replay. But for Steve Watkin, scoring that winning goal against Arsenal was undoubtedly one of the highlights of his career.
You look back on it now and you realise what an achievement that was. I was just fortunate to be part of that team. These things happen once in a lifetime.
Steve Watkin went on to play for Swansea and non-league football before retiring. He now works as an accountant and lives in Wrexham. His winning goal against Arsenal produced one of the biggest giant-killing results in the history of the FA Cup and is still proudly talked about in the town today.
Wrexham as Davis plays it in and Adams is struggling. Oh, it's a goal from Watkin. I don't believe it now. Steve Watkin has scored for Wrexham.
Steve Watkin was talking to me, Jim Frank, for that edition of Sporting Witness. Thank you for listening. Goodbye.
For all those yearnings for truly outstanding entertainment,
I have an idea of what might cheer you up.
You'll find a trove of Academy Award-winning and nominated films on ABC iView.
Let's play.
Like Imitation Game.
It's beautiful.
American Sniper, Her, and Spotlight.
There's a story here, and I think it's an important story.
Brooklyn, Carol, and so many more.
Bon appetit.
Always free, always outstanding on ABC iView.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of AFL.
ABC News with Miriam McDonald. Good afternoon. The federal government has hired an extra 46 lawyers as it seeks to re-detain some of the former immigration detainees released after last year's landmark High Court ruling. Last November, the court ruled the indefinite detention of people who could not be deported was unlawful, leading to the release of 149 people. That cohort included convicted murderers, rapists and kidnappers, with the government vowing to re-detain those people under a new preventative regime. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says community safety remains the government's priority.
One of the things that we are doing, of course, is to get appropriate legal advice so that we can make appropriate submissions when court cases are brought.
Consumer Affairs Victoria says it will come down hard on cases of underquoting to deliver a fairer marketplace for the state. It's this week filed criminal charges against one real estate agency for alleged underquoting in relation to a townhouse in Melbourne's northeast. Director Nicole Rich says Consumer Affairs Victoria is alleging that on two separate occasions the estate agency didn't provide a reasonable estimated selling price for the Ivanhoe townhouse. She says the estate agency claimed it couldn't find comparable properties in the area in the previous 6 months, but inspectors were able to find multiple. Ms Rich says the townhouse sold at auction for around 40% above the highest price in the range that the agency provided.
Our message is clear. Underquoting is not just unfair, it is illegal in Victoria. Where we find cases of alleged underquoting, we will respond. We will take action. We will act to stop the conduct and to protect Victorian consumers.
A US expert says Australia's response to long COVID is cosmetic and more needs to be done to support people who are suffering now and to prepare for future pandemics. Kate Ashton has more.
Long COVID sufferer Alicia Newham's life changed forever after her COVID infection 22 months ago. She suffers severe fatigue and cognitive dysfunction and can't work.
It's really, really hard to navigate because it's new.
The Australian government invested $50 million in long COVID research last year, and some experts say it's moving in the right direction. But US clinical epidemiologist Ziad Al-Ali says it's not enough.
It's an undersized solution to a big problem.
He says understanding how to treat long COVID is important now, but also to protect against the disabling effects of future pandemics.
The United Nations has warned the consequences of an Israeli ground operation in the southern Gaza city of Rafah would be catastrophic. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he's approved plans for an assault against Hamas in the overcrowded city and is preparing for the evacuation of civilians without giving a time frame. The UN Secretary-General spokesperson Stefan Dujarric says there's hope all of this can be avoided as Israel is sending another delegation to Qatar for talks on a possible ceasefire.
We understand negotiations are still going on, and we continue to hope that we will the parties will find a way to a ceasefire to ensure the greater humanitarian access, to ensure the release of all the hostages held by Hamas and others in Gaza.
There's been another safety incident involving a Boeing aircraft. United Airlines says one of its Boeing 737-800 aircrafts was found to be missing a panel after landing in the US state of Oregon. The airline says a thorough examination of the plane will be carried out. It's the latest in a string of incidents involving Boeing aircraft, including a mid-air panel blowout on an Alaskan Airlines flight that's seen regulators launch a probe into the company's safety and quality standards. A regional women's health group has raised concerns about B&S balls. Wet shirt competitions, key banging, country music and flying food dye are all features of bachelor and spinsters balls, where young people go to meet others and let their hair down. In central Victoria, a grassroots campaign resurrected the Elmore Summer Send-Off Ball after it was cancelled last year when it couldn't get insurance. CEO of Women's Health Loddon Mallee, Tricia Curry, says due to the focus on drinking and risk-taking, it's an unsafe environment.
Unsafe for everyone, particularly for women because of the objectification. You know, someone who's under the influence of a substance or alcohol is actually unable to give informed consent.
To the weather now for the state. Dry, warm and mostly sunny apart from isolated afternoon and evening showers and thunderstorms over the northwest. For Melbourne, sunny with a top today of 29 degrees. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, also 29. Monday, partly cloudy, 29 again. Tuesday, showers increasing 26. Wednesday, a shower or two clearing and 19 degrees then. Right now in Melbourne, it's 25 degrees. ABC News.
This Thursday night kicks off a big weekend of footy. And you can listen big on the ABC Listen app. AFL, NRL, And ABC Sport brings you the match between the Socceroos and Lebanon.
Good ball into the box, laid off the chest nicely. Jamie McLaren's there for the hat-trick.
The World Cup qualifier, Australia and Lebanon.
Ryan Grant heads across goal, Jamie McLaren heads it in.
Hear it live, Thursday night on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Here pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar. Ngoe, the destroyer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Mulhouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Score the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bolly. AFL Saturday. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
We might just have to speak a little softly this morning because somebody may have a hangover. The Pies are 0-2. The Swans are surging. There's 10 sets of fans that are involved for the first time this weekend, having been shut out so far. So was round 0 a success? AFL Chief Executive Andrew Dillon to join us in the box. Tassie are about to announce their name and their colours, and the Bombers are preaching patience. All of that ahead on AFL Saturday. And pass back to Moore. Still in the defensive half. Shocking kick. Moore shanks it, kicks it straight to McDonald. Downhill. McInerney marks. Show him your tail lights. Rolls into the open goal and bangs it up into the top tier. Oh, the Sydney Swans 2-0 to start the new season. Meanwhile, for the reigning premiers, 0-2. Welcome to AFL Saturday right here on ABC Radio and ABC Sport across the country. My name's Corbin Middlemass. It is my great pleasure to be in the box with two of the greats of the game. First of all, the coaching legend, the icon himself. He's coached more VFL, AFL games than anyone else in the history of this great competition. Mick Malthouse, great to see you.
Thanks, Corby. And it's I just put the tent out the back.
Yes.
Because we're here last night.
It's a bit like that, isn't it?
But football's here.
Yes.
And it's part of our 7 or 8 months that we are now transfixed into the great sport.
Jeez, and no longer is footy season reason for jumpers and long pants. Both of you in the shorts today, which it's perfect weather for it. 29 degrees in Melbourne, and there's a whole lot to work our way through. Premiership player Luke Ball, the man who was on the panel to select Craig McRae, played under Ross Lyon. He's been involved in football departments, on field, off field, and he's with us all season long on right here on AFL Saturday. Good to see you, Ballie.
Thanks, Corby. Great to be here. Thanks for having me. And yeah, walking down to the G today, Mick, in my shorts and T-shirt. It's a week earlier, isn't it, than usual, but I think that's a good thing. 29 degrees today, so that'll be a test for players the longer the game goes on, but looking forward to today's game. But obviously a bit to unpack about the last two nights, and just settle down a bit, Corb, there. Just settle down some of that language coming out about the black and white. We'll address that shortly, but wasn't great, was it, last night, Mick?
Where's your heart? Are you red, black and white, or are you black and white? You've played in grand finals.
I'm a footy fan, Mick. I'm a footy fan.
So you're not declaring yourself?
No. I'm off the back of last year. I feel very much invested in Craig and Collingwood, and obviously a premiership player there. So very, very proud to be that. But yeah, spent the ages of 17 to 25 down at Moorabbin, Mick, which you know very well as well. So got a soft spot for them, and keen to see them do well this year too. But
how do you answer that question, Mick?
No, look, what he said, I've got a real soft spot for the Saints. Started my career there. I feel for the Saints. I'll say this now, that behind those goals, when you kicked one of your goals, Paulie, in 2010, and the siren went, and there's a little kid behind there. I still remember it there. I can go back now, it's 14 years. And there's a little boy in St Kilda, Guernsey, and he was crying his eyes out, and I really did feel for him, because Saints have only been there, or they've been there a lot of times, but only won one. So, but, we were able to do it in the black and white. So, football's football. Whoever you play for or coach, there's a little bit, because it's a people's game.
Well, they're chapters of your life, aren't they? And you mentioned it's already 14 years ago. So had a great little chapter at Moorabbin, and then unbelievable. Would have preferred it to be a bit longer, but unbelievable chapter at the Pies. And now we get to sit up here in our shorts and T-shirt and watch hopefully a good game of footy.
I think it's fair to say this is the toughest chapter of either of your footballing journeys.
Well, it is.
Behind the microphone.
Well, it is with you, Corby, because you are a black and red supporter, and it's just miserable watching you call those games with the Bombers just don't get over the line.
No, but I like it. This year
I'm that little kid crying.
But I like it, isn't she? Said, round one, I want them. Round one. Don't ease me into the season. I want them. It's against the old foe and the Hawks, and I mean, we're not quite sure what's going to happen today.
Well, they go as favourites, so cool. How do you feel? You don't get nervous about that?
We will get to Essendon. Craig Vozzo is going to join us as well, the Chief Executive, as is the CEO of the AFL. So the big boss is a table-setting chat. Tasmania are about to announce their name and their colours on Monday, so there's a whole lot to work through on whether round 0 or not was a success. First up, we want to hear from you right here on AFL Saturday. So 1300 558 222. So 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. If you want to get involved, you can give us a call and chat to Nick Moldhouse and Luke Ball here on AFL Saturday. Now, there's a bit to work through out of last night. First of all, Nick Blakey, who joined us post-game, here's a little of what he had to say about whether this is the continuation of a 3-year journey, having played in the grand final a couple of years ago, or whether they start afresh and it's all from now in 2024.
We've been on this roller coaster for a few years now. Obviously, played finals last year, but probably didn't have the season that we really wanted to, and we really thought we'd improved over the summer. And I think every year is its own sort of story, and it's hard to say what the rest of the year is going to hold for us, but it's going to be an exciting one, that's for sure.
Swans led by as much as 52 at one stage, Bawley, in the final quarter. And they win their first 2 games of the season, which they've now done for a 4th straight year.
Yeah, so impressive. And I mean, he mentioned the word rollercoaster. I mean, that's what AFL elite footy is now, isn't it? The competition is so tight. There's no such thing as a linear progression from one point of the ladder through to the ultimate success. 2 years ago, they were here, they played in the grand final. That didn't go. Obviously, that went really poorly for them. They weren't able to butter up last year for a variety of reasons, and these are the things that are thrown into the mix. The stuff that you can control, the stuff that you can't. They got through last year. They finished the year brilliantly. Were able to close out the year well, but were never really in it, were they? They've addressed some issues over the off season, particularly around clearance. I think Grundy, you couldn't have a more perfect match for mature age recruit into a team. They've got themselves fit. And they're deep, and it's the young players driving at the moment too, and it's going to create some selection headaches. We were talking off air when some of those senior players are ready. You heard John Longmire talk about it after the game.
Yeah, well, that's what I said to you, Boy. Went, where does Parker fit? It's the speed. That's why there's no doubt in selection going into the week. Collingwood would have looked at that and going, we just can't have slow players in the middle, or 2 slow players in the middle. We might get away with one who's smart enough, like in this case they left Pendlebury in, but out goes Mitchell. But what will happen when Taylor Adams comes in? So he's not overly quick. Parker's not overly quick. Mills will play probably back end or front end. So it'll be complemented by those players, but they won't be the dominant players. The players that got in there at the moment are the dominant players, and I've had a complete change of just watching them against the 2 better sides, Melbourne and Collingwood. They were both fancied to win the game, and Sydney have absolutely hacked them apart, really, through speed and the way they've moved the football laterally across the ground. Anyone can do that. I've seen a lot of sides do that, but 1 or 2 of the kicks go 50 plus metres and find themselves in or just outside of 50. So that is destroying the middle defensive line of last week Melbourne, this week Collingwood. It's a great tactic if they can keep that going.
It was the thing that stood out last night, wasn't it? The kicking game of this Sydney team and the long, precise kicks that they've got in play, and particularly given we've come off an era where Richmond won 3 flags in 4 years, and it was more knock-on, surge-on. Just get the ball going forward and try and swarm into position. And yet this is a team that's like heat-guided missiles, able to pinpoint their passes around the field, the likes of Goulden and Heaney, Warner, all the sort of elite field kicks. Blakey, who we spoke to last night.
Yeah, but so how do they get to that point? They set it up with their pressure, though. 72 tackles to 50. They just, they were relentless. And when the Swans are on, they're not many better. They made Collingwood look average, really average at times last night. But it won't be the first team that they do that to. So they set up their game from that point of view, and then they won the turnover, and then they were able to use their beautiful foot skills, and I think it was 11 goals from turnover. They just made, the amount of times that Someone ran into the.
I think it was 12 goals.
Yeah, 12. Yeah, and how many from 2 metres out? They made Collingwood look really second rate. And we'll talk about Collingwood in a minute, but Swans, super impressive.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number if you want to get involved. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemouse, Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball. Now, what we will have all year in our new time slot here at 12 noon on a Saturday is we've got some cutting-edge segments. So this is some really sharp radio stuff. Mick, you've got your own little spot later in the show, which we'll get to. But Luke Ball, he is a pragmatic man, and the AFL world can be caught up in a little bit of hysteria at times. And so what we've decided to do is introduce our very own segment where Bally can just offer a calm lens on a hot button issue that's happening in footy at the moment, and it is known as Cool Hand Luke.
On AFL Saturday.
What we've got here is
the champion bloke.
Failure to communicate.
This is Cool Hand Luke.
Well, Mick, Premiership medal was obviously a massive highlight of it, but to have my own sting, I really do feel like that's going to be hard to top. From here on in. But and Paul, and can I just say, it was my second. So Cool Hand Luke, a 1967 movie, Mick, Paul Newman. I haven't even seen it, to be honest.
Oh, you've got to watch. You've got to see it.
Just a little bit of Taylor Swift. My first choice was to go with Taylor Swift. You need to calm down. Off the back of the hysteria, the Taylor Swift hysteria that swept through this great city and this very here stadium not so long ago, Mick. And I just hear it every day at 3 Girls at Home. So that was my first choice. But anyway, I like it. Cool Hand Luke, and I feel like I've been delivered
You've got to watch the show.
A Dorothy Dixon. Maybe I will. I'll have to go home and watch it now, see if it's on Netflix. But I'll start with the easy one, a nice easy one to start off the year, Mick, and this idea of a Collingwood premiership hangover or panic stations with the Pies. And I just wanted to just pour a bit of cold water about it. And I know you'll talk about some areas of concern, having watched them closely over the last 2 weeks. But to me, watching them last night in particular, they're just a little bit off, and it's a mindset thing. I think the noise is coming out, so they didn't over-celebrate, and knowing them reasonably well, and certainly their leaders as well. That wasn't an issue like the traditional premiership hangover that we might have heard from in the past. They came back, they ran good times. From a physical point of view, they hit their markers. It is just a mindset thing. There's a couple of things. There's a bit of personnel, which we'll touch on in a sec, but they just looked a little bit off last night. So what made them so good last year was we know how they attacked, how they attacked the game, and they committed numbers to the ball. And that word commitment's the big thing. Last night, you saw it at times, and you look at players like Quain Orr and guys who when they're doing it, it really stands out. A couple of times last night, Quain Orr just not quite sure whether to go or not, and then he's caught in between. And then they turn the ball over. Last year, they turned the ball over. Every team does. But because they committed numbers, and we heard the word system come out of it, because the system was around committing numbers to that contest, they didn't get hurt going the other way. Whereas last night, you said it, Mick, 12 goals from it, and 12 easy goals, a lot of them really easy.
They were.
To me, just speaks to the fact that they are just a little bit off mentally at the moment. And that can be one or two players, and it just manifests across the team. And when you play a really good team, that's the other part. Let's not panic. They played two teams that everyone's picked to finish top four. So they've had a really tough start to the season. It doesn't get any easier. They go Sydney, they go Saints, and then Brisbane. But to me, it's not a physical thing. It's just a mental sort of tighten up around. Okay, if this is the system, we know it worked last year. We believe in it, and you've got to add layers. But if we believe that it's going to work again, and the word panic, it's a sharpening of focus, righto. We know now that, and they're realistic. They know that they didn't blow teams away last year. So McRae knows he's a pragmatist. He knows that it's tight.
So
they
level of
tighten up.
So level of concern. If 10's very concerned, where are you on a scale of 1 to 10?
I'm under 5. I'm 3 to 4 at the moment. I think Nathan, and I mentioned personnel. Nathan Murphy's a big out. I think, and you're going to talk about Darcy Moore in a minute. I think. Not just what he's able to do in terms of negating an opponent, but the ripple effect. And young Charlie Dean will take time. He'll get there, but he's looked really under pressure because of the system falling down in a sense.
So they've won 16 flags, Collingwood. It's the first time since 59, and only the second time in their history that they've started a premiership defence 0-2. And this century, no premiership team has gone all the way after starting 0-2. Mick, same question to you. Level of concern out of 10, where would you have the Pies?
Well, I've just got some stats in front of me, just trying to look at these stats. And stats lie. My concern has jumped from last week 1 to 4. I'm still under half. And the primary reason is the game style has not changed. And that's fine, but you've got to adjust it. Every year you must redefine what you stand for, what you want, and how you do it, because other 17 sides are coming at you, and generally the other sides watch you. So I've watched 2 teams now not go back with the ball. Last year, anyone who went back with the football, Collingwood would trap, turn that ball over and pull the ball and keep the ball in their front half or front 50. Sides now are no longer going back, they're going forward. Those 2 teams have gone forward with the football, with speed. My major concerns, and there's a few of them. I think I come away with Ben Cameron called a game, and I was talking to Benny about this ABC commentator, and I said I can't see how they can't change that side with Mitchell, because you can't have lack of pace through the corridor, and particularly around stoppages these days. So Mitchell paid a high price, and he's probably paid a price because Scotty Pendlebury didn't play overly well last week. They're not going to drop Scott Pendlebury. And even last night I thought Scott was okay, but then you weigh the figures up against what Sydney were able to do through the corridor or through the middle and stoppages, and quite frankly, nearly every Collingwood player got beaten there. So if you're getting beaten there, then last year you can be a really aggressive backline and you get caught occasionally out. Sides would score against Collingwood within 1 metre to 30 metres, and that was par for the course. They put up with it though, because they win a lot of goals. There was 8 to 10 to 11 goals perhaps. 2 weeks now, and both sides, you're right, Paulie, 2 sides they've played are very, very good football sides that we expect that will play off in September. But there's got to be a leadership thing there. Darcy Moore is clearly the leader of the football club in terms of being captain, but he's also clearly got to be the leader of the back line. Under the circumstances at the moment, they've hung young Dean out to dry on a number of occasions last week, and particularly last week. I looked at the goal square and I saw Heaney in the goal square, and I saw Dean on him. I thought, this is going to be a disaster. This will end in tears or a disaster of some description. Heaney fell over and still able to mark the football and kick a goal. Darcy Moore was 30, 40 metres in front of him. He should have realised what was happening around him and either sent back Maynard or himself back to that goal square. You cannot expose young players like that. And at the moment, he's still finding his feet. He's not a great player by any stretch, but by not realising that, has Darcy Moore believed that I can stop it there, or no, that's his role, or is this a message from the coach that we will take command of our position regardless of who's there and what's there? I think that's going to come undone unless and the wingman to Darcy Moore is Murphy. Yeah. No guarantee of coming back. Really, he could go a week and get hit on the head, and they go, no, I've had enough. He may well come back, and we all hope he does come back. The other thing is that middle is where was De Goey last night? He looks so impressive.
He's just started a bit off, hasn't he? He's just not quite.
He is, and I was going to say this, and I just hope I'm wrong in this. I watched Nick Dacos, and nearly every player in Collingwood try to find Nick Dacos. You get the ball in the best hands you possibly can. I've seen this before at Collingwood. Make no mistake about it. You've got to have a distribution with that football that doesn't go to one player and only one player, because then it's easy to cut him off. What you do is you get him on his wrong leg, or you push him into an area where he's going to keep getting the football, and you know he's only going to put the ball 50 metres down the track. You just cover that track. Football coaches aren't dumb.
So you think they're too Dacos focused?
I reckon they are.
Yep.
I really do think they are, and I think that he's going to fall for it by calling for it in a lot of positions, because we know he can use the football, and so does Josh. Josh is a very good user. They've got to get away from that one area, because that'll be locked in and locked right out.
Brendan from Hobart off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Hi, the concern I have with the Pies is that they're conceding over 100 points. That is not sustainable. Craig McRae was asked the obvious question in his press conference last night about, is this a premiership hangover?
Well, that's probably a natural thing to say, wouldn't it? But it's not how we think. I'm reading books about things that you need to do to repeat things, and we're not standing still here, and there's a lot of time to go. We're here to qualify. That's it. So we're in the process of qualifying, and before we do any of that, there's no point in talking about anything else.
So positives for the Pies: 1 clearance, 1 centre bounce clearance, 1 contested possession. So still winning it at the source, and then he believes that all those other aspects are able to be corrected. The other thing is that I feel like we don't emphasise enough, particularly with the pre-finals bye, is how late they start.
Yeah.
So the season has never started earlier, and with a pre-finals bye in place, it means that the teams that make the grand final in Collingwood and Brisbane are playing 5 weeks longer, which means they're 5 weeks later in the pre-season than the bottom 10 teams. So really, those sides that missed finals last year, and we're looking at teams like Essendon today, Fremantle, the Bulldogs, Adelaide, they should come out hissing. They should absolutely hit the ground running.
It can be. Yeah, but you get the tougher draw. So there are elements, no doubt. Yeah, I suppose that we're talking about just what we're seeing over the last couple of weeks and what we spoke about
but
there.
But they played Melbourne, who bailed out, 2 weeks before that, or 3. Yep. No, 2 weeks before that. Sydney, maybe 3 weeks. But then the players are a victim. The clubs become a victim of the Players Association in regard to when you can start to train these players. So they don't...
Which part do you think is the furphy, the bailout that it gives Collingwood excuse, or the fact that the teams that missed...
It's a bailout that Collingwood have got an excuse. They would not be using that as an excuse. I guarantee they wouldn't be using it as an excuse, because you can still stagger your training around what you need. I don't think this is... The Collingwood performances of the last 2 weeks have not been, in my book, looking at them, anything to do. In fact, they've outscored the opposition the last 10 minutes in both games. Now, maybe they went to sleep. So it's not as if they got smashed in the last 10 minutes. Is their skill level high? Look, I think you create your own skill level depending on circumstances of, are you trying to chew too much off? I watched Nick Dacos last week trying to do because he's been spoken up as him and Josh, the greatest kicks in the history of the world, or thereabouts to how their father is and so forth. There's a few kicks there in the first couple of quarters of last week and yesterday. They were chewing off far too much.
Was he doing that last year though, Nick?
No, he wasn't. I reckon he and Josh were deliberate in their kicking and were brilliant in their kicking. I try to look at the figures in here, and they said 60 or 70% success rate in their kicking. Near enough's not good enough.
They got issues ahead of the ball. Yeah, I mean, McStay's a big out. I mean, you look.
But
at
he's hardly played a game. He didn't play.
No, he didn't. No, but it's the role he plays.
What about Johnson? Where does he sit?
Well, that's my point. So, and I think he stopped short. Basically, the coach last night saying that he'll have to go back to the twos, and so they'll have to try and find something else.
Frampton played last year. Why wouldn't they play him again?
Well, I think that's probably an option. Both, at either end of the ground, to have that flexibility to maybe free more up a bit to play that role. Or to be able to go forward and see if you can pinch hit, because they haven't got enough out of that front six over the first 2 weeks, and they've flagged that there'll be some personnel changes there for sure.
0437 774 774 is the SMS number. That's where you can get in touch with us. 0437 774 774. This is AFL Saturday. Corbin Middlemass alongside Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball. We're at the MCG ahead of the season opener for both the Bombers and the Hawks. There are 10 sets of fan bases that are going to be involved for the first time this weekend after sitting out round 0. We'll work out whether that was a success, and also a table-setting chat on everything that is making news in the AFL world. In just a moment, the Chief Executive of the AFL, Andrew Dillon, is going to join us after this on AFL Saturday right here on ABC Sport.
It's the most magical time of the year, right? Footy season. This season, you can get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. Unbelievable. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle, called by ABC Sport's expert commentary team.
A wonderful goal! Game, set, bingo!
100% pure footy, live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bawley. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
0437 774 774, the SMS number. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Radio and ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball, Mick Moldhouse, and the Chief Executive of the AFL in Andrew Dillon. Andrew, thanks heaps for dropping by.
Yeah, it's great to be here on an amazing Saturday afternoon at the MCG.
Traditional rivals, the throwback to the 80s, and now they'll play one another this afternoon. 29-degree heat, the Bombers and the Hawks. First up on the slate for round one. There's 10 teams involved for the first time this weekend. They sat out the opening round 0. Was it a success?
Look, on the metrics that we had, which was 4 sellout crowds, TV ratings were incredible. Number one show on Channel 7, Thursday night, Friday night and Saturday night. And pleasingly also, we're seeing membership for our teams in New South Wales and Queensland up double-digit percentages, and the Giants in particular 30% ahead of where they were this time last year. So on all those metrics, it was a success, yes.
It reminds me of that game that you play at Time Zone where the crocodiles come out and you've got to try and hit them with the mallet, sort of the whack-a-mole type game, that as soon as you satisfy one, something else pops up somewhere else. And the commentary here in Melbourne from a lot of footy fans here is, we didn't know what was happening, our team wasn't involved, we felt a little bit disconnected. How do you balance that with also the northern exposure that you're looking for to try and give a push to Sydney and Brisbane?
Yeah, well, Corbin, I mean, one of the parts of this role and the role at the AFL is balancing the interests of our 18 clubs, which are different, and also our fans. But having that focus in Sydney and also in southeast Queensland was really important, I think, for just to bring a real sharpness for those teams up there. And historically, we haven't played footy on that weekend anyway, so and the grounds haven't been available. So look, we'll have a review as the season goes on as to how we start the season again next year. But as I said before, crowds, ratings, membership were all really strong.
There's an election in Tasmania next week, which is pretty front of mind at the moment, of course. Labor, the opposition, have said that they want the deal to be torn up because of the stadium. And Beck White, who is the opposition leader at the moment, says that she's spoken with the AFL about this recently. Who was that conversation with and how did it go?
Look, I'm not sure in relation to that, but what I do know is that we worked really closely with the Tasmanian Task Force, who put a compelling business case to the AFL Commission and the AFL Executive. The Tasmanian government put in a great deal of support for the team, including a big contribution to the stadium. The licence that's been granted is conditional on a number of things, which includes the stadium being built at Macquarie Point with a roof with a capacity of at least 23,000. What we're excited about is the announcement on Monday night where the Tassie Footy Club will announce its nickname and its colours, 7 events, 7 formal events and a number of satellite events all around Tasmania, so uniting all the Tasmanians. So that's what our focus is at the moment.
So you haven't spoken to Beck White personally?
I haven't spoken to her, no.
And there's claims that the government has already breached the AFL deal by implementing a cap on stadium funding. Is that the case?
Look, our agreement, I'm not going to go into specifics of an agreement, but we've been working really well with the Tasmanian government. As I said, they're putting in a significant contribution to the club ongoing, to the high performance facility and to the stadium, and we've been working really closely with them.
Andrew Dillon with us, the Chief Executive of the AFL on AFL Saturday. Corbin Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball.
Andrew, this is a whack. I'm looking at this Tasmania thing, and I've always been thinking that we're unfair to Tassie because of, let's look at the Hall of Fame. There's so many great Tasmanians in that. So Tasmania has been a fantastic resource for the VFL and then the AFL. I don't think there's any dispute that we would like to see a side down there, whether it be, and I'm speaking by myself here, whether it be part of the 18. 19th to me, where do all the players come from? 19 becomes 20 sides. Where are all the players? There's already a dearth of good players coming into sides. That's my opinion. 2 is, there's no way knowing that cost will be 750. It'll go into the billion. Can we honestly, as an AFL, have a conscience to think that $1 billion, we need a stadium, when we've got 2 stadiums for a start off, that can take any amount of people for those particular type of games. Maybe a few $1 million have to be spent in both. The majority of football people are from the north, so therefore they feel, what Tasmania are like. They won't even drink each other's beer, so that shows how far they go. But secondly, I know people down there that are still travelling to Victoria for medical stuff because the medical system down there is absolutely done, and yet we're thinking of enforcing $1 billion stadium on people from a small state that doesn't need it. And yet you're saying that you have to have the stadium before a side. Doesn't that put pressure on the whole economic and the whole state itself and every person that lives in Tasmania?
Look, I'm not an economist, Mick, but what I do know is that the case that was put to the AFL to secure the licence was with the imprimatur of the Tasmanian government. So it wasn't forced on anyone. It was actually, it was led by the people of Tasmania and the Tasmanian government.
Was that... Can I just come in there and just say, from what I can gather, though, the Tasmanian thing was mentioned and then the ground was mentioned. It wasn't ground first, so it was ground first.
It was, there was 12 work streams. It was how we're going to develop talent in Tasmania because an extra team, we need more players. How are we going to retain talent? What's the high performance facility going to be? What's going to be the branding? So there was a whole raft of work streams that were led by Tasmanians. But what I will say also is that over the journey, and we were in WA last week at the old Subiaco Oval for Trevor Nisbet's farewell, and very well spoken as well. You did there because legend of the game in WA, Trevor. But to see Optus Oval, Optus Stadium, and what that's done for WA football, but also all the events that WA attracts now. Where they had the big Coldplay concert at the end of last year, they had World Wrestling, a couple of weeks ago. So it's just been so additive to Western Australia. And I know, because I was involved in it, that there was a lot of opposition to the WA Stadium being built. Go back before that, and Adelaide Oval was the same thing when we were moving from Footy Park. And there was no one at the time who wanted that to happen other than a few people who drove it. And now if you go anywhere around South Australia, everyone wants it. And it adds to the economy. And so it brings people in, and then they bring their money in and they add to the economy. And that's the business case behind the stadium for Tasmania, because the AFL will play some games there and they'll be a key tenant. But what we will see is then a whole host of other events come to Tasmania, and that's what the Tasmanian government wanted, and that's why it was part of the pitch to us.
Notwithstanding the fact that there's still two grounds there, and the university ground in Launceston is great shape, a good ground to play on, next to the city, walking distance. People probably go to that more so than they do in Hobart. Without spending $1 billion, I'm sure they can get another stand in there for far less, and you've got the two grounds. When was the last time that you really expect 20,000 people to go to a game in Tasmania? And where do they stay? And then you've got the flight situation. It's a different state altogether than South Australia and Western Australia, because it's only 500,000 people live there for so, and the population is actually ageing and dropping.
Yeah, but we actually, it's a good point, but we actually had someone come in and speak to our leadership team at the AFL yesterday who, amongst many other things, he's a demographer and he gets a lot of information from the ABS, and he made the point to us is that Hobart in particular has reversed, which is the first time that that's happened in a long time. And so actually Hobart is a city on the up. But back to Launceston, the team will play games up there and there will be investment in the stadium in Launceston, but Bellerive is constrained because it's in a residential area, and it had so you couldn't build that much bigger than the 14 or 15,000. And I know that people will travel down to Hobart to watch their team play or to watch the Tassie team play in their thousands, and that's the business case again that was put to the AFL Commission, and that was it.
Andrew Dillon with us, the Chief Executive of the AFL on ABC Sport.
No, we don't have him for long. Just to the footy. I know it's small sample size, only 6 games, but have you liked what you've seen to so far?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a little bit of everything, Paulie. A couple of really close games, but Carlton's been involved in both of them. But I think what I've been, continued to enjoy seeing is the quick movement of the ball. But it's what we've also seen, I think, and what it shows is how tough this competition is and how even it is. And you only have to be a tiny little bit off for a game or in parts of a game, and it can turn on you really quickly.
Some injuries, and I don't have the data, but and I suspect that it probably happens at the start of every year, doesn't it? I mean, 2 weeks earlier start this year. Is there any sort of, as Laura and her team, have they got an eye on that? Is there any thought as to what's contributed to that, or is it just the pattern of the early rounds?
Yeah, again, good question. We will definitely look at that. I'm not sure how it compares against other seasons. But I think we'll want to get a few rounds under our belt and have a look at that. But that would certainly be something that we would have to continue to look at. But yeah, because you don't want to see great young players. Josh Gibcus, really feel for him. Missed all of last year, and now it looks like he's got another year out. But he'll be a super player. But yeah, feeling for him at the moment.
You've been just quick little quirky one. You've been big on the on implementing a lot of the laws of the game. Glad that you snuck one in about the ball hitting the spider cam last night.
Yeah, well, I think we've had hundreds of games with the spider cam, but it was.
So it's always been in there.
We did have a rule in place for it.
Right,
yeah.
Was that followed?
No, they missed it.
No, we missed it.
Yeah, that's right.
But at least the rule was there. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Andrew Dillon, the Chief Executive of the AFL. I saw Mitch Cleary's report on Channel 7 the other night about concussion, and he spoke to a couple of current players who basically said they knew some of the questions that were coming in the SCAT test, and concussion's obviously a hot-button issue at the moment. Is that worrying as the Chief Executive when you have current players in the game basically coming out and saying, hey, we know that some of the questions we're going to get asked and we're able to preempt what we're going to get when buzzed on field?
Look, maybe sort of like take it back a little bit, but our concussion protocols and the health and safety of our players at all levels of the game is absolutely paramount. The SCAT tests, it was the SCAT 5, it's now a SCAT 6. That's only one part of the assessment for the players. So what we're really relying on, and what we have always relied on, is the vision that we get, and then also the clinical assessment that the doctor gives the players. The SCAT is only one part of the assessment that we have.
So are we doing enough on the bench then to be able to assess players when they're involved in a collision on field?
Well, so we've got concussion spotters back at Marvel Stadium who are looking for that. If they see something, they've got a direct line to the two club doctors, and then the club doctors on the bench have got access to the Hawkeye vision, which is multiple camera angles that they can look at. I think there's not many sports in the world that are at the level that we are.
I heard those comments, though, potentially a bit tongue-in-cheek. Broadly, though, you must be pleased at the leadership role that players are taking in all this, I think. I mean, we've spoken about Nathan Murphy already today. First quarter of a grand final last year, biggest game of his life. Great example of... Because that was always going to be the question, wasn't it? Okay, round one, round two, but what about in the grand final when someone might get... I think you'd have to be pleased around the position that the fact that the players, notwithstanding those comments, are actually taking it very, very seriously.
Yeah, I think it's the awareness and the acknowledgement of the serious injury that it is. It's not pleasing, but I'm glad that that's happening, and we're going to continue to work to try and eliminate unnecessary head contact. We've made 30 rule changes over the last 20 years, and we'll continue to do that.
The footy here today, so at the MCG. I heard you speak recently in Dockland Stadium. You've got the cheapest pies in the world, and yet the news story this week was all about how the prices have gone up and the cost of living's hit the food stalls at the MCG for a bottle of Coke and everything else. Do you have any say over that as the Chief Executive of the AFL, or is that completely an MCC issue?
Look, we work really closely with the MCC. They're a really important partner of the AFL, and they've got agreements in place with their catering providers, so we have an ability to influence, but not directly. At Marvel Stadium, where the AFL owns the stadium and operates it, we've got a bit more control, and we'll be putting our prices for the food out for Marvel Stadium, because we'll be starting there next year, and you will be able to buy a $4.50 pie, which I'm very happy about.
Doing a great job, Andrew. I appreciate you jumping in and having a chat to us today. I know we've got to let you race off to other duties, but thanks heaps for stopping by on the opening round of round one of the new season.
No, enjoy the day, guys. Thanks for having me.
Andrew Dillon, the Chief Executive of the AFL, with us here on AFL Saturday on ABC Radio and ABC Sport across the country. A couple of the key issues that are taking place in the game at the moment. Corbin Middlemass alongside Luke Ball and Mick Moldhouse. The SMS number is 0437 774 774. Off that SMS line, the Tasmanian AFL team launches on Monday night with the team colours and Guernsey to be revealed. There will be live sites all around the state, with the big site in Charles Hand Park, which is the location of the new High Performance Centre. Us Tasmanians want this. Don't be fooled by the naysayers. From Simon in Hobart. Chris says a stadium on the waterfront will be great. Mixed point regarding health are valid, but the stadium cost is a tiny, tiny fraction of the cost health. Health generates no revenue, but the stadium will. Also, Bellreeve is the wrong spot. It's got terrible access. That's from Chris. From Jan in Croydon, well done, Mick. Economics don't add up. AFL have social conscious of Tassie's situation. Or should have, social conscious of Tassie's situation is the message from Jan. it's an interesting time for Tasmania with an election next week, and I would say it's a passionate topic of yours, and the AFL are obviously going to be making their announcement on Monday. Interestingly, that Premier Rockcliffe, who's the incumbent, asked for the announcement of the team to be pushed back until after the election, which I was fascinated by that, just putting your finger in the wind. I would have thought that the team being announced and the colours would actually help his government and his campaign more than it would hinder it, and yet he was basically saying, hey, let's push this issue back until after the election's resolved.
You've got to applaud that, really applaud that. That's a bloke that's looking at the state, not himself, and that is extremely important, that people have the opportunity to, because it is a massive step to build a stadium of that magnitude on that area, and it will cost a lot more money than 750 and the 750 million. And the AFL have said they'll put 15 million. That's petty cash for the AFL, and that's not going up. I mean, if that went up on a pro rata basis, but that's not moving. So that could be. That's just like digging the first hole, 15 million. And that's, I'm not trying to be flippant about that, but they've got to get this right, the AFL. And I think that the Premier has done for him to actually do that is, I'll compliment him, because that is a big step. Because if you get the feel for it at the moment, they're looking at this not happening.
Yeah. So it's gone through this new process, which is the Project of State Significance, which basically means it gets pushed through for a year-long planning operation around the new stadium. Then it gets put forward to either be voted on, yes or no. So already the process is delayed some 18 months. There's an election this week. Labor have been very careful, I think, in the way that they've worded the whole scenario. They haven't been...
The Greens haven't, though.
They haven't been totally anti-stadium and anti the team, but they've essentially hinted at the fact that they would try and get the deal reworked.
Yeah.
So... That's obviously, it's in a political climate. There's an election coming up. There's more seats. It feels like whichever government gets in is going to be governing in a minority government. And then the Liberal Party, on the other hand, who are the incumbents at the moment, they have pushed this forward. They want the stadium to happen. They know that the team's part of it. They've done the deal with the AFL, and the deal is watertight, that it involves a stadium at Macquarie Point. It must be 23,000 seats, and it must have a roof. That is the deal to make sure that they get a team, and I don't think the AFL are budging from that position.
And just on the roof, I mean, Dill's touched on it there. See, the AFL will be one tenant. Yeah, I mean, I know that's where the focus is at the moment, and the point around the roof is so it's able to accommodate international cricket.
What are we going to have?
International cricket, Nick. So there'll be opportunities to if a World Cup and comes down to Australia again, they'll be able to host a game there.
One game, yeah. The dog trials and or the budgerigar races.
Coldplay might go down to Tassie and play there.
Might get the Elimination Chamber and the WWE.
So will the Beatles, but no.
It is an interesting point though, and to balance it back the other way, and I can say all the reasons why a stadium would be brilliant in that particular spot, and it would be great for the city of Tasmania, and the Perth Stadium was obviously close to my heart. I was living in Perth at the time when that was being discussed. That was basically drawn up with something like 40 odd events a year.
There's how many? Nearly 2 million people live in Perth.
Yeah, but they're also, what I'm trying to say, they're flat out getting that number. That originally included Western Force games.
Yeah.
Now they want to move international cricket back to the WACA. And the stadium, although it's awesome and it's on a great spot and everyone enjoys going there by and large.
Do they?
It's easy enough to walk across the footbridge.
Yeah,
and
you
get
can't
back
walk
into the
from the
city.
I mean, you can if you.
Yeah.
We would walk, but not everyone does that. But
but you need to have events there to make it worthwhile.
Exactly, and if West Coast and Fremantle can't get West Coast not winning games.
Yeah, that hasn't helped.
It's three quarter full at best, and the Matildas will get a full house. They're about the only one that I can see,
and don't sell the Elimination Chamber short. It was a great event the other day. Rhea Ripley was there doing her thing, Mick. I know you would have been watching.
Oh, yeah.
0437774774, the SMS number. We've got a very sharp new segment about to hit us as well, mixed messages, which is on the way. Matt in Canberra says, great analysis on the Pies. I'm not worried. A reality check. First 2 games against 2 quality sides, but we will get it together and play finals, no doubt. That's from Matt in Canberra. From Craig in Carlton, he says the first few games for Geelong this time last year was similar to what Collingwood are heading for because they were still in holiday mode. Pies will bounce back and probably go on to win the premiership. No need to panic. And Tim in South Melbourne says, what should happen when the ball hits the aerial camera? A spider cam last night. You just asked Andrew Dillon about it. Bally.
Was that a question? So the rule is that the play stops and the umpire balls it up. Yeah. So happens at the cricket at the Telstra Dome, doesn't it? When the ball hits the roof, what happens next? Is that a six or is it a dead ball?
So
it's essentially a dead ball.
It's six now.
It
was dead ball originally.
Yeah. Whereas essentially dead ball.
It's also Dockland Stadium at the ABC.
What did I say?
You said Telstra Dome, which I don't think it's been that for 20 years. That's a little bit of a throwback. Luke Ball, Mick Moldhouse, myself, Corbin Middlemass. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Radio and ABC Sport. Keep your texts coming, 0437 774 774. Coming up next, we'll introduce a new segment. We'll also chat about a few of the games that are going to be played today and into tomorrow. All of that still to come here on AFL Saturday.
Hey, want to hear something really funny?
Well, of course.
The Melbourne International Comedy Festival is back.
Woohoo! Yes.
Kicking off with the gala on the ABC Wednesday the 27th.
You ready for a big night of comedy, yeah?
Then the All-Stars Super Show, Wednesday night, April 3rd.
Things to be a little bit loose, a little bit crazy.
A brilliant star lineup for the Melbourne International Comedy Festival.
Have a great festival, everybody.
Starting with the gala, Wednesday night, March 27 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listener. Just look for the AFL button.
10 teams involved for the first time this weekend. One of them, the Western Bulldogs, a fascinating game up against the Demons, who have really been one of the hottest teams discussion-wise over the off-season. There have been issues aplenty. Clayton Oliver has been front and centre to all of them. There was a report from Caroline Wilson on the 9 Network on Channel 9 that the players have lost trust in Clayton Oliver. Christian Petrarca was in his usual spot on AFL 360 on Tuesday and was asked about exactly that.
He's going to make mistakes. We're all going to make mistakes. I'm going to make mistakes. And yeah, he probably did lost a little bit of trust in some of the playing group, but the way he's earned that back over the last 8 or 9 weeks has been pretty inspirational, to be honest. Because, yeah, I'm not going to lie, I didn't think he was going to play round 0 or round 1, and to do that and just the way he looks and how healthy he is over the last 6 or 7 weeks has been awesome.
I'm fascinated about how these things play inside footy clubs. You guys are two perfect people to ask, Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball. I mean, this is a guy that didn't have the perfect pre-season, was away for large periods, had an injury, didn't come back in great shape, had all sorts of other problems and breaks from the club during that period as well. And then he starts round 1. So he gets the start ahead of a number of other guys that are training the house down trying to get that spot. And interesting to hear Christian Petrarca say candidly there that, yeah, he did lose the trust of the playing group.
Would you have picked him, Mick, with it just on face value, without knowing, you know, everything else equal? Would you off the back of the off-season they had, the position this team's been in over the last few years, would you have picked him straight away?
There's a few things you have to take into consideration. I know you're saying don't look too deep into it. One is you have an obligation, Bully, to your supporter group.
Yep.
That's number one. You are in charge of a side to win games of football. There is no handouts. You don't hand out. And I've been in a position where I lost 2 players because we made a decision that they weren't going to play in finals, and it cost us. So whether I do that again, I'm not sure. But if he's come back and trained and met the requirements, you pick the best side you can. And if he's part of it, which he clearly is, you pick him. You've got to pick it on the basis of, has he done the work? So medically, tick off. Fitness-wise, tick. If any of those, first of all, are crosses, you don't pick. So tick from medical and conditioning. Yep. Has he done the work in your mind? And can he fit into the side? Tick. Oh, you pick him.
And I reckon he would. The leadership group would have been canvassed. I would think. Yeah, based on your experience. And I remember we dropped Dane Swan. You know, that was a one-off event halfway during that season. But this was a guy who I think probably won the Brownlow Medal the year before. You know, or one of let's call it our best player.
Yep.
And made and sort of contravened a team rule and made a statement. So that's a smaller example. But you would imagine that, and I'm not sure is Christian in the leadership group, you'd imagine that they would have been brought along with the ride on that decision to
would it have bothered you as a player, as a teammate, to see?
I think Mick explained it well then. If there was a period of time where, because he spent a bit of time away from the club, okay, we're going to bring him back into the club now, not with the red carpet. He's going to have to, if he's broken, whatever trust
he's got to earn his spot.
Whatever trust he's broken down, he's going to have to recoup. And if he does that to a point and he ticks all the medical boxes, then he's available for selection for everyone else.
I wonder if, to the Brayshaw retirement, medically retired, whether that elevated it, thinking, hey, we're losing players here. They've got a couple of guys on the injury list, the Joel Smith situation in the background, and we hit round one and we think, we've just got to put our best team out there, whatever it looks like.
Well, you should do that anyway, Corby. Once all the little boxes have been ticked, if any of those remain unticked, medically, straight away, we get rid of that. The player group are important because they also, they shouldn't have, the tail should never wag the dog. And I'm saying that the player group at the tail, because the buck's got to stop somewhere. There's no use blaming the players by saying, they let me pick them. No, it's got to get down to, and this is what I say about in any selection, and I don't care how deep it goes, it's got to be back to the coach to make that final decision.
All the footy all weekend right here on ABC Sport. You can find us through the Listen app. Look out for that AFL button, including that game early tomorrow at 1 o'clock, Melbourne up against the Western Bulldogs. I mentioned the introduction of two very sharp segments. I think Coolhound Luke's off to a good start.
Yeah, I agree.
Nick, there's your debut edition of a very, very entertaining segment. Now, what this is going to be is Mick Moldhouse picks an issue that's happening in footy. He gives us his take on it. And as a guy who has experienced so many games across his career, coached more than anyone else in VFL, AFL history, he's able to break it down for us in mixed messages.
On AFL Saturday.
What do they reckon? They come to play marbles or football, or think they sat in their cars waiting for the game to start and go out there?
This is Mixed Messages.
You come to play today, Mick?
I have. I've got my hat on that's just looking as deep as I possibly can to improve this game. I look at things and think, I look at New York and go, right, they started to clean up the graffiti and the little petty crime because they thought that would eliminate a lot of the next phase of people breaking laws and so forth. And it worked to a degree.
Broken windows theory.
Yep. And I look at this and think, if you clean up the game enough, then the bigger things will go. I've seen too many things with the AFL where we've just hit it with from a long distance with a little bit of the ruler effect and go, well, look, it'll look after itself. I'm talking about the Mason Cox incident last week where, please explain. Well, I don't get the please explain. Cox manhandled an opposition coach in the centre square pre-game, and there's all sorts of things that says, oh, look, the ball was bounced and it was our ball anyway, and we were able to do this. If the opposition are already in there, and they might have got in there 1 minute early, 2 minutes, and 5 minutes early, it matters not. You've got no permission whatsoever to manhandle. In this case, Mumford, who we know he's manhandled a lot of players in his time. I say that he should have been whacked hard. I don't know exactly what the rule is, but it would come under something. Well, you're the expert in all this stuff, but it would come under something like bringing the game in disrepute, because we do not want to. Everything that we do here is mimicked by junior football all over the country. He should have been whacked by 1 or 2 weeks and no fine.
Suspended.
Yep, suspended for doing that.
Wow.
Yep, and because then you lay down the rule. And I guarantee that would never happen again. If you find someone, players on $1 million, players on $500,000, they go, oh, look, I got fined. It's forgotten about. But suspension is, people want to play the game. I would have suspended him, and I would have suspended him for 2 weeks.
Ooh, strong mixed messages, isn't it? Global start to mixed messages.
It's a good start.
Well, yeah.
What do you reckon, Paulie?
I'm
St. Luke.
Well... No, I think taking in the broader context, and what was the actual finding? So please explain. And
he got a reprimand.
He got a reprimand.
So he's guilty. So he's been found guilty.
Yeah. Yes. I didn't think the crime, in inverted commas, really justified any sort of punishment.
Why?
More than that.
Why? You can't manhandle an opposition coach.
Well,
albeit be Big Mummy, doesn't matter.
If you run it through the AFL MRO system, for want of a better say, was it an intentional act?
Yep.
To run and in your words, manhandle an opposition. I don't think so. I would say it was more of a careless act.
Look, I just look at his glasses and ask, do they need to be checked? Because clearly they weren't black and white players in the men. They were actually the real rigid-edge colour of the Giants.
It was a bit mischievous, but no, careless more so.
That's a hot start to mixed messages. Let us know what you think. 0437 774 774. All right, we've got another bonus half hour coming up. Craig Bozzo, the Chief Executive of the Bombers, to join us on Sport Digital in Perth. You're off to Sports Talk, and for SA, you're off to the footy, the Bombers and the Hawks. Everybody else, news time.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. The United Nations Secretary-General is warning an Israeli offensive against Hamas in the southern Gaza city of Rafah will be a humanitarian disaster. It comes as the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he's approved plans for an assault on the city. He says the Israeli military is preparing for the evacuation of nearly 1.5 million civilians sheltering there, though no plan has been outlined. The UN Secretary-General's spokesperson Stefan Dujarric says Israel must avoid a ground offensive in the overcrowded city.
I think the consequences of a ground operation in Rafah in the current circumstances would be catastrophic for the people of Gaza, for the Palestinians. It would be catastrophic for the humanitarian situation. It would be catastrophic all around.
Authorities in Ukraine say at least 20 people have been killed and more than 70 injured in a Russian attack on a residential building in the city of Odessa. Here's the BBC's Sarah Rainsford.
The number of dead and injured, I think we haven't seen in Odessa for a very long time. Certainly, it's also the details of the attack that are particularly grim, because the way Ukrainian officials have described it, one rocket was fired from Crimea and hit a residential area of the city. And when emergency workers went in there to try to rescue people, to try to help the casualties, then Russia fired a second missile to the same spot. And that's when we know that one medic and a young firefighter were killed. We know that dozens of people are in hospital, some of them with very serious injuries.
The federal government has hired an extra 46 lawyers as it seeks to re-detain some of the former immigration detainees released after last year's landmark High Court ruling. Last November, the court ruled the indefinite detention of people who couldn't be deported was unlawful, leading to the release of 149 people. The cohort included convicted murderers, rapists and kidnappers, with the government vowing to re-detain those people under a new preventative regime. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says community safety remains his government's top priority.
One of the things that we are doing, of course, is to get appropriate legal advice so that we can make appropriate submissions when court cases are brought.
First Nations people in South Australia are today voting in the state's inaugural Voice to Parliament election. The body will provide advice to the government on matters which affect them, as state political reporter Rory McLaren explains.
Voters will elect 46 members across 6 local voices spread right around South Australia. Each of those local regions will have 7 representatives, except for the Central Adelaide region, which will have 11 elected members. Now, from each of those local voices, 2 people will be selected to form a 12-member statewide Voice to Parliament. Some 30,000 Aboriginal and First Nations people are understood to be eligible to vote today, but voting is not compulsory. And the South Australian model does differ to what was put forward last year at the national referendum. This Voice to Parliament structure in South Australia has been legislated. There has been no change to the state's constitution.
There's been a steady turnout in the first few hours of voting for Queensland's council elections. 2 state by-elections are also taking place at Inala and Ipswich West. Here's Jemima Burt.
Polling booths opened this morning at 8 o'clock, with Queenslanders choosing the mayors and councillors who'll make up the state's 77 local governments. More than 3.6 million people are on the electoral roll. About 1/3 have already taken advantage of early and postal voting. 2 state by-elections are also taking place today at Inala and Ipswich West. Both are considered safe Labor seats. Inala was held by former Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk, who retired late last year.
Parents are being warned to look out for the signs of measles in children after a case is reported in Sydney's west. An infant returned from Vietnam earlier this month and was taken to Westmead Hospital a few days later. The child was on board an international flight from Ho Chi Minh City to Sydney on the 2nd of March and later visited Rhodes Waterside in the city's inner west. 22 historic artefacts looted by a US soldier on the island of Okinawa during World War II have been returned to Japan. The artefacts dating back to the 18th and 19th centuries were discovered by the man's family in the state of Massachusetts after he died. Japanese authorities say they represent a significant piece of Okinawan history, including pottery, ceramics and a hand-drawn map. An American golfer, Wyndham Clark, leads the US PGA's Player Championship after 2 rounds in Florida. He's finished a second round of 7 under par, 65 to be 14 under. ABC News.
Hi, I'm Fran Kelly. Join me for my new series, Yours Queerly. Conversations that celebrate the power of queer friendship and our chosen families. Just who did bring Narelda Jacobs and her girlfriend together? Why is comedian Josh Thomas so traumatised by fish oil? And who are the inseparable pair in the Matildas squad? You'll find all the answers on Yours Queerly. Hear it now on the ABC Listen app.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
We want to build a really sustainable, high-performing football club, and that takes time. And the supporters I talk to understand that, and they don't want short-term sugar hits, and they don't want unfulfilled promises. They want us to build a really stable, solid base so that we can be a regular contender against the best teams.
They don't want short-term sugar hits. That's Brad Scott speaking during the week, talking about Essendon fans. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Radio and ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball. They want something, Essendon fans. It's been 20 years now since their last finals victory. They're celebrating their 84 and 85 premierships today, but the 20-year number is the one that keeps growing. So not only have they not won a final, Mick and Bally, they haven't put themselves in a position to win one. So they've never finished top 6 during that time, which means they often find themselves as an underdog in an elimination final and often on the road in a national competition. Craig Vozzo is about to join us as well, the chief executive of the Bombers.
You've got to remember also that they had that drug issue, and that really, I would say, 3 or 4. You would say 3 or 4 years, maybe.
Oh, at least, I think. Yeah.
So let's go minimum 3 or 4 years. Then they had to refine their feet and come back into a pretty fierce competition at the same time as when did the Giants join? Was it
2010?
2010. And this happened. When did the drug thing happen? About
2012.
Yep. So the Giants had all these leg ups, if you like. So therefore, Essendon would have been denied those players coming through. So there was a whole host of reasons. You've got to also look at the players they've had and the way they've recruited. I don't know whether that's been special, but
you can't just wish it into existence.
No,
so
you can't.
I get
You've got
that.
to do the time. And that's what Brad Scott's talking about now. That's what he's talking about. That's exactly what he's talking about now. There's no quick. You just got to do the time. You've got to draft well, bring good people in.
Yep.
And when you look at their team on paper today, and there's a couple out, it just might be starting to come together. I like seeing Reid at centre half back. Cox is an interesting one, obviously. Perkins, he needs to go this year. When you're trying to rebuild, you clearly need talent, but then you need that talent to have the requisite mental drive to actually do. So there's guys who might be nice players and want to come in and be nice players, but you've got to have a group of players come together. And, it's going way back, but I'm just thinking about my experience back early days St Kilda, where we were finished on the bottom. Okay, Rewalt, because they come in, Dalsano, individually talented, but if that group doesn't, and you need leadership, clearly, as well, if they don't come together and have this collective drive to, no, we're actually going to do something about it. We're not just going to come and train and get our check and play some AFL footy. That's when it can happen quick. And I just look at this team now, and maybe this is the year. And I know you don't want to hear that, and Essendon supporters don't want to hear that. And Brad Scott's he's talking long term, but give it an even run of help.
This is the year for what, though?
Well, I'm talking about for that
stability.
For that spike. And they've mentioned it over the off-season that they've actually really knuckled down. Really gone and trained over the off-season. Gone and spent time in America. No footy trip, no holiday. Gone and done that.
Well, they're physically held back over their choice of conditioning coaches and so forth over the last few years has been pretty horrendous.
That's revolutionary to go to Arizona and do a pre-season camp.
Oh, isn't it? Eh? Yeah, tried 2002, I think. But also, can they get rid of the luggage that Essendon has always had? They've got a board that doesn't necessarily always agree, and sometimes displays that lack of agreement publicly. They've got strong coteries that want to do everything that committees should do, but they don't stay out of it. They need an Eddie Maguire who come along. I remember when Eddie came along at Collingwood, just went bang. No, you've got no. Put your money in and put your barracking in, but forget about your input into who should be selected. So he did a terrific job there for coaches, let me tell you. And on the converse side of things, coaching Carlton, they were coached by former players who had strong opinions, and you couldn't break those strong opinions, so therefore you had no unity within the organisation.
The similarities are so obvious, aren't they? Collingwood, Carlton, Essendon, one club's been able to work their way through it and has had success as much as anyone in the last 20, 30 years. And then you look at Carlton and Essendon, and they're still looking for some after 20-odd years in the wilderness. We'll come back to the Bombers. Craig Volzo's going to join us in just a moment. But very quickly, in a word, which six are you putting them in? Divide the competition into thirds. Are Essendon top six, middle six, or bottom six?
Middle. Bottom middle six.
Ooh, okay. So flat out making the middle six.
Yep.
All right. This weekend we see Essendon and Hawthorn here today. So we've got two teams playing their season opener up against one another afternoon time slot at the G. But what we do have is we have four matchups where we have a side that is second up playing up against a team that is opening their season. So two sides coming off first up losses, Melbourne and Brisbane. Melbourne play the Western Bulldogs, who are fresh. Brisbane play Fremantle, who are fresh. And then you have two sides coming up off first up victories. The Gold Coast Suns play Adelaide, who are playing their first game. And GWS, who won last week, are playing North Melbourne. Big deal or no big deal to have a side second up playing a first up team?
Massive big deal. Massive deal. If you said it was round 16, 17, 15, 16, nothing. Round one is unbelievable because all you can do as a coach is sit back, have a training session and hope that your players are match hardened. They're not. The sides that have had that one game have been knocked around, belted around, winning or losing. It doesn't make any difference. You've got that one game under your belt. You're already hardened for your second game. Those sides that are going to hit those sides there are behind the eight ball. Make no mistake about it.
What do you reckon, Bawley?
I tend to agree a little bit.
Well, you're a player, you're a coach.
Well, yeah, they all have...
See, this is the difference between you, Corby. You asked me a question about a coach and a player. Look, there's just... don't ask players those sort of questions.
Well, again, you've gone and you're informed today. You're making big calls. Maybe it's the mixed messages thing, but massive... Is it a massive thing? Not sure. Maybe it comes back to the experience and the leadership within the group to know how to handle the first game. And there's going to be some first gamers out there today, which is great for their team. So there's an element of how do they fit into the team, the system. You can train it. That's one thing, but when you go out and get knocked in the face in the first 5 minutes, then how do you respond? So.
Can it work the other way, where players talk all the time about we're never sore after the first game of the year, that you've got a team that has been sore coming up against a bunch of guys that are fresh and that they haven't played footy for 6 months. They come out, they get knocked around, and then in Brisbane's case, they lose some troops. So Kitty Coleman does his knee, Lockie Neal's out injured. They've got the longest trip in footy to go from Brisbane to Perth. Is there a chance that could actually play in the favour of the team that is fresh?
No. not one little bit.
Not one bit.
Because the losing side like Brisbane, one is they've lost. So they've had this for breakfast, dinner and tea all week. They get across there, they want to make amends, they've looked at their game and they would have been criticised. And let me tell you, if they read the article that I've written, it just reinforces that those two players, two big key forwards, just can't, there's no synergy whatsoever. Rayner runs around like a chook without a head when the pressure's on. So you suspect that the coach has addressed that and gone, we've got to do something about it. So there's just that little bit more hunger in your second game if you've lost. If you've already won, you've got that confidence. You go in there. You never saw when you've won a game of football. and you go in knowing that what you're brought to win that game will take you forward.
Richmond were good, weren't they? On Thursday night off 5 days, including travel, and they brought some troops in, clearly.
But they were hurt.
And lost, that's right, and lost players, throughout the first part of the game. So, the players are finely tuned athletes these days, aren't they? They adjust their weekly schedule. That's right, and to make sure that they get to the line.
SMS number 0437 774 774. Rick says, why is Spud's game not being played between St Kilda and Richmond? Just curious, looking forward to the call. Go Dons. So that is next Thursday night. It's going to be Collingwood up against St Kilda. It's generally a big time slot for St Kilda, and it has to be a home game for the Saints as well. Now, I'm from Melbourne, decades-long St Kilda supporter. 8 did not feel a hint of disconnection with the starting round. I think it's meant to be I did not feel a hint of disconnection with the starting round. Thought it was a great highlight for those interstate teams to give them more of a fair go on the media coverage. They deserve it, after all. It is a national league. That's from Annie. Thanks, Annie, for that. Hi, Corbin and team. Thanks for a great show. I'm moving 4 tonnes of firewood, and it's making the job easier. Just interested to know whether teams still need power. I'm not sure if we missed part of that, but whether teams still need power.
What sort of power?
I imagine
they definitely. We chatted about this last week, Nick. They need star power again. Carlton again are a great example over the last, and why I think they're in really good shape. They haven't found their game yet. They've got some players out, but you think about Mackay, Curnow, Cripps, tight game. Heat comes on. Those guys, the stars, tend to rise to the occasion. That's right.
And Wiedering's not far away, is he? So he'll step.
They've got a bye now, and so they're thinking he'll be right for the week after.
They look good.
I'm not sure those text messages were vetted all that well, but Bawley, you have bailed out the people behind the scenes that have been filtering them onto the screen and talk about star power. So beautifully twisted that. The chief executive of the Essendon Football Club has been good enough to stop by the box and join us. His name is Craig Vozzo. Craig, really appreciate your time on Saturday AFL.
Pleasure, guys. Good to be here.
How are you feeling on the eve of season number 2 in charge as the chief executive of the Dons?
Nervous but excited. Looking forward to the game and finally the season starting. It seems like it's been a big pre-season, a long pre-season, and looking forward now to starting round 1 for us.
There's been a lot of discussion this week about Brad Scott's comments and not the short-term sugar hit that Essendon fans want sustained success, and the 8 years that's been dubbed on it.
Yeah.
What do you make of that messaging publicly, and what sort of feedback have you had from it?
Yeah, look, we've had a bit of feedback. When I first heard it, it was foreign to me. But then when I read the article, I think the headline was a bit different to what Brad said. So Brad talked about a core group of young players having the ability to grow together over the next up to 8 years, and I think he included some of the young guys that we've recruited from other clubs this year. So it was more that core group and the growth that we can get as a team together rather than some 8-year vision or plan. That's not the way we speak at the club.
So Essendon fans understandably are impatient. It's been 20 years now since the club's won a final as we enter season 2024. Where do you see the group at? Where should Essendon fans be expecting the Bombers to be this year?
Well, quite realistically, from my point of view, and I'm not talking out of school, it's the same thing I've said internally and to our board, the growth of our team and a lot of the short-term success, hopefully, and then longer term is going to come from the guys that we've drafted over the last 2 to 5 years, so the 20 to 24-year-olds. And there's a lot of those guys that haven't played a lot of footy. There's some that have and showing some really good signs, and there's others that, for one reason or another, largely due to injury, haven't been out on the park for great amounts of time. So our growth is going to come from that group. I'm super excited with what they can do. I've seen the work that they've put in, certainly over the last 12 months, but more particularly the last 3 or 4 in our off-season leading into pre-season. So the attitude's good, the work's been done, and hopefully the growth comes.
I'll give you a break from the hard-hitting questions from the Essendon supporter in the room, Craig. But on the coach, you've been in footy for a long time, obviously, and you would have come across him working at the AFL as well. Can you tell us a bit about your relationship with him and what over the last 18 months has really impressed you about Brad?
Yeah, so look, coming into the club, I knew Brad. We were on the competitions committee at the AFL together for 2 or 3 years. I think that was around 16, 17 odd. So I knew him through that, was very impressed with him in that forum, but also highly respected North Melbourne and what they were able to. They were really hard to beat through that period of time. We knocked them over in a preliminary final, and they were, very unlucky not to go on to play in a granny. So he had a great record over there. He did a great job, and I came in to the club as CEO at a time when the coach was appointed already. So to me, it was really important to have someone that I respected all partake in a process of selection. So having Brad there was a massive plus for me. Having worked with him now, it just confirms he's very intelligent, but more importantly with the players, he's very clear, keeps things simple, and he's very consistent. And he lives what he asks. So of the playing group. So I've been super impressed with him at a whole lot of levels, both on the field with the players and how he coaches, but also the club-first mentality that he's brought to Essendon and the respect that he shows us and the board.
And a bit of a hard edge. There's a bit of a consensus, and then even by the players' admission too, Zach Merritt and other leaders say that they needed that. Sometimes you think you're training hard and working hard, but it takes someone to come in who's seen it at the really pointy end to come in and actually articulate and hold those standards. Have you seen that? And have you seen any sort of practical examples of that maybe that you could fill us in on?
Yeah, look, definitely. He's got that hard edge. That's just the way he's probably his brother's got the same. Yeah. And being from Brisbane and the influence from Lee over the years as well. So it's natural as well. The examples I see is the training standards, the off-season input, just guys at the football club doing the work. The group that went over to the States to do extra training during their off-season to get an edge, because the off-season is one of the only areas now you can gain an advantage on your opposition, really. The other area, just the way they hold themselves with the football club. They have a whole of club mentality. Our leaders, a lot of our players, and the work they do in the community, the work they do with our sponsors in the off-field component, and even the way the dressing room's a lot cleaner and tidier than it used to be as well. So that's a simple example, but a good one.
Craig, just jumping in on your recruitment this year, Todd Goldstein.
Yeah.
Now, we know how old he is, and quite frankly, I still think he's a fantastic ruckman, but why get him when you've got you're looking at the future? Clearly his age doesn't you don't see him beyond surely 12 months or 24 months. So what if that, and the other one, which is the elephant in the room always, is Jake Stringer.
Yep.
He offers so much and gives, well, it's the old cliche, offers the world and gives you an atlas.
I've heard that one before.
Yeah, of course. I think we all have. That's what I mean. We're probably sick of it.
Yeah. No, well, we'll start with Todd. It's a good one. So if you look at our list, the true ruckman that we were left with following, remember Andrew Phillips retired. I think he was 32, turning 33 at the end of last year. So we have Draper, who was going in for groin surgery and missed a large part of last year and is still recovering. And then Nick Bryan, who's 22. So there was a gap in our list. Todd was available. The age gap between Flip and Todd's not that great, to be honest.
No, it's not.
And the depth that he provides, he's a pro as well. So he's come in, Mick, also with a lens of doing some ruck coaching with Drapes, Peter Wright, and Nick Bryan as well. So there's that advantage. Hopefully it's more than a 12-month relationship. We've been super positive with Todd. He's added a lot to our group and probably gives match committee at least some flexibility while Drapes is recovering.
He has got a bit of Benjamin Button about him, hasn't he? I know when at North Melbourne, Clarkson dropped him for the first game, and I think the ruckman got injured. He come back into the side and really, I don't say dominated, but he certainly wasn't out of place.
He's a real gentleman, but he's got a real steely resolve about.
Oh, he keeps going. Yeah,
exactly. So that's that one. Look, the stuff about Jake I've seen before and heard before. He is frustrating because he's so super talented and what he can bring. The thing I will say at the end of last year, he had a very serious plantar fascia injury, so he played in adversity for the last 6 weeks and probably shouldn't have played the last 2 games. He's had a big pre-season of recovery. He looks in good nick. But the consistency is important.
Yeah, when you say good nick, well, I know we're not allowed to talk about weights these days or weight players, but he always looks like he could go the extra yard to get his body in really good shape. Look, he's no spring chicken. I mean, he's approaching well, he's going to be 30 next month.
Correct.
He's the sort of player that can fall off the edge very quickly, or if he does something about himself and starts to play reasonable football, he could probably last 3 or 4 more years because he's just got the talent and got great speed.
Yeah.
But
power.
Equally,
he
could hold you back.
Yeah, he's coming back. He's coming out of contract at the end of this year, so it's a big year for him. He knows that. He's put in the work.
What do you think will happen about that contract, personally?
I think we'll wait. We'll see some outcome through the course of the year. I think he'll be happy to do that too,
Right.
and just see where we land, both as a football club and then obviously with Jake's performance level.
Yeah.
Just a quick one, Sam Draper. He's named as emergency today, so that's obviously a good sign that he's getting pretty close to a game. You know, we know it's such a great. He burst onto the scene a bit 2 years ago, didn't he? And then the groin issue sends shivers down a lot of spines. But he's obviously coming out of that okay and not far off.
He's played minutes the last couple of weeks, and he did some campaigning. But when I say minutes, he hadn't done more than half a game.
Yep.
Yeah, half to 3/4. So he'll play seconds today with Shiel and Benny Hobbs. So we've got a few guys that are just right on the edge. Really won't be too far past them as well.
Craig Vozzo, the Essendon Chief Executive, with us on AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball and Mick Malthouse. We're at the MCG today. It is a reunion as well for the 84-85 premiership teams, which is now 40 years ago for Essendon since those two flags in the middle of the 80s against Hawthorn. But it's a home game at the MCG. I've heard you speak about this in the past. Are you hopeful that Essendon will be playing more home games at the MCG going forward?
Yeah, that's our intention. We've talked to the AFL. The MCG are supportive, MCC. We'd love to play more games here, and that's a fixturing issue. So our deal at Marble comes up this year, so there's an opportunity to talk about that and put a case forward and see where we land. But ideally, at least make some small ground in that area and get another game here is the short-term aspiration.
Is there the possibility that you would become a tenant at the MCG as opposed to Docklands as your main venue?
We're already a tenant, but it's at this stage the right appropriate games mix. So we're flexible on what that looks like, and in the short term is trying to get at least one more game.
And just lastly, Andrew Dillon was in an interview recently, I think it was on the Dillon Friends podcast, where he was asked about what the first coach of the Tasmanian footy team, who it would be and what it would look like, and he threw out the Scott brothers, including your current senior coach in Brad Scott. What do you think about the league boss saying, hey, we're looking at your senior coach to head up the new Tasmanian team?
Well, they're mates for a start, and it's flattering, but we see Brad being at our club for a long time, so that'll happen in due course. He's contracted already for a significant period, and we see that continuing on, hopefully for a long period.
Craig, really appreciate your time. It's great to see you in the box. I mean this sincerely. Good luck for the season ahead. All the very best to the Mighty Bombers. I appreciate your time here today.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Craig Vozzo with us here in the box on AFL Saturday, ABC Sport across the country. Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball and Mick Malthouse. The Bombers and the Hawks coming up. Ben Cameron and Adam Ramanaskas to join us for the call in a few moments' time. We've got some sharp questions to finish. Mick and Bally. 1 year extension for Justin Longmuir, off contract at the end of this year, now pushed out to the end of 2025. Good move from the Dockers?
I think it's 50 cents each way.
Yep.
Because they're trying to eliminate the media, but they're not convinced with only 1 year.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but I think I like it. I think it offers him some stability. I mean, he's an ex-player there. You know, we think he's a good young coach.
Yep.
Give him a bit more time.
Should Angus Brayshaw's salary be paid outside the salary cap?
I'm going to say yes. I just think, we hope that this is a first case of not. Is it a first case? Or we hope we don't see this.
No, there's been a couple.
There's been a few.
Couple of Ruby
Yeah. My gut feeling is yes, Mick.
Yes. No doubt. Because this is fundamental to the safety of players to be able to assess and do something.
It's a first high-profile case of probably what we're talking about as a new frontier around.
And it's an AFL decision as much as his.
Yep.
So, yes.
And the Lachie Neale frankness during the week, basically saying we got a bit lazy, didn't dig in, bit of selfishness, maybe guys brought into how good we are. Now he's not playing this week. How do you feel about the on-field leader saying that publicly?
I would like to think that when he says we, that he says I.
Oh, that's how I read it. So, yeah, and I think he certainly wasn't excusing himself from any of that. I liked it, loved it. I think it's a sign of a good leader at a strong club.
David in Launceston off the SMS, looking forward to attending the launch of the new Tasmanian AFL team on Monday night. It'll be very exciting. So the logo, the colours and the team mascot will be named. During COVID, the AFL were happy to use the two stadiums here already. Tasmania team, yes. Stadium, no. So from Anonymous down in Tas. Stretch in Launceston regarding the Hobart Stadium. West Coast didn't have a purpose-built stadium and played at Subiaco for 30 years before the new stadium was built. Adelaide and Port Adelaide played at Norwood, etc. for many years before the Oval was upgraded to stadium status. Why is Tasmania being forced to build a new stadium which may or may not attract events for other sports? And can the ABC please ban the use of the term interstate? From Kevin in Shenton Park. I've got a little play on that coming next week. So we've had 2 new segments already, which has been a raging success, mixed messages and Cool Hand Loop. But I hadn't forgotten it. Cool Hand Loop. Next week I'll get something going on that front. We're away. Episode 1 down.
Loved it.
Can't wait to do it all again, Mick, next week. Thanks for coming in.
Good, Nick Corby. Looking forward to it, mate. Well done. Mick. Well done. Well done, Luke.
Ballie's sticking around. He'll be here for the footy next. It is Essendon and Hawthorn on the way. If you missed any of the episode, you can catch up. Best of ABC Sport folder in the podcast store.
This Thursday night kicks off a big weekend of footy. And you can listen big on the ABC Listen app. AFL, NRL, and ABC Sport brings you the match between the Socceroos and Lebanon.
Good ball into the box, laid off the chest nicely. Jamie McLaren's there for the hat-trick.
The World Cup qualifier, Australia and Lebanon.
Ryan Grant heads across goal, Jamie McLaren hits it in.
Hear it live, Thursday night on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, Simon launches, goal! The Trace Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. God, what a greatness!
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter. Take your moment. This is that moment. Listen to the roar. The pressure's certainly gone up. Punches the air with the right hand. That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch. Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out. Fill your lungs, fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey. 'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps, goal.
Something big is coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. That is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy looks at home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Walks through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment.
Stolen, snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps, she'll bring the house down.
Time to steady
And pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Traditional rivals in the traditional time slot. Essendon versus Hawthorn Saturday afternoon at a sunny MCG. A top of 29 degrees this afternoon as we relive a fierce rivalry from the 80s. The Bombers and the Hawks. Essendon celebrating their 84-85 premiership teams this afternoon. It's been 40 years since the first of those. But Essendon fans are more worried about 20 years ago. That was the last time the Bombers won a final. 20 years back, the Bombers embark on their 2024 campaign up against the Hawks, still in development mode without their reigning best and fairest winner, Will Day. My name's Corbin Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron to call the footy. Premiership players Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas, your grandstand AFL experts, and Jess Webster in the front row. The pyrotechnics are going off. The red and black smoke is pumped into the sky, and the Essendon Football Club burst through the banner. Their mantra this year and this week has all been about stand your ground, and that's what the Bombers will be hoping to do on the G this afternoon. They got 4 new recruits, all of them out there in Goldstein, Dersma, Mackay and Gresham. It's all in front of us. Ben Cameron's here to call the footy with me, not just today, but all season long, Saturday afternoon in Melbourne. G'day, Ben.
Great to be here, Corb. This great rivalry, you mentioned it, from the 80s. We had the line in the sand game, of course, which we famously remember. Matthew Lloyd on Brad Sewell. Brad Lloyd's his brother. And Sam Mitchell's jab at the Hawks. Sam Mitchell's jab at the Dons during their roughest patch. So this is a great rivalry. We've seen the 84-85 Premiership side honoured today. I'm not sure what Adam Ramanauskas thought about their lap of honour, but it was tremendous to see, and it's promised to be a fantastic occasion.
Luke Ball's with us again, Premiership player with the Pies. G'day, Bally.
Corb, yeah, looking forward to it. Really excited by what both of these teams can bring, certainly the early part of this year. I think we probably know the journey or the trajectory that the Hawks are on, and exciting young talent out there today. And like we mentioned in the pre-game, just looking at this Bombers team on paper, which is always dangerous, we know, but starting with their spine, I think with Mackay going back there, and great to see Peter Wright out there and fit, and Jones and a few others, and Zach Reed's the other one, of course, who hasn't had much luck. I've just got a bit of a feeling that whilst they're preaching patience, that they might get off to a good start this year.
The 84-85 Premiership team was once looked at, Adam Ramanauskas, as the father figures of the footy club. They're now the grandfather figures at Essendon, and you are the youngest man on planet Earth at the moment to have played in an Essendon Premiership team, the youngest member of that side in the year 2000. Sell it to me. And the Essendon faithful, as you enter a new season, what are we going to get from the Bombers?
Firstly, with the 84-85 Premiership team, they are absolutely revered at the Essendon Football Club. They are just some of the absolute all-time legends and champions of the football club, and they deserve the lap of honour around the mighty MCG. So a lot of very familiar faces that I've been fortunate enough to spend a lot of time with over many years now, and their tales are getting longer and longer in terms of how good they were as footballers, but people absolutely love them around the football club. With this current team, I'm a little bit with Bally. I think externally there's a preach of patience to fans, but I think internally it's more about look, our time's got to be now. We've gone to a free agency and a trade period and got players that we think we need to bring into this team to plug the holes where we're deficient. The first practice match against St Kilda was a little bit worrying. There's no doubt about that. But I thought the Geelong practice match, they looked a lot stronger now, albeit a couple of important players are missing today in Parrish and Ridley and also Sam Draper. But we knew he was going to be missing. But I think the glass half full approach is they were 5th at round 17 last year and looking very good as a football team. And then the glass half empty approach is the wheels fell off after that. So I'm expecting them to give a really good push this year. I think that development phase is now over. I think it's now about performance.
I asked Paulie and Mick on Saturday AFL a little earlier about what six you put them in if you divide the competition into thirds.
The middle six. Yeah, the middle six. They're right there at the moment. So, and with that middle six, you need a stroke of luck. You need that bit of luck throughout a season, Bally, where a close game just swings your way late with you need to have a bit of luck with injuries to your best players. Can they compete against that top four of, say, a Collingwood, a GWS, a Sydney? We think are going to be pretty good. Maybe a Port Adelaide again. Melbourne, can they get going? They're probably just behind them, and probably the Bulldogs is the other one I think who might kick again this year. So I think they're in that middle six, Paulie.
Yeah, agree. Yeah, that was pretty unanimous, wasn't it? I think, and And, they need to be healthy. That's certainly one part of it. You mentioned a couple of those guys that are out that hopefully won't be out for too much longer. But I like that they've addressed needs, haven't they? And we've, for years, Bomber supporters have cried out for a big key back to play on the Monsters. And I think Ben Mackay's, one of the recruits of the off-season. His ability, and today he'll obviously get Mitch Lewis, who is a big brute, isn't he, down there? And you can picture Tom Hawkins feasting on the Bombers over the last couple of years. They just really haven't had that player. It's meant that Laverde's had to play taller. Ridley himself has had to play on big, strong opponents rather than the role that comes more naturally to him. And Zach Reid, who in top 10 pick, so both him and Cox and Perkins were the three, weren't they? That year that they lost Danaher and Fantasia, they were the three that came in. So is this year 3 or year 4 for them? This is year 4. So this is the year that they really have to spike, to really make that jump. They know what it's all about now. They played a bit of footy, got a bit of footy behind them. They're the three of the guys that they really need to drive this growth from that middle 6 up towards the top 4.
Essendon have 12 top 10 picks on their list.
Yeah.
So the only clubs that are even comparable are Gold Coast and North have 11. But at 12, they're 3 more than any other side. So most teams are 9 and below. So they've got top-end talent that they've been able to get in. And yet the focus is going to be on the recruits from other clubs. I've got one for both of you here. So there are 4 new faces playing today for either team. Who's going to make the greater contribution, do you think, to their team's fortunes this year? The Bombers have Gresham, Goldstein, Dersma, Mackay. And for the Hawks, it's D'Ambrosio, Chol, Ginnivan and Watson, the Wizard Watson, pick 5 in last year's draft.
I think Mackay, because watching Essendon over a number of years, just those big key forwards, Tom Hawkins, the amount of time that he's got hold of Essendon over the years to play on those type of big forwards, the Tom Lynch, from Richmond, those type of guys. I think that's where Essendon have really lacked. But at the same time, I think Ginnivan will be very good for Hawthorn. Hawthorn's forward line now, and we'll get to Hawthorn very shortly, but their forward line's got a lot of unpredictability about it now, and that excites me.
Gresham's the other one, isn't he? So 136 games, that mid-20s sort of territory. You get the sense that he's been brought as a small forward. I think at times over the last few years he's pushing into the midfield a bit, but when you look at Essendon's depth through the middle of the ground, I think the sell to Jade would have been, you're coming here to provide that class that we really haven't had since McDonald, Tip and Woody.
Centre forward.
Hit the scoreboard. I think Menzies the pressure play down there. Guelphy perhaps the pressure play down there. Gresham's got to be the one that just elevates, just provides that little bit of class and finishing touches.
They want 35-plus goals out of him. So I think what a lot of people forget with Gresham is he had the knee injury at St Kilda, then the Achilles injury. And before that, he was one of the only players in the competition averaging 20 possessions and 2 goals a game. So he was a very good footballer. Now, can he get back to those heights? I don't know. I think a lot of Bombers fans are definitely hoping that. And by all reports, he's had a strong pre-season.
Pick 5 in last year's national draft. The man they're calling the Wizard, Nick Watson. There's a lot of excitement.
I've watched him a lot. Watched this kid since he was 16 years old. And forget about the height. Like at 1'6", absolutely forget about that. He can jump through the roof if he needs to, and he's strong. He's really strong. So kick goals at all levels, from school football to Coates League under-18 level to national championships level. So any time he's stepped up, he's been able to work it out at the height he is and be a dominant player still.
Can you provide us some sort of comp? Is he Phil Matera? This is going back a bit. Is he Phil Matera? He can take hangers, can't he? But he also chases and tackles, which I like, because I think you have to have that.
So Phil Matera wasn't the marking threat. I think back to someone like a Jeff Farmer, who was also the marking threat. Yeah,
goes vertical, as they say.
Yeah, Jeff Farmer could just go straight up. Yeah. And Nick Watson has done that on many occasions at underage football.
Is he a bit cheeky? He's got a bit of spunk about him,
he's got a lot of spunk.
Yep.
Yeah, he'll be, if there's a little scrap or a bit of a scuffle or a few words being spoken, he'll be right in there.
I saw him kick 4 goals in about 5 minutes for Caulfield Grammar against Xavier in the third quarter. Scores were level at half-time, and they played him one out in the square, and the beauty was he was in front of the Xavier cheer squad, and he just kicked. And in fairness to his opponent, there wasn't much they could. They were just 4 brilliant goals. One off his toes, one he went up and took a big mark. he was a class above it at that level. So really looking forward to seeing. As Ramos said, he looks like the type of player that does elevate to each level.
The coach at Xavier didn't think they should maybe make a move after the first three, Wally?
No, I was watching.
That's Joe Watson.
Ironically, the coach was Joe at the time, but he was pretty helpless. So looking forward to it.
You've been in the Essendon footy department in the not too distant past, Bawley, and obviously as a former player, Rama. Is it still a big deal, this rivalry, Essendon and Hawthorn in 2024?
Yeah, no, this is there's a hatred for both clubs. I can guarantee on both sides it's very, very equal that both clubs do not like each other too much.
And I think there's a thought that the Bombers are a little bit ahead, aren't they, and should be winning today. But Sam Mitchell won't be thinking that.
No.
Sam Mitchell, we know what he was able to do with his team last year. He'll be penciling in today's game as a real opportunity to early in the season to catch this Bombers team on the hop. So looking forward to this one.
And look, teams in that middle six, and Hawthorn possibly could be in there.
Yep.
Playing well early in the season is critical to momentum in your season.
Jess Webster is with us on the boundary this afternoon. Jess, welcome back to Grandstand AFL.
Thanks, Corby. Wonderful to be here. The MCG is looking an absolute treat this afternoon. Not a cloud in the sky. We've had massive crowds on Thursday and Friday night. They're expecting another 70,000 today. There's absolutely no place you'd rather be than at the MCG on a Saturday, Corb. Great to be back.
Thanks, Jess. We'll check in with you throughout. Who's winning? Rama, Bawley?
I think the Bombers should be winning, and I think they will by 4 or 5 goals.
I got the Bombers winning by 3 goals.
There's no late change. Finn McGuinness, the sub for Hawthorn. Elijah Sardis, the sub for Essendon. Here we go, the old school throwback, the Hawks and the Bombers in the bright sunshine, Saturday afternoon at the G. You're with Ben Cameron on Grandstand AFL.
Goldstein and Reeves. Reeves wins it down, straight onto a Durham. He comes away with it for the Dons. Forward handball to Gresham. First kick in the new colours. Drives the Dons to full forward. Getting back, Sicily's able to mop up for the Hawks. Handball away to Waymon. He'll kick beyond the defensive arc. Going up, dropping the mark initially, McDonald. He goes and gets it. Ball pinballing around. Coming out, Caldwell spits out. Here's Goldstein again for Essendon. Handball to Stringer. Tackled, loses it. Live footy half forward for Essendon. Reeves picks it up. Gets a handball away to Warple. Quickly tackled and a ball up. Left half forward for the Dons. They've done the early attacking for the first 37 seconds.
Nice early touches from the field. New recruits as well. Goldstein out of the middle to Gresham.
Dons to the punt road end from the stoppage. Warple hurries a kick down the wing. Watson shoved out of the way. Joel collects, fumbles, out of play. The boundary throw in. Just repeating, no late change. The Bombers and the Hawks.
Pretty dynamic forward line. I mean, you see Chol there, Rammer, that the instructions will be just bring the ball to ground. When you've got Bruce and Watson and Ginnivan, it's dangerous.
There is not a cloud in the sky. 27 degrees on our way to 29. Red footy out, the Bombers in the black shorts. And the black jumper with the red sash is Sammy Durham in game 50. Grabs it, kicks it inside 50. There's a whistle on the play. It's a free. It's a hold. It's an Essendon free kick. And Guelphy's going to get it. And Guelphy's going to get the footy here. Left half forward for the Bombers. 45 out.
Just 2 clearances from Durham. One the first centre bounce and then just at that first stoppage. But able to create space around him to then take the ball forward. So we're not used to seeing Durham there. He's more seeing him on a wing or a half-forward flank, but looks good in the middle of the ground.
Yeah, big pre-season, so he might be a breakout star this year. Guelphy looks like he's got the match-up on Sicily as that defensive forward.
Here we go. He kicks from just behind the 50-metre arc. The drop punt is superb. How about that for a tone setter? Essendon slammed through the first. In the opening 2 minutes, the Bombers won straight. Hawthorn yet to score. Here we go. And there's a melee which erupts after the goal went through. And this is a sign of years gone by. The Hawks and the Bombers renewing hostilities. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Yeah, it's a big another free kick.
Oh, gee, I'm not sure about this.
So it's against Sicily and it's going to Andy McGrath.
Well, one thing they all came to Sicily because obviously, that's the instruction. Just watch this. Yeah, he does. He throws the boot out. So he stood his ground, but the umpire's seen that he threw the boot out, and it wasn't too vicious or anything like that, but it's not something you should be doing.
Yeah, well, look at the captain.
Yeah.
And you just got to, I know you want to make a statement as a captain, but you've got to be careful in these situations.
Here we go, hand pass off to Redman, running start, set shot flying shot is out to the right, and it's a behind.
Geez, that would have brought the house down, Cole.
Wouldn't it? Essendon 1-1. Hawthorn yet to score. We're only 3 minutes in.
Looks like a new man with the long locks shaved off, Mason Redman. Kick in goes to Ward, who kicks up to the wing for the Hawks. Chol can't take the mark. Jack Ginnivan in the new colours. The club he grew up supporting. Left foot kick to Warple on the bounce. Gathers it on the wing for the Hawks. Handball away to Mackenzie. Goes back to Ward. Handball to Ginnivan again in the long sleeves. High kick towards half forward. Looking for a marker. Brewster's there. Takes the little basket mark. Chips into the pocket looking for a leading Lewis. And he's got it. 45-degree angle, 30 out.
And there's the problem. So it's the handover. So Mackay has to go to Bruce, and then Dyson Heppel gets caught with Mitch Lewis in the goal square, and Mitch Lewis just too good on the lead for Heppel.
Look at how that happened. I mean, it wasn't a fast bit of play, was it? But for Heppel to be caught one out on Mitch Lewis, it's a breakdown in the Dons team defence.
For the immediate response for the Hawks, tight angle, right forward pocket, the drop punt across the face. He misses left.
What are the thoughts, Paulie? Just the long sleeve in 29-degree heat.
Yeah, I mean, James Sicily's ditched it.
Yeah.
But, Jack Inneman's an anywhere, anytime, any temperature guy with a long sleeve around by the looks of it.
Gee, Nick Martin's just kicked the ground as the ball trickles away to centre field. Hand pass to Heppel. He was taken high, advantage applied. McGrath bouncing off half-back. Hand pass back to Martin. Dishes it away to Merritt. Hand pass to McGrath, and he kicks across the ground and finds Xavier Dersma in his new colours as he sends the ball down to half-forward for Essendon. Flying in the air is Hardwick, got fingertips to it, but it slips out of play. And a throw in half-forward for the Bombers. He's in that new role. Nick Martin out of defence, taking the kick-outs.
Yeah.
That's not the way he probably would have wanted to
No, he wouldn't want to start that way, but he was able to follow up and get the handball. But Essendon had the ball through the middle of the ground there. You've got to continue to go forward. They chip sideways, and that just allows this stoppage now.
Both rucks miss it. Scrimshaw comes up, can't gather it. Going in, Stringer. He knocks it out. Ball just bobbling about, trying to get it out. Newcomb eventually does. Dersma tries to pick it up, and Martin will end up with it for the Dons. Wheels and puts it on the boot. Eyes the goals and misses. Away to the right. 1-2-8 plays one behind. We've played 5.5 minutes opening term.
Oh, dangerous kick coming out of defence. Sicily turns it straight over. Nick Cox, the intercept mark. Left half forward, he's about 50 out. Cox trying to measure the pass, finds Peter Wright. Against the boundary line, left forward pocket, kick from 25 out.
Well, it's a smart kick, Paulie. So terrible by Sicily coming out of defence there. He kicks it straight to Nick Cox, but Cox then was patient. So Hawthorn pushed back, and they're clogging the corridor inside Essendon's forward 50. Peter Wright leads out wide. Now, it's a difficult shot, but it's maintaining possession for Essendon inside forward 50.
And he's certainly got this in his kit bag, Peter Wright, at his best.
Left forward pocket, right footer, drop punt. That is pure. Slices it straight through. And Essendon on top early. 2-2-14. Hawthorn one behind. The Dons by 13 points. 6 minutes travelled on Grandstand AFL.
Red hot start, isn't it? A hot day and hot footy. And just Bombers being able to commit numbers there. But that was just a mistake. I mean, James Sicily, the skipper, hasn't had a start to the season that he'd like to remember. Just obviously conceding that goal, which was a bit of a soft free kick, conceding that goal. And it doesn't look like his mind settled since then. They obviously came at him, and Guelphy's going to put a fair bit of work in him today. And we're just used to him kicking so well. That was just a shank. I think he almost kicked the ground and forced the turnover. And good to see Nick Cox back and started on the wing. I think the role that he played so well in his first year, but Bombers off to a really good start.
Get down to Jess Webster in a moment. Opening 2 goals, going the way of the Dons. Crooked bounce, favours Goldstein. Lays it down, but straight onto it, Newcomb for the Hawks. Zigs back into traffic. Gives it off to Nash. He'll chip into the pocket, looking for Lewis. Overshoots him. Bouncing ball, and Mackay sees it out. He's done the sash. Ben Mackay joining the Dons between the benches. Let's go downstairs, Jess Webster.
A familiar face for the Hawks fans has just run out onto the field. Jack Gunston, of course, who spent last year with Brisbane, the 3-time Hawks premiership player, started the game on the bench, and he ran out straight into the forward line, so keep an eye on him.
Thanks, Jess. Essendon win it from the stoppage. Hurried kick forward from the Bombers. Wright knocks it down to Jones. Hand pass away to Caldwell. Gets it back inboard to Nick Martin. Shoots a hand pass along the boundary line. Frost out to meet it. Can't trap it. Falls to Moore. He's tackled and dumped in the tackle. He'll receive a free kick here.
That was a good decision.
Caldwell on the tackle. The umpire says free kick for the Hawks.
Big effort from Dylan Moore. glandular fever only a couple of weeks ago, so it'll be underdone.
Comes inboard to Amon, kicks inside the forward pocket, flying for it. Dursman, no mark, falls to Ginnivan, tumbles a kick to the goal face. It bounces across the face and through for a minor score. Connor McDonald couldn't trap it. One more for the Hawks. They're two behind Essendon at 2-2-14. We're 8.5 minutes in.
Short kick in from Andy McGrath, spots up Redmond. Redmond wants to stab it short to Martin. Don's chipping it around inside the defensive 50.
Already just looking corridor, aren't they, the Bombers? Nick Martin, ball in good use his hands.
Just waits a kick into the middle of the ground, through the hands there of Langford. And now the Hawks are back on it. Nash, handball to D'Ambrosio. He knocks it into the middle of the ground. Newcomb onto it. He'll kick out to right half forward. Has a teammate out there in McDonald. He gathers the footy, looks into the pocket, trying to find a target in Gunston. And McGrath comes across and kills it out of play. Throwing in the right forward pocket.
Poor kick, and what we've seen already, only 6 games into the season, good teams make you pay on turnover, and the Bombers turned the ball over in a really dangerous spot there. The Hawks had players loose ahead of the ball. They just missed easy kicks, Rammer, that good teams don't.
10 minutes in, goals to Guelphy and Wright already for the Bombers, on top by a couple of goals. Boundary throw in, Nick Martin tackled by Ginnivan. He dropped at the knees, wanted a free kick for a high tackle. He won't get it. And a secondary ball up. 25 out from the Hawthorn goal at the city end. Ginnivan looking dangerous early. Goldstein wins the hit out, falls down to Durham, slick hand pass. Got it away to Perkins, kicks out of the defensive arc. Bouncing footy on the wing, there's a free.
That's shepherding against Guelphy. So Sicily was coming into that contest. Guelphy no eyes for the football. It's a clear free kick to Sicily.
Sicily dabs it short to Josh Ward in season number 3. Hand pass away to Scrimshaw. Sends the Hawks inside 50. They come from all directions. Hits the deck. Picked up by Moore. He's tackled immediately. Ump says, I'll have it. The ball up again. 25 out from the Hawks goal. Essendon by 12 points after 10 minutes.
Umpire puts it up quickly. Reeves hooking it down towards Ginnivan. Getting involved McKenzie. Shovels out a handball. Newcomb swivelling. His kick will go towards full forward. Over the head of the pack. Mackay was there. Dursma getting back. Rushes it through under pressure. A minor score. Essendon 2-2-14. Hawthorn 3 behinds. We've played 10.5 in this opening stanza. This old rivalry with the new chapter.
If you're just looking around the stands and up to the sky, you're mistaken for thinking it's day 2 of the Boxing Day test or something. There's a
beautiful day.
Great crowd in, not a cloud in the sky. Playing surface looks tremendous.
Can we have football like this every day?
Oh. Yeah. 29 degrees.
Shorts, T-shirt.
Get out of cricket mode, Paul. I know you were in New Zealand last week. Come on.
Yeah, he was in a puffer jacket in New Zealand.
The Bombers working up the halfway. Merritt kicks beyond the wing to Durham. Hand pass back to Merritt. He's under pressure. Ward picks off the footy. Sidesteps Durham. Hand pass to Nash. Feeds a hand pass forward for the Hawks. Here's McDonald. Shakes a would-be tackle from Redmond. Goes short across the ground to Newcomb. Moves it inside 50 quickly. Hits up Nash. He marks right on the 50-metre arc. Ginnivan's on in the pocket. Kick heads in his direction. Guinea's got it. Right forward pocket up against the fence in front of the Hawks race.
Well, it's really good patience by the Hawks. So Mackay had dropped back inside forward 50. So if they bombed the ball long, he was going to take that mark. So Nash took the mark right on 50 and just waited for his teammates to come. Ginnivan finally got there. Tough shot here in the right forward pocket.
It's a perfect start for him, wouldn't it?
He's
right
going to
his crowd.
Hook it around on the left peg. His kick is gone. Ginnivan the Hawk turns straight to the crowd and says, look at my colourful stripes. From black and white to now the brown and gold. And Jack Ginnivan kicks Hawthorn's first of the day. And first of the season, for that matter. 12 minutes into the opening term. Essendon by 5. 1-3-9 the Hawks. The Bombers 2-2-14. And would it be anybody else but Jack Ginnivan to kick Hawthorn's first in 2024?
Oh, he's looking dangerous too, isn't he? That's his 5th possession. So leading all comers on the ground. We know this is not new. This is a guy who knows how to find space. He reads the game really well. That was an opportunity on a turnover. Much better ball use from there from the Hawks. They picked their way through the Bombers team defence on the turnover by short kick. Warple involved. He's had a strong start to this game. Nash with a lovely kick inside 50 to Ginnivan, and perfect start in front of his home crowd. What was that celebration, Ram? Was that a salute? Was that not sure. Army salute or something?
I've got to be honest, I don't love that from him.
Joel in the ruck.
He's a better player than that.
Soccering it on there, Nash. The Dons back onto it though. Perkins gets it away to Setterfield. Clearing kick out towards the wing. And Kelly's able to mark. in the shaved, or going with the shaved bonds in the sunshine on the logo here for the Dons. Chisels a ball out towards Menzies, who marks at left half forward. 2 kicks from goal. Sends Essendon inside 50, looking for a leading Langford. He marks 49 out, 45-degree angle left half forward. Does he have it in him?
No.
So he'll just set it up towards the top of the goal square. Massive pack form, spills down. Gresham shovels it out to Guelphy. Back to Gresham. Away to Menzies, jams it on the boot. Across the face, bouncing ball. Wright keeps it alive, flicks it back in. Dersma, handball away to Redmond. Run down. Might have been caught holding the ball. Play on, says the umpire. Chol now a fumble. He's tackled quickly. He's wrapped up by Gresham, and a ball up at full forward here for the Dons.
Almost forward pressure's good. Luke Bruce should have got a free kick there for holding the ball against Redmond. Redmond tried, missed the football altogether. That's holding the ball. That's prior opportunity.
Umpire tosses it up. Chol wins the hit out and then soccers it away for the Hawks. Picked up, not quite, by Perkins, and then lays a big tackle on Moore. The ump says it's all okay and there's a ball up. How about Matthew Nichols, by the way? Let's be honest, he's follically challenged. Is wearing a cap.
Yeah, beautiful.
Well, I haven't seen that too often, but I don't mind it. The field umpire rolling with the baseball cap. Here's Chol from the restarted halfback, palms it down. Warple, hurried kick forward for the Hawks. Spills through to Lewis. Hand pass on to Moore. Under pressure, gave it to Gunston. Had it, gives it off to Ginnivan. Hurried kick forward, finds Bruce. Forward of the wing for the Hawks.
Yeah, he's going to hold it up. Nick Martin back.
He sends it into the forward pocket. McDonald tracking it back, unable to run it in, and it tumbles out. We'll get a throw in 40 around from the attacking goal for the Hawks.
It's much better defence by Essendon, and that's been an issue of years previous where they get that mark in opposition and they turn around and there's no Essendon player there. That time there was 2 waiting for him.
Chol wins the tap straight down to Nash. Feeds back a handball to McDonald. Handball for Impey. Left half forward here for the Hawks. The Dons are there. They work it out. Setterfield to Martin. He'll kick around the wing. Forward of the logo. Punched away there by Frost. Onto it, Scrimshaw for Hawthorn. Handball back to Hardwick. Chips a kick up towards the wing. Dangerous kick. Turnover. Mark taken by Setterfield for Essendon.
This is where you want to go quick. Yeah. Turnover in the front half.
Former Blue Bagger, former Giant. Now at his 3rd club. 2nd year with the Bombers. Sends it down to half forward. Jones the target. Crashed the pack. No mark. And in the end, Scrimshaw sees it out.
And he was really important for him, Will Setterfield, before he was injured last year. When he got injured, it changed the whole dynamic of Essendon's midfield. He's a taller midfield with a defensive mind, and that's really important when you're playing with a Zach Merritt and a Darcy Parish. You need that element of defence in your midfield.
Boundary throw in between wing and half forward for the Bombers. Wright had first hands on it, but spills through Hawthorn's way. McKenzie tackled, dispossessed, comes out to Warple. Southern wing collects for the Hawks. Turns and kicks down to half forward. Redmond there with Moore. Moore, a little shove in the back. Free kick for Redmond. We'll get it at half-back for the Bombers. Standalone Saturday afternoon footy in round 1. Great to have you with us on ABC Radio and ABC Sport. Essendon 2-2-14, Hawthorn 1-3-9. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Jess Webster on the boundary, and our grandstand AFL experts Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Yeah, we mentioned the Guelphy role on Sicily at one end. It looks like Dylan Moore's going to try and spend a bit of time with Mason Redmond. We know how damaging he could be with the footy.
Dons working it down the great southern stand wing. Here's the enigmatic Stringer. Kicking long to full forward, looking for Peter Wright. Guelphy there too. And Guelphy at the back comes down with the footy deep in the right forward pocket for Essendon.
Yeah, and it's a challenge for Sicily. I love Sicily as a player, how he comes off his opponent and he's able to intercept mark. But this is Guelphy's 2nd shot at goal now in this quarter. He's going to pass it off.
He wants to kick infield back to Stringer.
But you've still got to give some respect and attention to your direct opponent, particularly when the ball's coming in high and long inside forward 50.
Yeah, he wasn't anywhere near him then. You won't like the look of that replay, James Sicily. And you're just looking around for your teammates to help and support.
That's what you don't want to see from the captain, him pointing, saying, cover off for me. But Sicily's got to get back himself and cover.
45 metres out in a contract year. Slight angle to the right. Jake Stringer's drop punt is straight through the middle. Essendon are rolling early. They're 3-2-20 Hawthorn 139. 18 minutes played in this opening term on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
So where the Bombers are sort of controlling at the moment is marks. It's 16-9 in the Bombers' favour. So what they're trying to play as quickly as possible. Ballie's mentioned that a couple of times, but they're playing quick through mark and then through a handball. So they're trying to break the game up that way rather than mark, go back, kick over the mark. Then looking inside their forward 50, they've got space because their players are moving, and that's confusing the Hawthorn defence at the moment.
Thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas alongside Luke Ball, Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Jess Webster on the boundary. Bright sunshine, not a cloud in the sky. And the Red Sharon whacked into the turf at the restart. It's Reeves and Goldstein who go at it. Spills down in front of Perkins, through the boot at it. DeSocker's at 10 metres forward. Gresham almost stood on the footy. Still hunting it. Gresham now inside 50. Paddles it out in front. Runs out of room. Pursued by Impey. Good footy all round. The Essendon fans like that. And forward 50 stoppage for the Dons.
That's where all these new players, you are early days, having moved, you're looking to endear yourself to your new fans, and efforts like that will certainly go a long way. Jade Gresham, he looks pretty sharp at the start of this game.
450 stoppage for Essendon. Flicking it down Reeves, onto it quickly, McDonald, handball away to Hardwick, under pressure from Stringer, rolling him like a crocodile. Jakey Stringer, and we'll get a ball up, left forward pocket here for Essendon. They lead by 11. Reeves slaps it boundary side. Gresham hunting it. He's bundled out by Hardwick. We'll go again. I don't know about you guys, but something about the Red Sharon just feels so pure.
I don't see it too often.
Yeah, very rare.
140, quite the 2 p.m. Saturday, Arvo, was it? But as good as we're going to do these days, you get the sense. 145.
If you had a choice between a yellow and a red, I'm taking the yellow. Taking the red every time.
Boundary throw in, forward pocket for the Bombers. Reeves grabs it out of the ruck and just says, get it out of here, as he pumps it into the centre square. No mark, spills through to Goldstein, his direct opponent. Hand pass to Redmond, gives it off to Hempel, gets a hurry on into Bruce. Chase down tackle. Ball spits out wide. McGrath, hand pass to Cox. Hooks a kick down the wing for the Dons through the fingertips of Perkins. Caldwell can't trap it. Nick Martin's there. It's all red and black. Hand pass forward to Perkins. Unkind bounce, and Newcomb's onto it. Hand pass away to the back flank for Weddle. He sends the Hawks down the wing. Pack forms in front of the interchange. Hands to it from Reid. No mark. Spills it straight into the path of Luke Bruce. Kicks to a one-on-one inside 50. Hands to it. Gunston takes the mark. Reid's at best in a one-on-one with Mackay. And Gunston can shoot here from 50 at right half forward.
Oh, it was a brilliant kick, wasn't it, for Luke Bruce? Yeah. His old mate, he's going to get it back here.
He is. Stabs it short. And Bruce marks. So still 45-degree angle, but only about 35 out.
The old mate's just waxing.
Yeah, it was terrific by Gunston, because Gunston was pointing.
Yep.
And when you've got that synergy from so many years of playing football together, super kick by Luke Bruce.
In the shadows, the grandstand on the northern side. Luke Bruce starts it out to the left. Can't squeeze it through. And behind. Hawthorn are 1-4, Essendon are 3-2. It's the Bombers by 10 points. 22 minutes in on Grandstand AFL.
He doesn't miss too many. Luke Bruce kicked 3 goals in this fixture last year. McGrath with the kick in for Essendon. Sends it up towards the wing. Kelly spoils it down. Out the back for Caldwell. Onto the loose footy. Handball to Langford. Back to Redmond. Essendon with it on the wing. He'll send it long in the Stringer direction. Tries to knock it on. Does so cleverly. Gresham runs onto it. He'll chip it short. Looking for Jones. Can't quite. Ball goes out the back, and Guelphy carries it out. Deep in the left forward pocket for Essendon. They lead by 10 points. 5.5 to play in this opening stanza.
Meant that, Jakey Stringer.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. It was unselfish by Stringer. Just a little knock on just to get Gresham out.
Bombers by 10. Time on opening term. Another forward 50 stoppage. Reeves, the taller man against Langford, palms it down and straight into the lap of McDonald, who's clobbered high in the tackle from Caldwell. Virtually at fullback for the Hawks. Shifts it to the left back pocket for Carl Amon. Second-year Hawk.
It's a great kick.
Finds Reeves all alone at centre-half back. Weddle wanted it by hand. Reeves kicks it himself further afield to Gunston. He marks in the middle of the G. Hand pass back to Weddle, who's off and running. Kicks out to half forward, and there's more. Hands to it. Takes the mark. Gets up, wants to go. Hand pass back to Weddle. Made it tough for him. Closed down by 3 Bombers. Hand pass goes back here to D'Ambrosio. Spears the pass straight to Gunston. That was a bullet off the left peg of Massimo D'Ambrosio.
It's good footy, isn't it? Just all the ball was in motion, wasn't it? It was kick. It wasn't kamikaze stuff, but started by that beautiful kick into the ruckman Reeves through the centre of the ground, and then Weddle using his athleticism. And good to see D'Ambrosio against his old team involved.
After 1 year at a third club, he's back home with the Hawks. Jack Gunston, his kick sails goalward, but it's out to the left.
Yeah, just that with Weddle from half back, and then he's getting the ball again at half forward. It's terrific running.
Essendon leading by 9 points. He reminds me a little bit of the Lizard, Nick Blakey, in the way he goes about it.
Doesn't have quite those short steps, does he? A bit more of a bit rangier, but yeah, not a bad comp.
Merritt with the kick into a contest on the wing and how to play. Sorry, Bull.
Yeah, no, just saying that when you look at this young talent, Weddle and McDonald and McKenzie and
Will
Ward, Will Day who's not
yeah.
playing. Yeah, there's some real running power in this Hawks team. Connor Nash.
Connor McDonald.
Throw in. High half forward for the Hawks. Reeves and Goldstein. Goldstein wins the tap. Onto it, McKenzie. He's tackled by Goldstein, loses it. Setterfield comes away with a good kick for Guelphy.
Kick the first of the day, Matt Guelphy. Turns, heads down to half forward. Langford, the target out the back. Oh, Stringer, who takes the mark. Too much on the kick. Stringer at left half forward. 55 out. The crowd calling for him just to load up and head for home. He does just that. Stringer with the long-range bomb. Finds a home for it. And the package is delivering early. He's got 2 in this opening term. Essendon 4-2-26. Hawthorn 1-5-11. The Dons by 15 points. 25 gone opening quarter.
Well, a confident Jake Stringer, as we know, is one of the better players in the competition. So he probably took that mark about 53 metres. And he played it smart because he waited for the runners all to go past. And then he knew he could creep a little bit and then step off his mark. And he got the distance quite easily in the end. So he looks sharp early, Stringer. His movement looks really, really good.
Dare I say it, he's playing like a man who's out of contract at season's end.
Well, whatever motivates you, Benny.
Yeah.
Like Goldstein's involvement. He only had the 2 handballs goal, so he's having an impact, I feel like, around the clearance, and then his follow-up tackle there helped turn the ball over that set up that goal.
4 goals to 1 in the opening term for Essendon. Goldstein winning the tap, but Warple goes and gets it. Handball back into the middle. Merritt fumbles, allows in Reeves with the tackle. Handball goes straight to Ginnivan. Turns and kicks the Hawks inside 50. Bouncing ball for Gunston. Can't trap it. Goes and gets it a second time. He's tackled quickly. Ball back in the middle of the ground. Onto it there, Caldwell. Handball away to Martin. Now the Dons out on the southern wing.
Hand pass finds Kelly. Hand pass off to the running Redmond. 2 bounces between wing and half forward. Kick straight into oncoming traffic. Redmond goes back, collects again. He's under pressure. Hand pass back into dispute. Ginnivan keeps his feet in all of that as a heap of other players hit the deck. Hand pass to Impey. Squeeze the kick down the wing for Hawthorn. Over the top of it, Warple. He goes to ground. Setterfield stays up. Wins it for Essendon. Hand pass away to Reed. Gives it to Nick Martin. His kick a turnover. Impey takes the intercept mark at half back. A bit of mid-march footy there.
That was close. That was nearly 50 metres against Caldwell. He was late on the scene and little just tug of the jumper.
Impey's kick, a weighted ball, a good one for D'Ambrosio. Sure keen to show Essendon today what they hadn't let go. Playing against the old mob. On the centre line, wide out. On the southern wing, kicks long to a contest half forward. No one able to mark. Kelly coughs it up. Coming away with it, Bruce to Ginnivan. Runs inside 50. Handball misses Bruce. Bruce runs into trouble. Back to Ginnivan. Left forward pocket. Handball to Nash. Time to steady. Wants to pirouette. Full 360. Snaps and misses.
Gee.
How'd they not kick one there?
Oh, well, Bruce, Ginnivan and Nash all had opportunities to kick the goal, but they're all trying to be too unselfish.
Yeah, they were. None of them committed to a disposal, did they? They ended up stuffing it up.
Essendon by 14. McGrath took on one too many. Got a hand pass away, set up by Nichols. Warple grabs the footy, heads for home himself, bangs it through. Warple gets one back for the Hawks. And the ferocious forward 50. Pressure from the Hawthorn small forwards forced the turnover. It's Essendon by 8. 28 gone in the opening term. The Bombers 4-2-26, Hawthorn 2-6-18. Luke Ball and Adam Romanascus.
That was more like it, wasn't it, James Warple? I mean, great pressure from the Joel, who's had a bit of a shaky start, fumbled a couple of balls, but that'll get him into the game. And again, you're looking at ways to endear yourself to your new fans. A great run-down chase, and James Warple just picked it up and said, no, I'm not going to give this off. I see the goals, and banged it through from 40. So the Hawks' turn to get one off the turnover. And you felt like they deserved that, don't you? The game's been tighter than the scoreboard showed. Yeah,
Nash should have kicked the early up, just where the behind was kicked, and then, great pressure, great forward pressure by the Hawks.
A restart in the middle, Goldstein laying it down, but straight to Warple, the goal kicker. Newcomb coughs it up, onto it Merritt. Don's back the other way, Perkins driving ball inside 50. Good mark, Frost, defensively for Hawthorn. Kicks up the middle, spots up Warple. Right on his defensive arc, gives it to Weddle. Handball to McKenzie. Here go the Hawks up the corridor. Gives it back to Weddle eventually. Attacking edge of the square. Looks for Scholl in the pocket. And Scholl marks on the end of it. Coast to coast. 40 metres out, 45-degree angle.
Hawthorn fans are going to see Josh Weddle do that for the next 10, 15 years. He is a super fit athlete. And again, he gets the first handball at centre-half back. Gets the second handball just forward to centre, and then able to deliver a beautiful pass inside forward 50 to Joel.
Just great flow going through the mullet as he streams through the middle of...
Nice curly mullet too.
A bit ginger too, like the old number 23 who's sitting in the box next to us, just smiling on.
Here is
beautiful athlete.
Mabior Chol, right side for a left footer. Trying to become a Hawk through and through. He puts it across the face. A little bit of late swing away. 2-7 Hawthorn. That makes up 19. Essendon 4-2-26.
On the flip side, that'll concern Brad Scott. The amount of times that the Bombers, certainly in the last 10 minutes, have been able to transition the ball through the middle of the ground with ease, really.
Dons by 7. Redmond long out to half-back. Right, clever. Knocks it down to Merritt's advantage. Hand pass to Perkins. Back to right. Hooks a kick down the wing, but a turnover. And Impey takes the intercept mark. Hawks lock it in their front half. Impey pumps it back down to half-forward. They come from all directions. Peter Wright. And Mackay, in fact, from the back said, I wanted that, and puts his hands to it, takes the mark. That's a really good intercept mark. He's going to get 52 as there's a bit of afters. Benny Mackay, 8th season, played in 8 wins. Hand pass away to Merritt, kicks inside 50, and time will beat Essendon on their latest thrust. And it's quarter time. One term in the books for both the Hawks and the Bombers in season 2024. It's Essendon who lead it by 7. The Bombers 4-2-26, Hawthorn at 2-7-19. A 7-point lead for the Dons. Jake Stringer's got a couple. One for Peter Wright, and Matt Guelphy kicked the first of the game. While for Hawthorn, James Warple has one, and Jack Ginnivan has the other. His first goal in his new colours. The SMS number is 0437774774. Lou says not the red Sharon, but the red Faulkner.
The Ross Faulkner.
Not sure about that.
With the Burley, was it in WA?
Yeah. We're two West Aussies, so we like the yellow football, don't we?
I was going to say the Burley was always yellow in the
Burley was a slightly different shape.
It was.
A bit fatter, I reckon, wasn't it?
Yep. Good.
I agree. Also, we had one. It might have just disappeared. There was one here basically inquiring about. Here we go. Yeah, hi fellas. I just turned on the radio and I thought Mick Martin used to play for North Melbourne. What's going on? Has he been resurrected from Joe? No, that is Nick Martin, N-I-C-K, as opposed to M-I-C-K.
N-I-C.
N-I-C.
Yeah, okay. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And there's also, I think, Mick Martin had a Y, didn't he? And this Martin has an I, so in his name. Also, they're not doppelgangers, so they don't sort of look similar. Nick Martin for the Bombers and Mick Martin, of course.
Nick Martin had a very distinctive look, it's fair to say.
for the Roos and the Blues. The thoughts of Adam Romanascus and Luke Ball coming up on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. This is Grandstand AFL.
G'day, this is Becky Cole inviting you to join me each week for Saturday Night Country. For more than 30 years, we've been playing the best in Australian country music, as well as the overseas artists that you know and love. So whether it's the classic tunes that you grew up with, the best new releases, or the interviews of your favourite acts, you'll find it all on Saturday Night Country. Saturday Night Country. Hear it anytime on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Moves it inside 50 quickly. It's up Nash. He marks right on the 50-metre arc. Ginnivan's on in the pocket. Kick heads in his direction. Ginny's got it. Right forward pocket up against the fence in front of the Hawks race. He's going to hook it around on the left peg. His kick is gone. Ginnivan the Hawk.
Here's the enigmatic Stringer. Kicking long to full forward. Looking for Peter Wright. Guelphy there too. And Guelphy at the back. Comes down with the footy deep in the right forward pocket for Essendon. Wants to kick infield, back to Stringer. Slight angle to the right. Jake Stringer's drop punt is straight through the middle.
Matt Guelphy turns, heads down to half forward. Langford the target out the back. That was Stringer who takes the mark. Too much on the kick. Stringer at left half forward. 55 out. Crowd calling for him just to load up and head behind. He does just that. Stringer with the long range ball. McGrath took on one too many. Got a hand pass away, set up by Nichols. Warple grabs the footy, heads for home himself, bangs it through. Warple gets one back for the Hawks.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Quarter time at the G, Saturday afternoon footy in round one. How good is it to have the footy back? 0437 774 774, the SMS number. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron calling the footy. Jess Webster on the boundary. Essendon by 7 points, 4-2-26, lead the Hawks 2-7-19. Premiership players, our grandstand AFL experts, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas with their thoughts to quarter time.
Oh, well, it was a good opening quarter. I think Essendon, you can see what they're trying. They're trying to move the ball from the back half of the ground with absolute speed. They want to mark, then give handball and keep the flow of the game going as quickly as forward as they possibly can. So that's Nick Martin coming off halfback. That's Mason Redmond coming off halfback. Andy McGrath coming off halfback with speed. So, but at times what's happened is they've gone sideways, and then that stopped the flow. So they've had, for that quarter, it's 14 inside 50s apiece. So it felt like Essendon had more of the ball inside their forward half of the ground. But in saying that, I thought Hawthorn held up pretty well, all things considered. So the key matchup for Hawthorn at the moment is the Sicily and Guelphy matchup. So Guelphy has kicked the goal. He gave off another one to Jake Stringer in that first quarter. So if you looked at that matchup in isolation, you would say Guelphy was on top. We're so used to seeing Sicily intercept mark, really control how he wants to shift and move the opposition's forward line. But Guelphy's making him think about it. Hawthorn, on the other hand, I thought early in that quarter, Essendon were right on top, but then they settled back into the game. And they settled back into the game through contest to start that quarter. Essendon were well on top. Hawthorn now have evened the numbers up, 31 contested possessions apiece, and they ended up only being one behind in clearances. So once they settled into the quarter, they're getting their forwards really high up the ground, trying to get Essendon out the back with a couple of their quicker players. Ginnivan, Bruce, Watson is yet to touch the football, but he'll come into that. Dylan Moore is working his way up the ground. So look, reasonably even quarter. It'll say Essendon's leading on the scoreboard, but it's 9 scoring shots to 6 in Hawthorn's favour.
Yeah, I thought the Hawks in the last 15 minutes of that quarter really not dominated, but got the game on their terms. And we mentioned it towards the end there. There were some really concerning signs, which I'm sure Brad Scott would have addressed in terms of defending the field. And Hawthorn, I can think of 3 times, and Weddle's been really a standout, been able to transition the ball from back half to a shot on goal almost untouched through the middle of the ground. So they need to tidy that up, the Bombers, and it has been a bit of a weakness over the last few years as they've progressed through their ability to defend the ground. I thought the Hawks really got the game on their terms, just didn't convert, had plenty of opportunities. 2 goals 7, 4 goals 2. That's really the difference in the game at the moment.
Essendon leading by 7 points at the opening change. Back in the middle, bounce underway. Goldstein slapping it down onto it, Merritt. Trying to knock it on towards Durham. Eventually picking it up, Warple. Handball away, Caldwell steals it. Essendon back in possession. 1-2 Merritt to Goldstein, nowhere to go. Stops on a dime, he'll kick out towards the wing. Looking for Caldwell, coming across. Eamon punches it down. Caldwell goes back after it, soccers it on. Here is Nick Martin, not to be confused with Mick Martin, slapping it on. And a high free kick in amongst all of that. It'll go the way of the Hawks and be taken by McDonald. We'll have it in the shadows. Both teams at the quarter-time break standing in the shadows of the grandstand on the members' wing. 29 degrees and very warm here at the MCG.
Hawks now through Impey, kicks down for Lewis, takes a juggled mark in front of the interchange.
Ben Mackay happy for Mitch Lewis to go up to the wing to receive it.
Or Lewis into the middle of the ground, hits up Moore, who marks and immediately moves it on, looks for Ginnivan, gets there on the hop, unkind bounce, falls to Gunston, slick hands, out to Ward. Ward links up back with Moore, right forward pocket, bends it through for the first and a second term. And the Hawks cut Essendon's lead to 1. 70 seconds into the second quarter, and Dylan Moore kicks their first goal of the term. 3-7-25, Essendon 4-2-26. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
I mentioned Ben Mackay, Ramo. If you're going to allow Mitch Lewis to get up the ground and sit back in the defensive 50, you've got to make sure you impact. If they do get the ball forward, is at +1. It was a lovely kick from Lewis. He could have gone back down the line. He would have been kicking it to his direct opponent, but he took a bit of a risk, kicked the ball inside, and it just opened up the whole ground. And it was a little bit of a sloppy forward entry, but they just had the numbers. And we mentioned the dangerous forwards. I don't think I mentioned Dylan Moore. He's coming off a terrific year, isn't he, Ramo? We know he's such a consistent player, such a hard worker, and he does look like he's got the Redmond matchup. So to hit the scoreboard against a player like Mason Redmond is a really good start, really good sign.
Playing a 46th straight game today. Essendon out of the middle, coming away with it. Merritt, it'll come back.
How is that not advantage?
Well, I think the decision paid by the out-of-zone umpire was one of those technical ones, Ramo. So no advantage allowed when it's a out-of-zone free kick, but a bit stiff there, wasn't he, Zach Merritt, because he was streaming forward out of the centre.
So Durham with the free kick in the middle. This away from Seymour.
Interesting rules still in our game.
Sends it long inside 50 for Essendon. Punching it away, Hardwick onto it. There, Raymond. Handball away to D'Ambrosio. Hooks across the body, clearing kick. Mark taken there by McDonald. Has it at left half back for Hawthorn. Lots of these young Hawks with little mullets.
He's Connor McDonald on bright yellow boots, kicks in front of the interchange. Gunston, one grab, couldn't complete the mark, spills through to Nick Martin, hand pass away to McGrath, now to Durham, trying to pick up the footy at his bootlaces, got it to McGrath, slick hands to Caldwell, and now to Cox. His kick skids its way through to half-back, and D'Ambrosio chops it off, looks back inboard, wanted Ginnivan, Redmond attacks it from the other direction, half-volley effort, knocks it to Perkins, hand pass to Heppel. Back of the centre circles, kicks Essendon over halfway, nice half-volley pick up from Gresham, kicks straight down the spine to the skipper.
This is Ginnivan does so many things well, but that's a 50-50 ball there, right on the wing. Now, you want to do the celebrations and the like, you've got to at least half that contest. So Redmond just went harder at the ball. Ginnivan lets him go through, transfer to the middle of the ground. Zach Merritt having a shot at goal.
Oh, no, he's not.
No, he's not.
Pulls out on that and hits up Stringer, who came bursting out from the goal square. He marks closer to home, 25 out, dead in front.
Oh, what a kick. And the Hawks' defence asleep there. But
that was a laser.
It was a beautiful, wasn't it? Absolute laser. The golfers was a stinger, wasn't it? That real low, just bullet. And Stringer was awake to it, so that'll disappoint Sam Mitchell.
Jake Stringer. Stringer, kick 2 in the opening term. Early in the second, he hits the post. Gee, should have thrown it over from there. Essendon by a couple of points, 4-3-27. Hawthorn 3-7-25. 4.5 gone in the second term.
Slowish start, Zach Merritt, but he's up to 11 possessions and already had a lot of space this quarter. It's a bit of a watch. Just watching Ramo, I think is it Nash might have the matchup at the moment, but certainly not a hard tag. And young Finn McGuinness is just sitting there in the green vest on the bench. I wonder if that's up their sleeve.
Hawks chipping it around. Eventually Hardwick looks longer out towards right half back. Spots up Ward. Chips it over the top. Here's Weddle running down the great southern stand wing. Stabs it onto the chest of Bruce. Plays on. Runs into trouble. Now has to feed a handball. Weddle's run on. Runs inside 50 and misses right. Would have been a nice finish.
Bad luck. Jeez,
on a marauding run down the great southern stand wing.
It's power run.
It is. He ran away. He ran away from Peter Wright, and then Jade Gresham just couldn't go with him. He just ran past 3 guys. He's I'm going to keep saying it. He's a superb athlete.
Yeah, it's not pure speed. It's just pure work rate. He's just outworking his direct opponent.
Redmond to Reid, kicks straight down the pot to Martin, who marks inside the centre square. Swings it out wide for Kelly. She drew some contact, but D'Ambrosio takes the intercept mark in front of him. Hawthorn back with it. Impey on the back flank, dangerous kick, broken up by Nick Martin. Ball hits the deck, Essendon win it. Guelphy, Hampas back to Martin. Centre half forward, Hampas inside 50. D'Ambrosio, clean pickup. One-handed, wrote the contact, gives it to McKenzie, the Hawks away.
He kicks up to Lewis, forward of the wing. High half forward for Hawthorn. Wheels and looks long. Has Watson down there, the Wizard goes up, can't take the mark. Bruce trying to rove. And now Essendon come up with it. Mackay to McGrath, away to Redmond, right back pocket, back to McGrath. Running the boundary, he'll kick infield, good kick to Merritt.
Great kick.
1 point Essendon's lead, they've got the footy at right half back.
Merritt coming off a career year, his first as captain. The All-Australian team last year. Hand pass away to McGrath. Another of the Bombers off contract. Gives it to Menzies. Kicks down to half forward. Pack forms. Punched away by the Dons. Find the safety of the boundary line. And a throw-in half forward for Essendon.
I thought Nick Watson was going to sit on Ben Mackay's shoulders when that ball went inside forward 50.
Maybe just the difference between under 18 footy and senior footy there, Ramo. I think last year he would have taken mark of the year, but
it does look diminutive out there, Watson. Reeves laying it down straight to the front. Lots of players on it.
He's making Andy McGrath look tall.
Yeah. Good to get a read what I'd look like out there, Rama.
You'd be smaller than Nick Watson.
No, tower over him. From the ball up, Goldstein winning the tap. Bounces back to Reeves, dribbles it forward. Onto it, Redmond nearly run down. Squeezes a kick forward. Out of play, throw in. Right half forward here for Essendon. They hold a 1 point lead. Going on off the ball here, and a free kick picked out to Newcomb.
Redmond, it's just responding to a bit of push and shove and got Newcomb high. A bit undisciplined.
And Newcomb short to Nash, who marks defensive side of the wing, kicks down the boundary line, finds McDonald. The shadows of the grandstand on the northern side, beneath our commentary position, in front of the Bombers bench. Essendon by 1. They did lead by as many as 15 in the opening quarter. We've now travelled 8 minutes into the second. Kicks into the pocket, and an intercept mark for Ben Mackay. New recruit for the Bombers. Hits up Kelly at centre half back. Essendon switch play out to the southern side of the ground, and Peter Wright takes the mark, and now there's going to be 50 here. Just cruising into the protected zone. Josh Ward wasn't close enough, trying to man up on a runaway Dersma.
How close do you have to be there, Corp?
No, I think closer than that, don't you? He was, you know, it was a bit stiff.
Well, he is following his direct opponent. Like, okay, he's 5 or 6 metres off, but it's not like he's trying not to.
No impact either. I mean, otherwise the opponent would have got it.
Right kicks laterally. Goldstein, 55 out, sidesteps his man Bruce. Looks to full forward with a long kick. Up they go, no mark. Off hands, Weddle roving. And what a Hardwick runs back into traffic. Chips it short, and Ward has it. Right back pocket for the Hawks.
Yeah, they're queuing up out here. He did. He went back into traffic, as you said, Hardwick. Anyway, the switch is on.
So Ward switches it. McDonald marks in the left back pocket. Releases Amon with the handball, who chips it over the top. Gunston on the wing.
Hand pass back to McDonald. Keeps on moving.
They got numbers here, Hawthorn.
Heads down to Newcomb in that famous Hawthorn number 3. Sweeping hand pass out in front of McDonald. Had to wait for it. 4 Bombers converge on him. Gets it back to Newcomb. Tries to wrong foot Redmond. Still goes off his right peg. Kicks for Lewis. Back in the hole. Good intercept mark. And again, it's Mackay.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
He's had, 3 intercept marks in the last few moments of this game, either side of quarter time. Starting to make an impact for his new team. Short kick to McGrath. Finds Nick Martin, and now to Dersma. And Essendon move it up to halfway. Kelly marks in front of the interchange gates.
Some tired players. The ball's pinging up and down here a bit, Rama. Hasn't been a shot on goal for a while.
One's hot day. You need a basketball timeout just to get a breath.
Kelly on the left. Waits a kick to half forward. Jones rising high. Hand to it. Doesn't complete it. Down at ground level, Guelphy shovels it out. Newcomb there for Hawthorn. Someone taken high and amongst all of that. It'll come back and go to Newcomb, who, I must say, Rammer and Borley is looking jacked. Has not missed the weights room in the summer. John Newcomb
coming off a best and fairest super year. Just becoming a a star player in the competition, isn't he?
Kick sideways.
He's just that inside-outside mid. No, he's not a... When he came, it was a pure inside mid where he was a tackling machine. Now he can find the ball on the outside.
Ginnivan on the wing, kicks around the members' wing for the Hawks. Lewis bringing it down in front, roving Warple, squeezes out a kick forward.
Tumbling ball picked up by Nick Martin. Rides a tackle from Bruce. Hand pass to McGrath. Gives it to Mackay under pressure. Hand pass away in the little 1-2 there. Finds Setterfield. Setterfield, high bomb down the wing. Scrimshaw puts his fist through it, close to the boundary line. Mackenzie's hand pass knocked down by Cox. Just a boundary throwing.
Just watching Harry Jones the last 5 or 6 minutes. He's only had the one possession for the game. He's the player that Essendon really need to come on this year as a forward. And Peter Wright, he's a best and fairest winner, 50-plus goals. If they can get Harry Jones as that next forward, they'll be very happy, the Bombers.
Goldstein, a clever little tap. D'Ambrosio can't quite gather it. Essendon get it moving forward through Perkins, but the Hawks are back on it. Here's D'Ambrosio again, left foot kick around the boundary, out on the full. And so the Dons to get it back. McGrath have the kick at right half back. They led it by a point, 4-3, place 3-8.
McGrath, short inboard to Nick Martin.
It's just slowed down the last couple of minutes, Paulie. That was a fairly frenetic pace the first quarter, the first part of this second quarter. It's just slowed down now.
Well, Martin, dangerous kick. Can't get it to his intended target. Nash, the intercept. 70 out the Hawks against the boundary line. Hand pass to Bruce. Kicks inside 50. Hands to it. No mark. There's a whistle. It's a free. It's Essendon's ball. And Cox is infringed upon. Pushed out in a marking contest. He'll get it. Fullback for Essendon. Swings it to Dersma. Hand pass away to Heppel, and the Dons are out of the defensive arc. Kelly takes the mark at half back. It's Essendon by a point. 12 minutes gone. Second quarter. 28 degrees on our way to 29 in Melbourne today.
We're up beneath the Shane Warne stand. Chips it short to Perkins. Backward of the logo.
That's to be a good kick.
Bites off the switch for Stringer. Can't quite complete it. Gathers at ground level on the bounce. Dribbles it out in front of Martin. He'll gather on the wing for Essendon. Wheels and kicks long into the pocket. Looking for a marker. Punched away by Impey. Towards the boundary line. Out it goes. Throw in right forward pocket. Still the Dons by a point. And another forward thrust.
Voice of Ben Cameron. Corbin Middlemass. Jess Webster on the boundary. Our Grandstand AFL experts. Premiership players Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas. Grandstand AFL on ABC Sport from the boundary throw-in. Chol in front. Knocks it down. No clean takeaway. Over at Impey, he's bowled out of the way. Still no clean pick up of the footy. Gresham is clean. Sells a dummy. Kicks from one forward pocket to the other. Puts it out on the full. Did the hard work, couldn't finish. In the end, it was a nice chase down tackle from Weddle as well, just to affect that kick. So right back pocket. The Hawks will get it again through Scrimshaw. Just the one goal in the quarter, which is 13 minutes old. That went to Dylan Moore. After Essendon led by as many as 15 points in the first term, they lead by one now, 14 gone in this second quarter.
Yeah, just the one goal, not a lot of stoppages, only the 5 or 6 stoppages for the quarter, so they'll certainly be looking for half-time, both these teams.
On the wing, Ginnivan hacks it into the middle of the ground. McDonald picks it up for the Hawks at half-back. Away to Warple.
They're looking for half-time, but we're only halfway through the quarter.
Yeah. Ward marks. He'll run it down the southern wing. Gives it off to Gunston.
Great kick.
Great kick for Ginnivan. He marks on his chest. Has a man Bruce in the pocket. Sliding in, he marks. Low down. 45-degree angle to the right.
Well, it's almost perfect ball movement. You know, look where. So Gunston takes it out wide. Back inside to right on true half-forward flank to Ginnivan. Goes into an open forward line where Bruce can get plenty of separation on his opponent. Terrific play.
Usually a dead eye. Luke Bruce to hand the Hawks the lead. He can't do it. He can only level it. 4-3-27, place 3-9-27. Nearly at the quarter-hour mark of this second term here on Grandstand AFL.
Oh, dangerous kick out. Redmond misread at centre half back, mopped up by Cox. Essendon get it out of the defensive arc. Short to Kelly. His kick not a good one. It's a turnover. Moore picks it up for Hawthorn. Hand pass to Warple. Back inside 50. Chol takes the mark. 20 out. Straight in front. And Mariol Chol has a chance to go back and put his first through for the Hawks.
Look, great pressure by the Hawks to create that turnover. But sometimes in football, because you train so much now to try to maintain possession, The old just kick the ball and get it out of danger. That sort of kick's almost lost in football now, Bully. Jake Kelly there, rather than this little short kick, he needed to just blast that 50 metres in Essendon's direction.
Mabior Chol at his third club in 4 years. Number 18 on his back. He moves in, the left footer just pokes at it and misses. Never looked like he was going to kick that on the approach. It's a minor score. It's enough for Hawthorn to snatch the lead. The Hawks in front by a point. They've had a few opportunities here. They're 3-10. Essendon are 4-3. Hawthorn by 1. Those in front for the first time today. 16 gone in the second.
McGrath runs to the pocket. Sends it as long as he can in the right direction. Brought down in front, going after it. Reeves, he's wrapped up quickly. Jess Webster.
A concern down here on the Bombers bench for Zach Reid has just headed down the race with the trainers. He came to the bench and pointed to his left hamstring, so going down into the rooms to be assessed now.
Reeves the tap, it's straight to Setterfield. Handball out to Warple, trying to run away from Merritt. Held in, says the umpire. Another ball up. Left half forward for the Hawks, who have the momentum at the moment.
That hamstring surgery last year, Zach Reid, he really hasn't had a run at it. Just this is his 9th game since being drafted 4 years ago from the restart. McKenzie puts the Hawks inside 50, tapped down by Mackay. That's clever. To the advantage of Redmond. Hand pass to McGrath, kicks out to half-back. Jones, a little fumble, made it tough for Dersma. Back to Jones, he's tackled. Caught, umpire says, ball up. If there was such thing as a team holding the ball, that would probably be it. But
it was really good by Frost. It's just that closing speed. And then the pressure then from Hawthorn, they drive the ball back in their forward 50 just through tackle.
Ball up half forward for the Hawks. Right winning the tap. Onto it, Warple. Will turn and kick towards full forward. Show launching. Crashing the pack and marking.
Got it.
What a grab. He glided over the pack and came down with the footy.
And is now, with Zach Reid going down, it forces Nick Cox to go to Mabior Chol. Nick Cox is a tall player, but doesn't play key position.
Back, so I mean, he should be licking his lips here, Mabior Chol, and he has to go. They have to get some reward for effort here. The Hawks have certainly had the better of this first half of the quarter.
As Corbin mentioned, former Tiger, former Sun, that relaxed approach. Welcome to the brown and gold. Cho slots it. And Hawthorn lead by 7 points. 4:10:34 plays 4:3:27. 18 minutes into the second term. Two premiership players, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Yeah, and you mentioned that was set up by the closing speed of Sam Frost. So the Bombers looked like they were out there, and there was plenty of space on the open side to attack from their back half. And that's Frost one wood, isn't it? His closing speed. And you mentioned Harrison Jones. You just can't get away from him at the moment. So shut that down, and then the follow-up effort to chase, tackle, pressure, lock the ball in their front half, get the stoppage. Warple is having an impact. Drives the ball inside 50 and Chol that time. Terrific mark, contested mark.
I just love Hawthorn's forward pressure. It's been on show in this second quarter where, through their pressure, then tackle, they drove the ball 15 metres backwards, back into their favour.
Hawks by 7, out of the middle. Merritt just taps it to the advantage of Goldstein. Hand pass away to Perkins, handball out wide for Kelly. Shakes the would-be tackle from Ginnivan. He was caught high in it. And Kelly's going to go back and take his kick just forward of the wing. Just repeating that news from Jess Webster, a suspected left hamstring for Zach Reid, having that assessed downstairs. Short to Gresham, short to Goldstein. Big Goldie marks at left half forward. But his whole career so far for North Melbourne, 315 games. Now at 35 years of age, a debut for a second club. Great placement, fine stringer. And for the second time in the quarter, he marks 20 out, virtually straight in front. And he'll have a chance to go through and knock through his third.
That's twice, you're right. The ball's just been chipped to 25 metres out directly in front. Pretty well 2 uncontested marks for Drake Stringer, so just disappointing from a Hawthorn point of view. They can undo their good work. Stringer let them off the hook last time by hitting the post. He surely wouldn't do it this time.
Stringer, he kicked 2 in the first quarter. Jake Stringer, he's now got 3. Before half-time, in a walk year, he is strutting. Jake Stringer, 5-3-33. Hawthorn, 4-10-34. The Hawks by a point. 20 minutes gone, second term.
And he's really their only winner up forward, Jake Stringer. So, we've mentioned Harrison Jones. Frost is doing a really good job on him. Peter Wright really can't get into it too much. Kyle Langford hasn't touched the ball in this quarter. McKenzie hasn't been able to get near it. So it's Jake Stringer or bust at the moment for the Bombers when they're taking the ball forward. So they need to find some other winners forward of the ball, Essendon. But that's credit to Hawthorn's defence. They're really well organised at the moment. So you've got sort of Sicily now trying to stand next to Stringer with that matchup. Guelphy's sort of then going to stand next to him again. They don't want Scrimshaw on Jake Stringer, Hawthorn.
Ends a run of 3 consecutive goals for the Hawks. Out of the middle go Hawthorn, though. Kick to full forward. And Mackay's there to take the defensive mark for Essendon.
Been good, Mackay. This quarter, he's really held up. Third, I think, or maybe fourth now. Intercept mark from a Hawthorn inside 50.
Wearing the number 32. And a chip laterally to the left-back pocket. Taken there by McGrath. The Essendon vice-captain. In the Brownlow votes in this fixture last year. Goes long to the logo. Big pack forms down in front to Ambrosio. Handball to Warple. Quickly go the Hawks. Here's Weddle driving it long towards full forward. Bruce able to bring it down. Ginnivan twisting, turning, shrugging, snapping, goaling. His second. And he's filling out the number 33 beautifully. Looked like Cyril there. And Hawthorn are back out by 7 points. 5-10-40 plays 5-3-33. 4 minutes to go in this second term.
Jess Webster on the boundary.
Zach Reeder's just re-emerged on the Bombers bench. They're just massaging his left hamstring at the moment, so it might just be cramp, but certainly a lot of concerned faces from the physio and doctors down here on the bench, so we're keeping a watchful eye.
Yeah, see, so it's a really good, dangerous kick inside Hawthorn's forward 50. But it's Andy McGrath there who was responsible for Ginnivan. Just absolute no body contact. Ginnivan's too good inside forward 50 when he gets those little opportunities. So Hawthorn should be really happy with that side of Ginnivan's game to start his Hawks career.
Premiership Magpie on debut for his new club. Out of the middle, Hawthorn with more go forward. Warple to McKenzie, kicks to the hot spot. Good mark, Heppel. Takes the intercept grab for Essendon. He goes very short to Nick Martin.
It's just that's a nothing kick, that one. Like, I don't want the responsibility, you take it.
Let's see what Martin can do, trying to exit defensive 50. Essendon under pressure. Impey breaks it up. Ball hits the deck. D'Ambrosio after it. Hand pass to Moore. He's inside 50 for the Hawks. Looks for Joel. Standing in front of him, the Wizard Watson. No mark. Ball hits the deck. Heppel's hand pass broken up. Moore had it, lost it. Ginnivan clever. Gave it to the Wizard. Oh, he hits the post. Gee, I thought from the right forward pocket that was going to be his introduction. And Nick Watson not quite. That would have got the Hawthorn fans out of their seat.
Only his first kick for the quarter. He's just struggling just to find his spot in that forward line. I mean, it's
what is he?
Working well at the moment, isn't it? But in there, he got in the way a bit of Chol. It'll take time.
Hawks by 8 points, 3 minutes before half-time.
That underage level, Nick Watson played a lot as a sort of a leading, almost full forward.
The kick from Merritt, chopped off there by Lewis, punches it out.
So it's simply going to be, well, you got to crumb, you got to put pressure on initially, because to try be a leading forward at 168 centimetres in the AFL is going to be tricky early in your career.
It's completely dominating field position here. 15 inside 50s to 6. The Hawks.
Goldstein the tap. Warple onto it. He's clattered into. Might have won a free kick. Go the other way, in fact.
Yeah. That was red hot.
Well, he just dropped it in the tackle, really.
A free kick going to Perkins for Essendon. Stabs it short to McGrath. Marks on the logo. Runs and kicks long towards Peter Wright. Marks on the attacking 50.
He's got the distance.
Peter Wright pointing long.
Oh, there's a chip.
Looking like he will go back and kick for the sticks.
That was just an easy little chip over the top to Dersma that he completely ignored. So he's confident.
I like that play from Andy McGrath. Inside kick to him, turn and go, face the game, go straight away and open up the ground. He's having an impact. He's at 12 possessions for the quarter, McGrath.
Peter Wright from well outside 50. Could not have hit it better. Has the journey and then some. His second. And it brings Essendon back within 2 points. 6-3-39, plays 5-11-41. 25 and a half minutes into the second term.
Yeah, he's having an impact. You mentioned McGrath, the previous goal with Ginnivan, just getting a bit lost at the fall of the ball, but he's certainly under the pump too. 15 inside 50s again. It's having an impact for the Bombers. 20 up to 20 possessions. Him and Nick McGrath 17. So that tells you something, doesn't it? The Bombers, 2 key possession winners are the halfback flankers. They've been under the pump a bit this quarter, but he didn't think then, did he? Took the mark, turned and faced the game straight away and drove forward. Other times they've been caught going wide or chipping sideways, went forward and got the ball down, gave his big forward a chance, one-on-one, and beautiful finish from Peter Wright.
Best and fairest winner from 2022, Peter Wright, with a couple of goals already. Goldstein rucking in the middle, wins the hit out. Newcomb with it, had the blinkers on. Merritt came and got him.
That wasn't in Zach Merritt's game for the last couple of years, but last year and now it's just brilliant.
Playing the footy of his career, hits up Durham, hand pass to McGrath, ugly kick inside 50. Stringer's hand pass couldn't find the target. Hawks win it back. Sicily to Frost, now to Hardwick. Back pocket, long kick to Watson. Picked 5 in last year's national draft. Nick Watson, a 19-year-old, has it against the boundary line. Right half back. The Hawks by 2 points, 27 travelled second quarter.
So the pint-sized magician, a long way from goal. Sends it up towards Chol, who will win a free kick. Ball tumbles on and the Dons players will leave it. They'll have to come all the way back to Chol from Gunston. Chol on the wing, bites off the kick into the middle of the ground. Spots up Weddle. Handball away to McKenzie. Through the attacking edge of the square, looking for Ginnivan. One hand to it, drops the mark. Dersma there to mop up for Essendon, away to Martin. Lateral kick, out towards Redmond. And he's able to claim it. Cox, in fact, takes the mark at left half back.
Cox moves it further afield. There's Redmond now, who takes the mark. He's got the shaved bonds. Raised $50,000 for Challenge the Children with Cancer charity, and what a great effort that was to be able to raise much needed funds in the off-season. That's why he's sporting the Buzz Cup. And after his kick was looking for Gresham, it was broken up by Frost and out of bounds, a throw-in on the southern wing. Hawks by a couple of points, 28 minutes gone in the second term as we tick towards half-time. The SMS number 0437 774 774.
Throwing on the southern wing. Goldstein punches it on. Getting onto it, Gresham. Wrapped up quickly by Impey. Held in, says the umpire.
It's been a good battle, Impey and Gresham. Gresham was on top in that first quarter. I think Impey's come right back into it now in this second quarter.
Goldstein, silver service for Merritt. Kicks inside 50, right launching. Then Roves gets rid of it. Quick little shot on goal from Menzies, a good one. Outside of the right boot. He snaps it through. And Essendon reclaim the lead right on the stroke of half-time. Jess Webster downstairs.
Zach Reid on the Bombers bench has just received treatment on his left hamstring, as we mentioned. He's sitting in the front row, appears to be moving okay, but I think they'll just do some more assessments at halftime. The Bombers aren't prepared to rule him out just yet, so we'll wait and see what the outcome is after halftime.
And this is what happens, Rammers, and when you don't get bang for your buck, for your effort, the Hawks, as we spoke about, really dominated the first 20 minutes of this quarter. Didn't capitalise on the scoreboard and just left the door open a bit. You spoke about the Bombers needing to find some more contributors forward to the ball. Well, good opportunity there for young Menzies, who we know needs to get into the game from a pressure point of view. That's his role within the team. But nice crumb there, right, bringing the ball to ground, and a nice finish.
Talk more about Zach Reid as well at halftime. That's a fascinating subplot unfolding down there from the centre. Perkins soccers it out of the centre square. Weddle grabs it under pressure, gets boot the ball, but it goes laterally towards the boundary line. Is he going to be in trouble? No. Kept alive by Guelphy. Cox, short kick. Finds Langford. Are they going to pay a mark there? Surely not. Not 15. He's tackled and will have a ball up. Left forward pocket, City end for Essendon.
Just need to hold up here, the Bombers. Don't want to concede 2 in the last minute. Sorry, the Hawks, that is.
10 ticks left on the clock in the first half. Goldstein palms it down. Amon for Hawthorn. Hand pass away to Impey. And he can clear the danger. Kicks out to half-back. Chol punches it away. Loose footy on the southern wing, and that'll do us. One half in the books for 2024 for Essendon and Hawthorn, and at half-time it is the Bombers by 4 points. A game with a couple of lead changes. They both came in that second term, and at half-time it's Essendon 7-3-45 leading Hawthorn 5-11-41. The goal kickers, Jake Stringer the standout. He has 3, 2 for Peter Wright and then 1 for Guelphy and 1 for Menzies. Meanwhile for Hawthorn, Jack Ginnivan has a couple. He's kicked 1 in each quarter, and then singles for Warple, Moore and Scholl. Standalone Saturday afternoon footy, big crowd, 28 degrees, barely a cloud in the sky at the MCG. What a great way to start Saturday afternoon footy in round 1. Still to come later today in the twilight, GWS and North Melbourne. Josh Kelly celebrating his 200th game. And then tonight, the Cats and the Saints down at the Cattery, Cardinia Park, unveiling the new Joel Selwood stand. And on the glitter strip on the Gold Coast, the Suns up against the Crows.
Sorry, Corbs, this is fascinating, just watching Zach Reid now. He's joining back in the team. He did one sort of run through to test the hamstring out. By all looks, he's going to play this second half. So I think the doctors are giving him the all clear to continue on, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I'd be more cautious than not with Zach Reid.
So this is a guy, top 10 pick in 2020. He was part of the reason.
And he looked good in the first half.
He did. Part of the compensation with Joe Danaher heading north. So he had hamstring surgery last year. This is only his 9th game in his 4th season. He's played in 1 win and hasn't played since Ben Rutten's final game in charge, which was round 23, 2022. I'm interested to hear in the postscript, and hopefully he's fit and ready to go in the second half. But given the soft tissue injuries he's had, we hear all the time about phantom injuries and whether perhaps he felt something go, or whether it is cramp. It's a hot day, but gee, it's early for that. And hopefully, fingers crossed for, I think, all footy fans, not just Essendon fans, hope that Zach Reid can get a run at it as a top talent from a few years back. It's half-time. It's Essendon by 4 points. The thoughts of Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Entertaining, Rama, really entertaining half of footy. And it was a bit helter-skelter, that one, that quarter, wasn't it? And we think that the weather's going to play its part as the game goes on. But like we spoke about, it was really dominated by the Hawks. They were able to control field position. It was their pressure. They won clearance. Warple got going out of the middle, Newcomb, and underneath the big fella in the ruck, and their forward pressure was really great and allowed them to repeat inside 50 entries. They just weren't able to finish off their work and capitalise. Chol missed an easy shot at goal. He kicked one, but missed an easy one. In the end, Mackay stood up that quarter, took 3 or 4 marks that repelled some of the Hawks inside 50 work. But when that happens, as we spoke about, with some of these younger teams, they leave the door open a little bit, and the Bombers were able just to hang in there. I thought McGrath, their leaders, McGrath had 12 possessions for the quarter. Merritt had a pretty good quarter himself, and Nick Martin, who's an emerging leader as well, were just able to hang in there, and they were able to hit the scoreboard late. And really what should be 16 scoring shots to 10, what should be probably a 2 or 3 goal Hawthorn lead at half time. The Bombers go in 4 points up, but really it's a pretty even contest, isn't it? You sort of wouldn't say that either team has looked like separating themselves from the other in that first half.
Yeah, and I think both teams have had their moments where you sort of thought, they could run away here and put on 5 or 6 goals really quickly and sort of open the game up. But to both teams' credit, when they have felt like the opposition have had a run, they've tightened right up in defence. So you mentioned Ben Mackay there, some really good marks, but it's Essendon's half-backs, I think, that would be causing the most concern for Sam Mitchell. McGrath, Martin and Redmond, they're the 3 Essendon leading possession winners in that first half, 21, 18 and 15 respectively. That's where Essendon are getting their drive. It's not Zach Merritt in the middle of the ground necessarily. That's been the dominant player for Hawthorn. Hawthorn are leading that inside 50 count by 5, 29 to 24. So getting the opportunities. Where Hawthorn are creating opportunities is through their forward half pressure, through forward half turnover, going back the other way, catching Essendon's defence out. Weddle's been terrific with his run and carry off halfback for Hawthorn, but he's been the only one for Hawthorn that you've really gone, gee, look at that run. Like Impey's got his hands full with Gresham at the moment, because Impey's the other one that does run and carry the football, but he had to quieten Gresham down after the start that Gresham had. So, look, good half of football, but you could see that both teams needed the break.
Both teams been pretty well served by their new recruits, haven't they? I mean, Jack Ginnivan's looked the most dangerous forward on the ground, really. He really has. And what's he had? 14 possessions. Yeah, that's right. And 7 score involvements. When the ball is in his hands, forward or centre, usually something happens, and you probably can't say that about all their forwards. So he's looked dangerous. D'Ambrosio's had some good moments as well in his new team. And then from the Bombers' point of view, we spoke about Mackay. And Gresham's looked dangerous at times. Dersma's been played out in the wing, probably struggled to get in the game a little bit. But yeah, all in all, both teams been pretty well served by their new recruits. And Gold, so I think Gold's it's been a really good battle in the ruck, hasn't it, against the young Reeves from the Hawks. So that Reeves, he's not a high possession winner, isn't it? But was able to get his hands going through the middle part of that quarter. They certainly got on top around the clearance. But Goldstein's looked he's looked like. Looked pretty evergreen, hasn't he? Certainly hasn't looked like he's lost a yard if he had one. Big Todd, he's looked pretty good. So good tight contest, obviously reflected by the scoreboard. The Hawks didn't take their chances that quarter and let the door open for the Bombers, and they were good enough to hit the scoreboard late. So good tight contest at half time. Yeah,
Mackay's been the pick of the Essendon 4 recruits. Yep. And then I agree with Ginnivan and D'Ambrosio.
He's had some really good moments, yeah.
And he's an interesting one where we mentioned during the call. He was actually offered a contract by Essendon, was given a 1-year deal, and Hawthorn offered him 2. And so he said, well, yeah, I'll take the job security and go and try and have a crack at Hawthorn.
But also, if you look at Essendon's, what they're going to do across half-back.
Martin McGrath, that's right.
Opportunity would have been limited, so he made the right decision.
No doubt, and he's had a great half of footy here. Just on Zach Reid, so left hamstring awareness. He came off latter stages of that second term, rejoined the group, got into a slow jog before making his way off at half-time. So big watch on him. It is the Bombers by 4 points at half-time. More from Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas coming up. Jess Webster on the boundary, Ben Cameron and myself, Corbin Middlemass, calling the footy. All right, second half action, not too far away. Essendon lead it by 4 points. We'll be back with all of that in just a moment. But first, the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. The federal government has hired dozens of extra lawyers as it looks to have some people released from indefinite immigration detention redetained following a High Court ruling. Here's political reporter Matthew Dorn.
It's been months since the highest court in the land ruled that indefinite detention of people who cannot be deported was unlawful, overturning 2 decades of legal precedent. The release of convicted murderers, rapists and kidnappers has caused plenty of headaches for the government, which is now promising greater transparency on how many of the 149 people are still subject to electronic monitoring bracelets, with data to be published monthly. The government's hired an extra 46 lawyers as it seeks to get some of the people released locked back up under its new preventative detention regime, but it won't say how many people that will affect.
The leaders of Germany, France and Poland have agreed to step up the purchase and production of weapons for Ukraine to use in its fight against the Russian invasion. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz says allies of Ukraine will establish a coalition to supply Kyiv with long-range artillery. The French President, Emmanuel Macron, says Europe must support Ukraine to prevent the conflict from spreading.
C'est notre sécurité, notre avenir qui se joue également en Ukraine.
It's our future, our security which is at stake in Ukraine. We are doing this out of solidarity for the people of Ukraine whose territorial integrity is being threatened. And we are doing it because the security of Europeans and of us is at stake in Ukraine.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he's approved plans for an assault against Hamas in the southern Gaza city of Rafah. US President Joe Biden has been urging Israel to reconsider the offensive, warning the moving in now would be catastrophic for Palestinian civilians. US National Security Advisor John Kirby says they want to see a real plan to help civilians escape the fighting.
The United States can't support an operation in Rafah that doesn't include a executable plan for the safety and security of the 1.5 million Gazan refugees that are down there at Rafah. That has to be factored in and baked in and has to be accommodated. That's our view.
The new US envoy to Sudan says he sees signs that regional powers are ready to help end the conflict there. Tom Perello says Sudan could become a failed state within weeks if the fighting between the Sudanese army and the paramilitary rapid support forces doesn't end. Mr. Perello says the US has been pressuring regional leaders to push for peace.
I think what we are seeing is many of those in the region who have been involved, not always constructively, in some cases quite destructively, are realizing that they've helped light a fire that is going to burn everybody involved in this.
Donald Trump's former Vice President Mike Pence says he won't be endorsing his former boss to be president. The BBC's Will Vernon reports.
Mike Pence served Donald Trump faithfully as vice president before the two men fell out spectacularly 3 years ago, when Mr. Pence refused his boss's demand to reject the 2020 presidential election results. Instead, Mike Pence certified Joe Biden's victory. In an interview with Fox News, the former vice president said he made his choice not only based on the events of 3 years ago, but also over profound policy differences between him and Donald Trump.
Two top Brazilian military leaders have testified that former President Jair Bolsonaro presented them with a plan to remain in power after he lost the 2022 elections. The former Army and Air Force commanders say they warned Mr. Bolsonaro they would arrest him if he tried to carry out the plan. It's the first time the former president's been directly accused in taking part in an alleged conspiracy to keep his rival, current President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, from taking power. Queenslanders are voting today in local council elections. Two state by-elections are also taking place at Inala and Ipswich West. Both are safe Labor seats. Inala was held recently by retired former Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk, who took over the electorate from her father Henry in 2006. Ms Palaszczuk was at a polling station this morning with Labor candidate Margie Nightingale.
Well, I'm going to give her the same advice that my father gave me, and that is whoever comes through your door always comes there for a reason, and to treat everyone with respect and to make sure that you really listen because they've come to you for help. So if Margie does that, she'll be a very, very good local member.
And artist Judy Naden has been announced as the winner of the Bald Archie Prize at a ceremony in Canberra. The winning portrait of the satirical competition is of Australian professional soccer player Sam Kerr. ABC News.
This Thursday night kicks off a big weekend of footy. And you can listen big on the ABC Listen app. AFL, NRL, and ABC Sport brings you the match between the Socceroos and Lebanon.
Good ball into the box, laid off the chest nicely. Jamie McLaren's there for the hat-trick.
The World Cup qualifier, Australia and Lebanon.
Ryan Grant heads across goal, Jamie McLaren heads it in.
Hear it live, Thursday night on the ABC Listen app. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Lewis in the middle of the ground, hits up Moore, who marks and immediately moves it on. Looks for Ginnivan, gets there on the hop, unkind bounce. Falls to Gunston, slick hands, out to Ward. Ward links up back with Moore, right forward pocket, bends it through for the first and a second turn.
Ball up half forward for the Hawks. Right winning the tap, onto a Warple. Will turn and kick towards full forward. Show launching, crashing the pack and marking. Got it. Former Tiger, former Sun. That relaxed approach. Welcome to the brown and gold. Show slots it. Here's Weddle driving it long towards full forward. Bruce able to bring it down. Ginnivan twisting, turning, shrugging, snapping, goaling. His second. And he's filling out the number 33 beautifully. Goldstein, silver service for Merritt, kicks inside 50, right, launching. Then Robes gets rid of it. Quick little shot on goal from Menzies, a good one. Outside of the right boot, he snaps it through. And Essendon reclaim the lead right on the stroke of halftime.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the second term. It is Essendon by 4 points at halftime. They kicked 3 of the last 4 in the quarter. There were a couple of lead changes in the second quarter alone. Essendon led the match by as many as 15 late in the first. Hawthorn led for large periods of the second. And at halftime, it's the Bombers by 4 points. Corbin Middlemouse alongside Ben Cameron, Jess Webster on the boundary, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball, your commentary team. glorious Saturday afternoon at the G. It is currently 29 degrees, Ben, which is the forecast top. The Oz kickers are out there having a bit of kick to kick, and you'd think there'd be 60, 65,000 in the house, maybe upwards of that.
I always love the way that you turn and look at your smartwatch when you're checking the temperature, Corbin, but it feels like it should at the start of a season, I feel. The beautiful month of March, weather-wise here in Melbourne, is always tremendous. Lots of people in attendance in the Red Sharon and virtually a 2 o'clock start, which I know you love, Rami. You're big on the fact that we need to protect the primacy of the 2 o'clock Saturday slot for families to come along to, aren't you?
Oh, I think it's particularly this time of the year when the weather is so good still that families, as you're getting into the twilight games and then obviously the night game, it does get late for kids, and that's, families want to come and be together at the football. So I would love the AFL to really protect this time slot as much as they possibly can, because the reality is this is still when the grand final is played at this time. So we're saying on one hand that time is really important, but then on the other hand, in the season, are we saying that time's really important?
What's interesting, pretty much every important game's played at night apart from the grand final, isn't it? Just on the Hawthorn and Essendon game as a round one concept, I know
I love it. Yeah. I think it's a great idea. Anytime that you can create interest from fans about your round one opponent, you're going to get a lot of people that want to attend the game. So it looks like it's 60 odd at the moment, maybe, Corb. So the crowd is good. And it's been a good contest.
It's what I like about Saturday afternoon too. It's a great slot for something like this, where you have traditional rivals but aren't necessarily towards the pointy end of the competition right now. So I get that you want to load up Thursday night, Friday nights, all the rest of it. But what a great time slot to put two teams that bring a lot of tradition against one another in this particular slot and make something of it. Let us know what you think. 0437 774 774, the SMS number. Available through the Best of ABC Sport folder in the podcast store. You can find AFL Saturday with myself, Mick Malthouse, and Luke Ball from earlier today. Our special guest was the AFL Chief Executive, Andrew Dillon. Lots of questions around Tasmania, of course, with the big announcement to be made on Monday. Tassie to unveil their mascot name, their logo, and their colours, which I think everybody thinks is going to be the Devils and has been reported as such in numerous media outlets.
If it's not the Devils, I'll be floored.
What about the jumper, though?
State jumper by the sounds of things. How do we feel about that?
I love it.
Come on.
I don't mind that.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, I think they've got to... maybe they can wear that every now and then, retro round, but we need a new beginning.
I think you've got to get a jumper that the supporters go, that's our jumper straight away. And that Tassie jumper is the state's jumper. So if that's what they want to wear and that's going to make the Tasmanians feel like it's their team straight away, I'm all for it.
Maybe they'll meet you sort of halfway. I wouldn't be surprised if it's sort of the same colours. Maybe they have the map of Tasmania on the front with sort of a devil down in the bottom right corner or something of the like. Wouldn't surprise me.
Well, I mean, the good thing about the last two new teams we had, GWS nailed it by being orange and charcoal. We've just got another red, yellow and blue team out of the Gold Coast. So at least with Tassie coming in, if they do go green, we haven't got a green side in the competition. That's
and the other part is too, they've got to capture the imagination. So you got to remember, there's 550, 600,000 Tasmanians. They're going to get members straight up. So people are going to go, yes, this is my team. I want to join.
Yep, and I need to give up my allegiances for the club I'm currently with. So good point, Rama. The twilight today, GWS up against North Melbourne at Sydney Showground. Is anyone able to make a case for the Roos here?
I think I can make an improved case for the Roos, but I can't make a case for them to win.
Like what we saw in the scratch matches, I really like what we started to see, and we speak about this young core who have got the talent, but also the go about it the right way to really drive them up the ladder. And we've seen that a bit with the Hawks today. So, but the Giants look pretty sleek, didn't they?
It's the challenge for North Melbourne now, not to just give the kids games for the sake of going, I've got to get 50 games into them. Like everyone says, let's just get 50 games into them. You've got to get 50 sort of decent games into them, not just gift them 50 and then go, they're going to be a good player now. Doesn't work that way.
They've been talking about North Ball through George Wardlaw over the summer, so maybe they could play on Baz Ball a bit more by saying, look, the outcome doesn't matter, we'll just go out there and play the right way.
What about, I'm fairly certain Boomer on Thursday night was explaining to me that Clarkson told the team, North Ball, meaning like North have the ball, and shortened it, and George Wardlaw thought it meant kind of like Bazball, North Ball, and that's how it's come to pass. It was a miscommunication.
That might be a good story when they hold the cup up in 3 or 4 years' time. That's where it all started.
The two games tonight, Geelong, up against St Kilda. That's at Kardinia Park. And then the match between Gold Coast and Adelaide, which starts just after 8 o'clock Australian Eastern Daylight Time. That's a pretty juicy match too, the Suns and the Crows.
So no Zach Green.
Well, Elijah Sardis has come on. So
Jess Webster is on the boundary. Jess.
Essendon have made that decision at half-time. Zach Reid ruled out of the game with hamstring awareness, and as you've touched on, Elijah Sardis comes into the game for the Bombers.
So hamstring awareness. Thanks, Jess. Second half is upon us. Zach Reid's out of the game. The Bombers on top by 4. Here's Ben Cameron.
Goldstein trying to take it out of the ruck, loses possession. Onto it, Merritt. Paddling, Warple beats him to it. Handball out to Newcomb. Handball for Nash, overshoots him. Coming through D'Ambrosio. Runs into a tackle, gets out of handball. Now coming through again, Newcomb. Warple trying to track it. The Dons are there. Sardis immediately into the action. Now they work it out through Durham. Handball away towards Merritt. Forward of the wing. Steps back inside on his left. Kick inside 50. Can't find Menzie. Punching it away, Sicily. Late closing. Out towards half-back, and McDonald there to mop up. Handball to Scrimshaw. Hawks down the members' wing.
Scrimshaw, hand pass back to D'Ambrosio. Plenty of hang time in the kick. Can't get to the drop. McDonald lets it bounce, runs onto it. Big fend off into the chest of Heppel. Swings a left footer back inboard, but Kelly takes the intercept mark for Essendon. Bombers back the other way. Short kick to Perkins. Bit more midfield time for him in the pre-season. Played every game last year. Another in a contract year. Archie Perkins goes short to Merritt. The skipper from one side of the centre square to the other. To another off-contract Bomber and McGrath. Kicks from the logo of the southern wing. Out to Langford and a one-on-one. He's beaten hands down, and Hardwick holds him out, takes the intercept mark, left half back for the Hawks.
Can't find a way into the game. Kyle Langford, their best forward last year, definitely 50-goal season. No impact on this game to this point.
Goes short to Nash. He goes laterally to Wimpy. Former Port Adelaide player at the Hawks. Has found a happy home at Hawthorn. Goes back to Frost, who stabs it all the way back to fullback and Sicily. Sicily chips it short. D'Ambrosio, he'll wheel and go. Short little low kick, trying to get it onto the chest of Eamon. Can't mark. Follows up. Draws the player. Gives it back to D'Ambrosio. Tight roping the boundary line. Chips it for Chol. Punching it away. There, Kelly. Wide footy on the wing. Mackay going after it. And then going back to Kelly, who will kick around the wing.
High up and under. Frost in the box seat takes the intercept. In fact, Sicily, in the box seat takes the intercept mark. He goes short to Scrimshaw. Hand pass into the sunshine for Impey. 29 degrees in Melbourne. Red Sheeran out. Great kick. Impey releases. Ginnivan, out downhill. Takes the mark. Plays on. Neat left footer onto the chest of Chol. He marks back in the corridor. 35 out straight in front.
I'm just trying to work out what the matchup is for Chol. So at the first centre bounce of the second half, Heppel was on Mabior Chol. Then it passed over to Jake Kelly. Then on that occasion, it was Todd Goldstein who was running next to Mabior Chol. So they just look a little bit disorganised at the moment. So a real opportunity for Chol in the opening minutes of this quarter to hit the scoreboard.
He's kicked one. Missed another he probably should have put through. Mabior Chol on debut for the Hawks. That's better. Hawks back on top. And Hawthorn land the first punch of the second half. He's got a couple. Hawthorn moved to 6-11-47. Essendon 7-3-45. The Hawks by 2. 3 gone, third term.
Yeah, nice finish from Chol. Ginnivan involved again. That's his ninth score involvement. Or 8th score involvement with 2 goals himself. He's the one, isn't he, for the Hawks? But again, that transition, Rammer, that the Bombers just can't get that team defence right. So Sicily takes the intercept mark across half-back, looks inside, and there's 3 Hawks queuing up by themselves. And then they transfer the ball over to the fat side of the ground, Ginnivan getting out the back, as he so often does, which is a really smart play. And they basically go coast to coast again for a goal.
See again here. So you've got Nick Cox standing up on a wing, and you've got Dyson Heppel again lining up on Mabior Chol. So that needs to swap straight away.
Is that Jake Kelly? Surely Jake Kelly takes the matchup from Dyson Heppel.
Restart in the middle. Going after it, Durham. Still fighting after it. Put his head over the footy. Perkins runs away with it, sidesteps his man, kicks the Dons to the pocket and finds the chest of Menzies. Had to just protect the drop and did so well. He marks 25 out, slight angle to the left.
Just out of the centre bounce there. It's been a really good battle like we spoke about in the centre bounce. Both teams have had their periods of ascendancy. We know that you get a quick, deep centre bounce entry. Usually you get a one-on-one, and Menzies the beneficiary here.
Menzies on the set shot, it's a shocker. Flares it out to the right, doesn't even make it out of bounds on the full, stays in play. Live ball right forward pocket for Essendon. Hawthorn through hands, sorted out. An aim on the clearing kick. His is a shocker, and he'll turn it over straight onto the chest of Perkins.
That was a bad one from Amon.
Just a bit lazy.
Yeah, it looked casual, didn't it?
Did, yeah. I mean, that's one spot you don't want to be lazy or casual. It's deep in defence like that.
The thought was right where he was going, and just the execution of how he kicked that football. It came off the side of his boot, and Essendon had three there. They were lining up, waiting for that kick.
So Archie Perkins, 3 goals in the corresponding fixture last year. Well, they boot the ball from just beyond the arc. The drop punt is straight through. He wrestles back the lead for Essendon. They're out by 4 points. 8-3, 51 plays 6-11, 47. 2 premiership players, Luke Wall, Adam Ramanauskas.
It's a good setup. That's how you want your defenders or your midfielders to be setting up if the ball is coming out of your forward 50. So he's got time here, Amon. It's just really poor execution on the kick. And Essendon had Zach Merritt, Nick Martin or Archie Perkins all could have marked that football. So just poor execution. But it's now because of the weather and the warm weather in Melbourne, this second half, Paulie, I think will come down to who's the fitter team. That will be evident late in this quarter and then probably halfway through the fourth quarter. Can you keep running? Can you keep running to support your teammates?
One of 5 to have played every game last year, Archie Perkins. 16 and a goal for him this afternoon so far. Don's back in front by 4. No clean takeaway in the middle. On hands and knees, Setterfield hands it out. Great work from Ward. Wins it back from Gresham.
Well done. Good vision.
Hawthorn with it. Hands it to McKenzie. Comes wide to Newcomb. Short kick finds McDonald. And marks in the shade. And shadows from the northern grandstands. Saturday afternoon footy at the G. Round 1 with all clubs involved after the opening round 0 last week. We'll get to see 2 new teams today and the remaining 8 across the weekend. Kick from Impey down towards half forward and in the end collected by Lewis on the bounce. He's seen out of play by Mackay. We'll have a throw in here in front of the Essendon race. Bombers have made their sub, hamstring awareness for Zach Reid. Looked like there was half a chance he may come back out and continue, but he's been packed up. They've taken the cautious approach, so Elijah Sardis is into the game in the famous number 5.
Reeves palms it down in front for Warple. Quick snap inside 50 for the Hawks. Bouncing ball, Gunston gathers. Handball to Lewis. Spends it before he has it. Spits out towards Newcomb. Handball for Warple. Nearly missed his fist. Tumbles out, throw in. 40 around from the attacking goal for the Hawks. Essendon by 4. 4 lead changes in this match today. Umpire flings it in. Goldstein and Reeves again. Both with hands on it. Coming through Warple. Goes and picks it up. Tackled quickly. Setterfield on top of him. Another ball up. 45 out from the attacking goal for the Hawks.
The Hawks in the brown and gold with the white shorts. Essendon home game, so in the black shorts with the red sash from the restart. Knocked out back close to the boundary line and pack forms around a number of players. The umpire says, I'll have it. Hawthorn kicking to the city end in this third quarter. A goal each to start. Lead changes on both of them. From the restart, Goldstein wins it down. Dersma dragged off his kick. Sits up for Durham. Hurry ball exits the 50 and Langford takes the mark. He's got it in the back half though.
Been quiet. Kyle Langford needs to have an impact in the second half.
It's his third disposal.
Coming off a 50-goal season for the 27-year-old. He comes wide. Good mark, Gresham. The pressure from Sicily Marks in front of the interchange gates. He wants to move it on quickly. Kicks down to Peter Wright in a one-on-one. Ball hits the deck, spoilt by Frost. Jones took on the tackle, got it away. Guelphy goes along the ground. Bouncing footy, took a Sunday hop for Impey. Back pocket, looks back inboard. Great kick.
That was terrific by Impey. Risky.
Finds Moore, who marks still at full-back for Hawthorn.
Just took the game on.
Moore gives it off and then gets it back. Running beyond defensive 50. Kicking for Gunston. Juggling. Just marking.
Out of bounds.
No, it was out of play as he controlled it. So we'll get a throw in. Gunston just stands statuesque in disbelief. Throw in on the Great Southern Stand wing. Umpire brings it back in. Reeves and Goldstein again. Goldstein reaches over to bring it down. D'Ambrosio gives it off to Warple. Away go the Hawks. Takes on the tackler. Run down. Holding the ball. Setterfield pings him. Onto it. Merritt takes the advantage. Right leading up. He claims it. 47 out. Slide angle to the right-hand side.
The Dersmer or Setterfield who laid that. Setterfield.
Yeah, it's
who
a big
laid
play,
that. It's a huge play because Hawthorn are out. You know, Warple had that little metre of space through clearance. It's either get it on the boot or give a quick handball, but Setterfield just didn't give up on the tackle. Laid the tackle, advantage rule with Merritt, and Merritt just a beautiful kick straight down Peter Wright's throat.
Peter Wright already kicked one from beyond 50 today. He shanks this for Wright. This is the set. 4 points to the good Essendon still. Played nearly 11 minutes in the third.
D'Ambrosio takes the free. Kicks up to the wing. Lewis knocks it away into Hawthorn's hands, though. Moore. Hand pass to Gunston. Sold the dummy around Martin. Took on Wright. Closed down. Hand pass back to D'Ambrosio. And left footer along the boundary line. Short kick to Lewis. Knocks a hand pass over the top to Moore. He runs straight around Goldstein. Hand pass to Gunston on the logo. Kicks to half forward for Hawthorn. Bruce underneath it. Takes the mark. Gets up, still 55 out. Against the boundary line, left half forward. Bombers by 4, 11 and a half gone in the third. Great kick, waited for the option, dabs it short, and Connor McDonald marks left half forward.
Well, they get a mark inside 50, which is, 10, 11, 12 minutes into the quarter. Haven't been able to do for a while. And I like this boy, he just works hard. Connor McDonald, he's one of those young brigade who are big tank, big work ethic, playing that sort of high half forward role. It's his opportunity here. And funny way they sort of need a goal here, the Hawks.
McDonald, he was wayward last year. He's off target, and Goldstein whacks it through for a rush behind.
Yeah, Goldstein and Connor Nash just had a little bit of a incident just inside forward 50. Nash wanted to block. Goldstein kept running through, and I think it just hurt Connor Nash a little bit.
Bombers by 3, 12 gone in the third.
They work it up to the wing. Jones comes up and marks. And the bright blue boots. Harrison Jones, a one-year deal after a number of injuries last year. Kicks around the wing, looking for a contest. Sicily through his hands. It comes back to him. He's tackled. Spits out. D'Ambrosio there. Gives it off to Hardwick. Kicks around the wing. Mark taken by McDonald. Handball to Scrimshaw. Away and running. Kicks to half forward. Mark unable to be taken by Moore. McGrath right there with him. Halves it out of bounds. A throw in left half forward for the Hawks.
If you're watching on TV, by the way, with our commentary synced up, you're probably thinking, gee, it's not a very good crowd, but it's 29 degrees and everybody has taken
shade.
A bit of the shade that's available. It is chockers around our side of the ground. It's hard to spot a spare seat anywhere on any of the tiers, and yet out in the sun it's thinned out a little bit, understandably. From the boundary throw in, McGrath off half-back, kicks down the wing. No mark, spills to D'Ambrosio, hand pass away to Weddle. Weddle drives the kick inside 50 for Hawthorn. Great mark, Dylan Moore. Backpedaling, reels it in away from the body. And he's got it 40 out straight in front.
Courage, Bally. You love that. Just eyes for the ball, Dylan Moore.
Yeah, super effort.
Players coming from all angles, front, back, side.
Looked like Nick Martin was in the box seat, wasn't it? But, terrific mark. Finish off your work.
Courageous grab, deserves a goal. Dylan Moore delivers. Returns Hawthorn to the front. 14 gone in the third term. The Hawks 7-12-54. Essendon 8-3, 51. Fifth lead change of the match, all of them after quarter time. Hawthorn by 3.
Well, he's had the 5 possessions for the quarter now, Dylan Moore, and kicked a goal. But usually in football, and it doesn't change over years and years how often you watch it, you put the ball to a dangerous spot, and the player with the eyes for the ball and wants to mark it or wants to create, they're the ones that will usually take the mark or get it at ground level. And that was simply the case there with Dylan Moore. He had the eyes for the ball at all occasions. Takes the mark. He's a small player. He's only 175, Dylan Moore. But courage comes in all types, and we love that in our game.
Restart in the middle. Essendon away with it. Chaining up handballs on the end of it. Caldwell running through 50, eyeing the sticks and nailing it. The immediate riposte from Essendon. 9-3, 57. They take back the lead. Hawthorn 7-12, 54. Dons by 3 points.
A couple of little forward handballs there, Paulie. So it was a low bounce. And Peter Wright was able to get there quicker than Mabior Chol, who was in the ruck on that occasion for Hawthorn. But Perkins gets on the end of it just with a little handball, forward handball to Jai Caldwell, who's then able to kick a nice goal from outside forward 50. But it's, you're looking at Hawthorn, who's on the defensive side of the contest for the Hawks.
Right, it's that attacking mindset of the halfback there, Carl Amon, just getting caught in between. It's really interesting. He just left Jai Caldwell, the goal kicker, at an ordinary time, really. He couldn't impact the contest.
Got to read it better, don't you?
Yeah, you do. Yeah. Ball came over the back and an easy goal. That one hurts to concede a goal, within 15 seconds, having worked so hard.
The leaders swung on the last 5 goals of the game, either side of half-time. Hawthorn with the centre break here. Joel inside 50 to Gunston. He's got his mitts around it at left half forward. And he'll kick on a 45-degree angle from about 40 out.
Well, another opportunity from a centre bounce, and you mentioned the toll that the Heat will take as this game goes on. Both teams having a bit more trouble finding avenues to goal through general play. The centre bounce, we know there's 6 ahead of the ball, 6-6-6, one-on-one contest. Might be a huge factor late in this game.
Here comes Gunston, back at the Hawks, he misses. Out to the left and behind. The Hawthorn fans waiting to cheer one through. He's kicked a couple of behinds today. After 1 year at a third club, he's back in the brown and gold. 7-13 to 9-3. Essendon by 2 points, despite having far fewer scoring shots. 17 gone in the third.
Martin with the kick in. Weddle in front. Takes it for the Hawks. High right half forward. Looks at a congested 50. Now we'll set it up towards a warmish sort of spot. Lewis launching, juggling, nearly. Heppel pinches it. Gives it off to McGrath. Clearing kick for the Dons. Bouncing ball. Warple back there for the Hawks. Chips it inside 50. Gathered there by McDonald. Pulls a kick to full forward. Getting back Cox. Good mark. Takes the defensive mark at fullback for Essendon.
Goal-saving mark in the end. They were at the numbers there at the fall of the ball. Little Watson was sniffing around for a crumb.
And Nick Cox kicks an absolute flower bag out to half-back. Spills down to D'Ambrosio. Hand pass away to Warple. The Hawks inside 50 at the drop. And a mark to Watson. With a bandage around his bonds, he has a chance, the 5th pick in last year's national draft, to kick his first in the big time.
That was a flower bag that came out and another one that went back in, wasn't it? And just that forward now, so smart's there to read the flight of the ball. It dropped short of the big guys, and well, this is his opportunity. We saw Jack Ginnivan kick one from exactly the same spot in the first quarter. He's going to go with the left foot.
The wizard Watson to weave his magic. He tries to bend it through, but he's hit it a little fat. Misses to the far side. Hawthorn peppering with some behinds here. They've got 7-14 on the board. Essendon 9-3. The Bombers by a point. 18.5 gone, third term.
He's taken off the head bandage too. Unhappy with it. Heppel, the exiting kick from defensive 50. A poor one. Hawks quickly onto it. Bruce. Handball for D'Ambrosio. He's set upon. Gets rid of it to Nash. Handball to Ward. Handball to Bruce. Balancing it as he runs inside 50. Twisting, turning, kicking on goal. Gunston marks on the line. He'll pinch it from his great mate. Bruce not concerned. It was close to the left-hand goalpost.
A wry smile. He thought about letting it go. It's the right play. You've got to make the call and take the mark. Absolutely.
Yeah. He's missed a couple. He won't miss this. And he's back in brown and gold, Jack Gunston. The famous goal-kicking number on his back. Home is where the heart is for Jack. And the Hawks take back the lead. A 7th lead change in the match. 8-14-62, plays 9-3-57.
Again, it's Hawthorn, so the ball comes just slightly outside Hawthorn's forward 50. They win the ball back, and then it's through their strength in the tackle just to keep the ball moving. You know, just a little handball to the next guy, then he might need to fight a tackle. He fights the tackle, and eventually he finds Luke Bruce, who then, okay, should have been a goal. Jack Gunston marks it on the line, but what's been most impressive is Hawthorn's fight in their forward half of the ground in this game. And again, it's showing through in the third quarter. Win the ball back in your forward half, you create scoring shots.
Thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas on Grandstand AFL. Back in the middle. First hands on it. Merritt. Hand pass away to centre field. Kicks inside 50. Jones crashes the pack. Ball hits the deck. Forward pocket for the Bombers. Still there to be won. Langford jumps on top of it. He's tackled. Umpire circles. Ball comes out. Still going. Jones on his knees. Taps it away to Nash of the Hawks. His hand pass picked off by his opposite number, Gresham. Handball feeds Perkins. Perkins puts Essendon back on top. This back and forth tussle continues, and Essendon swing it back their way. Perkins with a couple, and that is 7 consecutive goals in which the lead has swung in this game. 8th lead change for the match. Essendon by 1. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball on ABC Sport.
Well, it's centre bounce again, Rama. It's in a way at the moment it's swinging on centre bounce because it's allowing field position. Neither team are able to transition the ball very well out of their back half. Pressure's been pretty good, and we saw it again there, leading to a lovely goal from Archie Perkins. But the centre bounce clearances both coaches would be scratching their heads. It's come out really clean, particularly the way of the Bombers the last couple of goals, and it just means that the defences are on the back foot. Gresham a nice involvement then too with a goal assist.
Seesawing contest at the G. Onto the ball in the middle, Setterfield. Eventually shovels it out towards Merritt. Zigging, zagging, retreating, and he'll kick around the corner. Well weighted for Setterfield. Setterfield goes, looks inside 50. Punched away there by Hardwick. Live footy half forward for Essendon. Perkins again, stripped of it, holding the ball.
It's a great contest. Archie Perkins has really lifted, hasn't he? He's having a terrific quarter, but Newcomb probably one of the only ones in the Hawks team strong enough there to stand up, wasn't it, and execute the tackle. Terrific contest.
Newcomb inside his defensive 50. He'll send the kick out to the logo. Looking for a marker in Reeves. Can only fist it down. Spills to Nash. Forward handball. Here's the Wizard Watson. Time to settle. Tries the clever little kick to Gunston. Gathers on the bounce. Runs into trouble. Loses it. Spills to Heppel. Dons can repel.
Out to Goldstein. First game for Essendon as he kicks his left footer down the boundary line, looking to try and find Jones over his head. Hardwick for Hawthorn. Hand pass away to Sicily. Buried in the tackle from Langford. And we'll have a ball up here just inside the boundary line. 70 out from the Essendon goal.
Gee, Nicky Watson, he had the opportunity to give it to the senior Luke Bruce. They made a deal of that, the Hawks. How do they not get a shot a goal out of that?
Trying to be unselfish.
Yeah.
Leader swung on the last 7 goals in the match. From the ball up, the ball trickles out of play and a throw in. Same spot.
In years to come, he'll kick that goal. He'll be comfortable and confident, and he'll just kick the goal.
Dons by a point. Leaders swung on the past 7 goals, as Corbin mentioned. 8 lead changes overall. Goldstein working to the front, brings it boundary side. Stringer can't pick it up, Durham can. Handball out, Stringer swoops on it, tries to break a tackle. Handball away, a turnover. Warple there for the Hawks, away to Amon. He'll kick to Chol in the middle. Can't control it. On the bounce, gathers, tackled, taken to ground by Cox. Umpire, arms to his chest. All up in the middle of the ground.
That's what you want to see from Nick Cox. When it's his turn to defend, you defend hard. And he's in that contest, and he lays a tackle on Marbiol Chol.
Umpire Matthew Nichols, who's sporting the baseball cap as the field umpire today, tosses it in the air, falls down underneath Sardis. Pack forms again. He's going to ball it up again.
Are we going the baseball cap, or is it more active wear? An active wear hat.
5-panel running hat.
Yeah.
I thought he may have just borrowed one of the goal umpires, but they've got a lime green hat and he's got a grey one. So specially minted for the field umpires, I think, as Warple gets the centre clearance, kicks inside the forward 50. Picked off, though. The Bombers win it back. Heppel, hand pass away to Kelly. Short kick. And finds Xavier Dersma. One of the 4 on club debut. Along with Goldstein and Mackay and Gresham for Essendon today. He's going to pull it back inboard. And short pass finds the captain.
Actually, Benny, it's almost a Tour de France hat.
Never understood the cyclists with the caps on, but here go the Hawks. McKenzie picks it up on the wing. Low ball inside 50. Unable to gather at Lewis. And now the Dons through Heppel. Back away to Merritt. Stands and just thinks a little kick over the top to Dersma. Rammer wants them to bring it. Members wing. He'll switch it on the kick, Dersma. Redmond waits for the bounce. Now he can gather and kick around the members wing.
Puts it out in front of Sammy Durham in game 50. Hand pass over his shoulder. Releases Sardis. Kicks inside the forward 50. Langford takes the mark, left forward pocket. And that's better transition from the Bombers.
Yeah, it was good by Dersma. It could have easily just went up the line and take the safe kick. But once he realised the numbers were over this member's side of the ground, just force the kick there. Force it to where your numbers are. Then Essendon are good enough just to work the ball down this wing. And a beautiful kick going inside forward 50 from Sardis to Langford.
Just the 3 touches for him today. Yet to get involved on the scoreboard. Cole Langford moves in. This kick is good. He stops the seesawing swing. Essendon with 2 in a row. The Dons out by 7. 26 gone in the third. 11-3, 69. Hawthorn 8-14, 62. As we near in on three-quarter time, Jess Webster is on the boundary.
Sam Durham has just headed down the race with the doctors and physios for Essendon. It looks like an ankle injury. We came to the bench looking a little bit proppy, went straight down the race to be further assessed.
And that's probably the first bit of evidence, Bally, where Essendon outrun Hawthorn on that occasion there. So Connor McDonald trailing Sardis. He needed to put in those big strides to get to Sardis to force a contest.
Yeah, it was the execution. Think back to McKenzie going inside 50, the poor kick at Lewis's here. I mean, Mitch Lewis, no impact really. Only had the 4 possessions, 3 kicks, but that sort of kick's just got to hit him, give him an opportunity to impact the game.
Bounce in the middle. Goldstein taps it. It spills to Reeves, though. Gets it off to Ward. Spirals the Hawks inside 50. Chol takes it on his chest. 47 out. Slide angle to the right-hand side.
Go back and have a shot.
Can he kick it this far off that very nonchalant approach?
Doesn't look confident.
Gives it off to Amon. Cruising by. The long left leg is a roost. Amon salutes. And the Hawks answer. They draw it back to a 1-point ball game. 9-14, 68 plays 11-3, 69 Essendon lead. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, Bally, you got to know your limitations as a footballer. So Marbiol Chol never looked confident. So he's waiting for the runner to come past. Firstly, a good contested mark by Marbiol Chol, but a lot of other players will just go back and think they can kick the distance, and they get it right to the line. But he was never looking to kick that. But he's waiting for a runner. Finally, it's one of their most dangerous kicks and longest kicks in Carl Amon. And he cleared the line easy.
Yeah, he did. But too much space, didn't he? I mean, it was pretty clear what Chol was looking to do. And I know the Bombers high forwards there, just switching off for a minute. Way too much space for Amon to bang that one through.
We're going to have a secondary ball up as Nash sits on top of it and he's tackled immediately.
The interesting part for Essendon Corps, Jake Stringer hasn't attended one centre bounce in this game.
Kicked 3 in the first half. Nash, first touch here from the restart, kicks out wide, touched on the way through. Dersma got his hands free. Hand pass away to McGrath, releases Perkins. He's off and running. 2 bounces down the southern wing, kicks inside 50. Hands on it from D'Ambrosio, keeping it in front of him. Sardis collects, hand pass back to Stringer. Here he is with the fend off, hooks it back on the right, peg to the hot spot. They got a mark. It's Guelphy. 15 out straight in front. And this has been Hawthorn's problem all day. They've kicked back-to-back goals only once in a quarter, and they came 16 minutes apart. They have not been able to follow up their work.
Likely source in Matt Guelphy, but he does have the knack of bobbing up. We saw him do that in the first quarter, and good strong hands, because that certainly had to be taken, that mark, didn't it? It was contested in the air, and well done by Stringer, using his strength to get it to a dangerous spot.
Kick the first of the day. Matt Guelphy skips in. He's now got 2. It's been the story of the afternoon. Essendon answering every goal from Hawthorn. And the Bombers now 11-3. In fact, 12-3. 75. Hawthorn 9-14, 68. The Bombers back out by 7. Half-hour mark, third quarter.
Yeah, 5 straight for the quarter. And Archie Perkins is having a quarter as he's gone into the middle of the ground, had a real impact, kicked 2 goals himself, and 4 of those 5 goals he's been directly involved in. So really good to see. We spoke about before the game, didn't we? Unfortunately for Reid, he didn't last long, but Cox and Perkins and that sort of crew of players now coming into their 4th year, actually stepping up and driving this team forward, and Perkins has certainly done that in this quarter.
Yeah, and it's not about impacting, it's about having a consistent game of football where you're not just coming in for moments, you're really having a 4-quarter performance.
Restart by the umpire in the middle. Knocked on by Reeves. Onto it, McKenzie off the wing for the Hawks. Loops a handball for Ward. Look out. Sardis coming. Just gets rid of the handball. It was a turnover and the Dons are away. But the siren beats them. The Hawks saved by the belt. Essendon lead by 7 points at 3-quarter time. 12-3, 75. Plays 9-14, 68. The goal kickers for Essendon across the entire match. It is 3 to Stringer, 2 to Perkins, 2 to Wright, 2 to Guelphy, singles to Caldwell, Langford and Menzies. While for Hawthorn, their goal kickers, 2 to Chol, 2 to Ginnivan, 2 to Moore, singles to Gunston, to Warple and to Amon. So it is Essendon by 7 points at the final change.
Fun afternoon at the footy. So big crowd in, Saturday afternoon, traditional time slot, 2 traditional rivals. And the margin has never been beyond 15 points either way. So Essendon's biggest lead was 15 points in the first quarter. Hawthorn's biggest lead of the afternoon was 8 points, which came in the second. And 8 lead changes, as Ben said, 7 and 6 of them, in fact, in that quarter. So fun game so far. The Bombers by 7 points. We'll see what's happening with footy later today in just a moment. Plus, the thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball. But on ABC Radio and ABC Sport, this is Grandstand AFL.
Here's my top footy tip for the season. You can get your games live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. I know, right? AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sport's expert commentary team. Game, set, bingo. This season on the home of 100% pure footy. The ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Spills to D'Ambrosio, hand pass away to Weddle. Weddle drives the kick inside 50 for Hawthorn. Great mark, Dylan Moore. Backpedaling, reels it in away from the body. And he's got it 40 out straight in front. Courageous grab, deserves a goal. Dylan Moore delivers. Returns Hawthorn to the front.
Restart in the middle. Essendon away with it. Chaining up handballs on the end of it. Caldwell running through 50, eyeing the sticks and nailing it.
Jones on his knees, taps it away to Nash of the Hawks. His hand pass picked up by his opposite number, Gresham. Handball feeds Perkins. Perkins puts Essendon back on top. Sammy Durham in game 50. Hand pass over his shoulder. Releases Sardis. Kicks inside the forward 50. Langford takes the mark, left forward pocket. Cole Langford moves in. This kick is good. He stops the seesawing swing.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The Bombers by 7 at 3-quarter time tonight. Geelong up against St Kilda at Kardinia Park, and the Gold Coast play Adelaide on the Glitter Strip. But our next stop is GWS and North Melbourne at the Sydney Showground. Heading up the call is Brett Spriggs. Spriggy.
Corbin, much like their crosstown rivals, there's a lot of people talking about the Giants at the moment. An impressive win last week against the Pies, and this week it's the young North Melbourne side. Alistair Clarkson's second year at the helm, looking to build on Harry Sheasel's debut year. The emergence continuing of Nick Larkey and plenty of new faces, Zach Fisher, Dylan Stevens, and not forgetting last year's first-round draft picks, Copy McKercher and Zayn Dersma, all in action today. No late changes. Respective subs for the two sides are a couple of veterans, Nick Haynes and Liam Shields. The Giants won't next play here at the showground until round 10, while this ground becomes the Easter show ring. So banking 2 early wins in Sydney, I'm sure a big priority for Adam Kingsley's men. It's Josh Kelly's 200th game against the side his dad played for and he barracked for as a youngster. Cam Zerhard notches 100 games as an AFL player as well. It's the Giants and the Roos. Corby, coming your way next.
Thanks, Spriggy. Brett Sprigg, Daniel Garb, Declan Byrne on the boundary, and Ty Kennelly, of course, Sydney Swans premiership player, your call team for that. Next, it's three-quarter time here at the G. Both teams taking the moment to stand in the shade. As you can understand, it's 29 degrees, bright sunshine, and we got a game. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas, the Dons by 7.
Yeah, we do, Corb. We got a game, don't we? Remember, we're just chatting off air. It's up for grabs, and it was interesting that quarter that the centre bounce became critical, didn't it? The game's going to open up, we know that, early in the season. Fatigue's going to set in, let alone on a 29-degree day. So really this quarter, with both sides looking dangerous going forward, it's going to be about who can keep their head and execute going inside 50. You feel they're both going to get their opportunities. And really that's been the difference in the game to this point. The Bombers 12 goals 3. I mean, the Hawks have had the ball inside 50 more. They've controlled field position more than the Bombers, but it's 9-14, so 23 scoring shots to 15, and yet they trailed by 7 points. So really it was, the Bombers, every time they came out of the centre bounce that quarter or surged forward, it looked like they scored, and they scored well. So the Hawks are very fit. That's one thing that we know they pride themselves on. They've got a lot of hard sort of aerobic athletes in their team, so they'll back themselves to run the game out. They've got Finn McGuinness, who's their best runner, sitting on the bench. So we'll see how they deploy him, or whether they have already, and whether it's one of the big guys. And we spoke about Mitch Lewis's lack of impact today. Chol's the one that's probably looked a bit more dangerous. Gunston's had his moments, but you'd wonder whether we'll see Finn McGuinness out on the ground and where he plays. But it's exciting. Yeah, it was a goal for goal that quarter, and both teams are going to have their opportunities this quarter. Yeah, who's going to take them?
I think you're right, Paul. Who can execute now under pressure, under fatigue in this last quarter? So, Hawthorn, there's 23 scoring shots to 15, so they've really had their chances in this game. It's just been some poor goal kicking from them. So, Essendon, on the other hand, can they be organised enough in their back half of the ground with some matchups? Like Marbiol Chol again, he's got Dyson Heppel standing next to him to start this last quarter. He needs to be isolated early in this last quarter. Take some mark, kick some goals.
Hawks have had 23 scoring shots to 15, and yet down 7 as we start the final term in round 1, Saturday afternoon footy. Two Bombers crash into each other, Durham and Setterfield, and in the end they recover to lock it inside the centre of the G. We'll have a ball up again. Essendon by 7. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron. Jess Webster on the boundary. We'll get to Jess in just a moment. Adam Ramanaskas and Luke Ball from the secondary ball up. Dersma put his head over it, dragged off it, falls down towards Warple, hand pass to Ward, kicks Hawthorn to centre half forward. Heppel punches it away. There's a free for a hold. It's going to Redmond.
And just on that, what I'd strongly consider doing is putting Chol to full forward and bringing Lewis up, so then Heppel's got the matchup on Mitch Lewis, which he won't like.
Well, Redmond to Heppel, played on immediately, hand pass to Nick Martin, hand pass away to Merritt, he gives it to McGrath, short kick down the wing, finds Martin again. Sunshine on the southern wing.
Martin sends Essendon deep inside 50. Coming from this side, Jones spills down at the full. There for Scrimshaw, gives it off to Waymon under pressure. His kicker dribbler. Kelly onto it for Essendon, evading the tackle. Handball away to Durham. Snaps on goal and misses just right. Couldn't quite hook it back enough. Essendon's lead out to 8 points. It was 7 at the final change.
Jess Webster on the boundary.
Plenty of tired bodies at that three-quarter time huddle from both teams. I think the stock price of pickle juice is rising sharply, boys, because I'm seeing a lot of players having it on the bench. Even physios running out to players on the field, giving them the important pickle juice.
Thanks, Jess. Amon's kick out is coming back. Picked up at centre-half forward by Warple. His hand pass centre-half back from Warple. Hand pass a turnover. McGrath kicks inside 50. Jones marked, played on immediately. Hand pass away to Menzie. Hooks a kick on the run across the body, right in the goal square. Leaps up, no mark, and it slips through and hits the behind post.
Yeah, a couple of opportunities.
Great example, isn't it? What we were talking about. Just that the money kick inside 50. Just a bit off there. Sardis missing his target.
Finn McGuinness has subbed for Hawthorn unused, while Zach Reid was subbed out at half-time with hamstring awareness. Elijah Sardis into the game. It's Essendon by 8 points. They've got a boundary throw in here in the forward pocket.
Yeah, forward 50 stoppage. Goldstein bringing it down, but onto it. There for the Hawks, Impey. High clearing kick beyond the defensive arc. Martin goes up, drops it. Merritt picks it up. Handball away to Heppel. Back to Merritt. To McGrath. Handballs it. Left half forward for Essendon. Sardis finally hooks it inside, attacking 50. No one able to mark it. At the fall, Impey. He's tackled, wants the line, gets it. Umpire wants to fling it back in. Deep in that left forward pocket for the Dons. They've done all of the early attacking for the first 3 minutes of this final term.
Big moment this for Hawthorn. They've been right there with the Bombers all day. If the Dons can get out beyond a couple of goals to start the final term, they'll get a lift from that, from the boundary throw-in. Ruck share it down, falls to Guelphy. He's tackled, ball spits out, picked up by Durham, sells the dummy, snaps the goal. And Essendon stretch it out early in the final term. Dons by 14. And Sammy Durham loves every bit of that in game number 50. 3 minutes into the final term, Essendon by 14 points, 13-4 to 9-14. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Yeah, he hasn't had a lot of possession, Durham. He's only had the 13 possession, but it's been around the contest where he's probably caused the most trouble for Hawthorn. So, again, in the tight confines of an inside 50 stoppage, Durham's able to find space through Guelphy fighting the tackle there by Ambrogio, but a little fake. He faked the captain in Sicily and just found that little bit of space balling.
Yeah, he has. He showed a bit of, a bit of great spatial awareness in tight, hasn't he? Built about the Hawks there. That's just a missed tackle in the end. Matt Guelphy, you've got to be able to wrap that up. Red alert, 30 metres out from your own goal. He was able to squeeze the handball out. And, nice bit of skill from Durham.
Mid-season pickup from 2021. I don't want to hear they're not out there. Newcomb winning it in the middle. Shovels out a handball towards the wing. And Essendon back on it. Menzie runs away with it. Handball to Durham again. Forward handball. Setterfield attacking edge of the square. Looks into the pocket for Langford. Overshoots him. Tumbles out Jess Webster.
Hawthorn has submitted its paperwork for its sub, so Finn McGuinness is coming into the game. It's Mabior Chol who has been subbed out.
Ooh. What do you make of that, guys?
Well, that to me plays into Essendon's hands, but at the same time, it had to be for a taller player because they need to put speed on the ball here, Hawthorn.
Hawks chasing the game from the boundary throw-in. Comes to D'Ambrosio against his old mob. Tackled as he kicked and still found McKenzie.
Like McKenzie's game, shown a bit.
A second-year Hawk. Blondie at half-back as he kicks Hawthorn down the wing. Mackay in the box seat, hands to it. Gunston did well to spoil, but Essendon with numbers at the drop. Heppel, hand pass to Cox. His hand pass knocked down. And Warple finds the safety of the boundary line. A throw-in between wing and half-forward for the Bombers. Giants and Roos coming up next. All the footy, all weekend and all year long through the ABC Listen app. Look out for the AFL button. And, of course, on ABC Radio across the country.
Short boundary throw-in, holding free kick against Reeves. He thought he might have got it. Goldstein with the free kick. In the lengthening shadows, Members' side of the ground. He wants to give it to a teammate running by. We'll ignore that. Instead, kick inside, attacking 50. Looking for Wright. Able to bring it down at the full, Sicily. And ball out towards McKenzie. McKenzie in the back pocket. Chips short for Warple. And Warple's got it at left half back. So Warple here for the Hawks. A little unsure. They lead by 14, Essendon. Hawks chasing the game, as Corb said.
Oh, kicks to a 2-on-1. Wanted Lewis. Good fist in there from Mackay. The follow-up. Dersman left it behind. Moore keeps it alive. He's taken high. Shoots a hand pass out to Amon. They want to take the advantage, and the ump won't let them. They'll come back to Dylan Moore in front of the interchange gates.
Mitch Lewis is standing next to him there. He's got to get on his bike. If you're going to stay out there, Mitch, they've gone for Chol off. He's got to go down and have an impact here.
Yeah.
Bombers by 14. Early stages, final term. Moore kicks down to half forward. There's a whistle on the play. It's against Lewis into the back of Redmond in that marking contest. Jim McGrath ran away with it and then just shot the kick out of bounds on the full. Bombers by 14 points. Hawks will have another go as Moore kicks it back inboard. Just got it to Hardwick. Marks defensive side of the wing.
Hardwick looking infield. He'll go right back all the way inside D50. Not taken by Frost. Flares it out to the southern wing. D'Ambrosio immediately plays on. I think he likes first up. Will come infield. His kick for Weddle on the bounce. Weddle, clean pick up. Clean pair of heels, though the bounce is crooked. Doesn't come back to him. And he's caught. Caldwell got him cold. And has the free kick. Attacking edge of the square for Essendon. Pokes it into Stringer. And Stringer claims it 40 out directly in front.
And there can't be criticism of Josh Weddle there because he's trying to take the game on, Bally. So, you know, Caldwell there stays in the chase. The ball just bounced slightly off for Weddle when he took that first bounce. And then Caldwell's able to then stick the tackle. But it's then the patience of Caldwell. He wins the free kick, waits for his leading target in Jake Stringer.
3 goals today. Jake Stringer. Set shot. Might well be delivering Essendon the 4 points. 4 for the package. 14-4-88. Plays 9-14-68. 8 minutes and change into the fourth term. Here on ABC Sport, Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Yeah, well, the switch went out to D'Ambrosio, didn't it? You just felt like that. The Hawks had the numbers out there on the open side. He had to keep going instead. And look, he's a left footer, we know that. Turned back inside, and then the kick put Weddle under pressure, really, and that was it. So you're right. You love the kid backing himself to try and run away from the tackler, and well done to Caldwell, because we've seen Weddle put the skates on a couple of times today, but that's what he's in the team for, Jai Caldwell. He's, again, hasn't had a heap of the footy, but certainly been able to impact the game, and he did there, and just feel like that might have been a real body blow for the Hawks.
Yeah, new game high lead of 20 points for Essendon.
Crooked bounce back in the middle, up lets them roll. Reeves palms it down for Hawthorn. Merritt had it, lost it. Warple collects for Hawthorn. Hand pass away to Newcombe. Handball a little difficult for Nash. He's under pressure. Grabs it, goes to his knees. In trouble, holding the ball.
In trouble there, Bally. He's fumbled it, then dragged it back in.
Just a poor handball, was it? Just sloppy mistakes. Fatigue kicking in from the Hawks.
Perkins, who's been good, kicks to centre half forward. Durham has to compete from the back, hits the deck, falls down, and McKenzie grabs it. He's tackled immediately. Corp middle mass, Ben Cameron, Jess Webster on the boundary.
Again, but it's Hawthorn that you got to get the ball on the boot. Like, get it going your way.
Ball up half forward for Essendon. Reeves, it ricochets back to him, dumps it on the right boot, clearing kick. Bouncing ball for Mackay, he's good enough to get it. He'll kick Essendon out to the wing, but D'Ambrosio there for the Hawks. Mops up. Sweeps a handball to Warple. Handball to Weddle. Running through the middle. Look out. He'll get rid of it. Long surging kick towards Lewis. Reads himself of his opponent. And marks 30 out directly in front.
Well, this is his opportunity. I just watched him before. I was going to make the point. I'm not sure how fit he looks, Mitch Lewis. I'm not sure about his pre-season. He hasn't looked as free. Just looks like he's lumbering a bit. But anyway, that was a nice bit of play. Weddle involved again. Sees he's going to be very much a metres gain player, isn't he? Took his space, lovely kick to advantage.
One the Hawks simply need if they're to climb back into this match. And Lewis nails it for Hawthorn. There is a path back into this fixture. Back to 14 points. 14-4-88 plays 10-14-74. 10 minutes into the fourth.
And it was interesting, D'Ambrosio took the handball option when he came back inside on that occasion. So could have kicked the ball, but took the handball. And I just love watching Josh Weddle just come off half back, and he makes the opposition think about him. Where is he? Where's he coming from? And it's just real power running. Mitch Lewis has tried to lift his work rate in this last quarter, tried to get to some more contests, and that's the reward you get. You get a couple of metres of space on Mackay, who's had a really good game on him, and you kick your first goal of the game.
He did have an ankle injury at one stage, Bally, just to sort of fill in some of the blanks there.
He did, yep.
He did miss a portion of the pre-season, but has been well held throughout the afternoon. He's on the board there. So 14 points is Essendon's lead. Back in the middle. Warple under pressure. Handpass coughs it up to his opposite number, Sardis. Handpass away to Durham. High bomb inside 50. Guelphy got to it. Can't complete the mark. Spills out. Gresham lost his feet. Picked up by D'Ambrosio of the Hawks. Handpass away to Scrimshaw. Gives it to Sicily. Kicks out of defence. They got one last run in them, the Hawks. McGuinness, the sub, marks at half-back. He goes short inboard to Nash.
This game's certainly got some twists and turns left in it, Cobb.
Only 12 minutes into the final term. The Bombers were out by a game-high 20. It's back to 14. And the Hawks with a little more pep in their step on the back of that last goal from Lewis. Kick heads down to half-forward. Redmond for Essendon. Look away, hand-pass close to the boundary line. And in the end, Kelly sees it out. A throw-in just forward of the wing for Hawthorn. Coming home to the punt road end. Up next, GWS and North Melbourne. Right here on Grandstand AFL through ABC Sport.
14 points, Essendon's lead. Throw in on the southern wing. Umpire flings it back in. Both Nash and Goldstein miss it. Out the back it goes. Onto it, McDonald. Long kick for Hawthorn to full forward. Mackay there for Essendon. Exactly why they got him in. Takes the defensive mark. Kicks laterally to Redmond. Redmond beyond defensive 50. Mark taken by Sardis. Sardis kicks around the wing. Menzies comes up. Slides in and marks for Essendon. In the shadows of the members' wing. They lead by 14. 13 minutes into the fourth.
Game number 72 for Ben Mackay. Played in just the 8 wins so far. They play on by hand here. Menzies to McGrath. Put Sardis under the pump. They've lost at Essendon. Picked up by Amon. Hand pass to Weddle. Hawks on the counter-attack. Gives it to Moore. Short kick to Lewis. 70 out. Hand pass to McGuinness. Unguarded goal square. Gunston getting back. Kick off line. It bounces through for a behind. Gee, Gunston was tearing back to the goal square. The kick let him down. And a behind for Hawthorn. It's Essendon by 13. Momentum feels like it's with the Hawks at the moment. 14 gone, final two.
It feels like it's their moment in the quarter, Corbs, where they've got to capitalise on the scoreboard. Essendon are making mistakes.
Sardis in the back pocket, kicking up towards the wing. Martin knocking it down. It falls fortuitously for Langford. On the wing, shanks his kick. Flower bag might work out. Goldstein out the back. Gathers inside 50. Handball away to Gresham. He can't gather it. In the pocket it goes. He tumbles after it. Still fights after it. Rupped up. Appeals for holding the ball. The umpire wants it. Deep in the right forward pocket for the Dons. They lead by 13.
Hawks kick the last in the game though. We've travelled 14 and a half minutes into the final term. Essendon by 13 points. Up it goes. Goldstein grabs it out of the ruck. He's caught. Dispossessed. Ball comes out. Ump says play on. Newcomb's hand pass swatted down and rolls out of play. Another forward 50 stoppage for Essendon. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball and Jess Webster, your call team. And this is just getting to the good part. Halfway through the final term, Essendon by 13. Season opener for both clubs. From the boundary throw-in, McKenzie clip time the tackle. He'll get the free, half back for the Hawks, and that'll relieve some pressure. And Cam McKenzie goes straight down the pipe. Finds Amon. He's off and running. Merritt's coming to get him. Affects the kick. Still gets it away. Tumbles to Gunston. 60 out. Trying to wrong foot Cox. Gunston inside 50. Dylan Moore takes the mark. Centre half forward for the Hawks. He'll kick from 40 out.
Quickest way home, Rammer. Corridor. It's been open a lot of the day, really, for the Hawks to be able to access out of their back half. McKenzie did well. Put his head over it. Won the footy. Across half back. Amon, who... Gosh, the heart was in the mouth, wasn't it? Great chase down by Zach Merritt. Fortuitously for him, the ball fell into the hands of Jack Gunston.
For back-to-back goals, Dylan Moore laces it through. And there's a bit to play in this yet. Hawthorn having trailed by a game-high 20 points, draw within 7. 16 gone in the final term. Hawthorn to 11-15-81. Essendon 14-4-88. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball on Grandstand AFL.
They'll keep running, Rama. We said that at three-quarter time. They're actually dangerous in this position, a team like the Hawks, aren't they? Especially off half-back, because they'll throw caution to the wind. They'll access the corridor if it's there. Amon involved. We know he's an elite runner, so real challenge for the Bombers now. You're right, the Hawks are having their moment now. This is their period, aren't they? Bombers all of a sudden look a bit tired. There's hands on hips, there's hands on heads. What have they got? Can they respond? All of a sudden, these centre bounces become really critical.
I love that noise already at the MCG. Yeah. So early in the year.
Just the second time today they've kicked back-to-back goals in a quarter.
Reeves wins the tap. Doesn't really get it to a teammate. Warple goes and gets it. Wrapped up quickly. Setterfield laying the backpack on his back.
Had a good day, James Warple. 27 possessions, 9 clearances, 18 of those contested.
We try again in the middle. Nash crashing through. All pinballing around. Setterfield the clearance. Tumbles Essendon inside 50. Bouncing ball for Jones. Can't gather it. Spits out to D'Ambrosio. Tackled by Merritt. He loses it. Guelphy floats a kick for Langford. Langford juggles miraculously on his fingertips. He's able to drag it back in.
The mark. A good pressure. Zach Merritt there who laid that tackle on D'Ambrosio. Yeah, he wants to will his team over the line, Zach Merritt, just with defensive pressure at the moment.
So a tight angle. Langford trying to improve it. Creeping to his left.
Yeah, a lot of players are kicking the left foot banana here.
Well, he's lining up. He's a natural left to right.
Yeah.
45-degree angle. Langford, drop punt.
There it goes.
Is driven through the middle. His second. And Bombers fans exhale around the ground. That's before they roar. 15-4, 94, plays 11-15, 81. 13 points their lead again.
Well, Bolly was spot on. That kick went left to right from Langford, but just the pressure again from Zach Merritt. So he comes out of that centre bounce and works his way to the next contest, and that's what you love your midfielders to do. Work their way to the next contest, have an impact. The ball spills out, and just a little kick by Guelph, just a little one. Like he could have easily kicked it high up in the air, and that brings Frost into the contest. But it was just a little chip to Langford, who was good enough to mark it.
The settler Essendon were looking for. After leading by 20, the Hawks got within 7. It's back out to double digits. They get the centre break. Caldwell hand pass to Perkins. Gives it to Gresham. Gresham, the former Saint. Now a Don. Drives it through on the run. Essendon cracked the ton. 16-4, 100. Hawthorn 11-15, 81. And Jade Gresham endears himself to the Essendon crowd. It's a 19-point advantage for the Bombers as we tick into time on in the final term.
Brilliant clearance work. It was Caldwell, was it? Just read the tap from Goldstein, weaved his way through, and the amount of times they've been able to get out of the front of the stoppage, it's been a real issue for the Hawks today, and it's meant that high forward, I think it was Amon, it might have been Impey there, had to make that decision to come forward to pressure Perkins. And by the time you think about it, it's too late. Ram a handball over the top. And a lovely finish from Jade Gresham from outside 50, which will, you'd think now, make his first game for his new club a memorable one. Still time. This game's gone.
Yeah, can the Hawks come again? Warple. It's a handball off the Reeves tap. Straight back to Reeves, to Nash. Forward handball. Kicks inside, attacking 50. Gunston. Oh, great work, Cox. Sticks up his hands, able to spoil it away. In the pocket, though, the Hawks are there. Moore out towards Ginnivan, looking for Watson. Misses him out of play. Throw in right forward pocket for the Hawks.
We haven't called Jack Ginnivan's name much in this last quarter and a half, have we? That's been the difference a little bit.
We've had one handball this quarter, Ginnivan.
14-2 in the first half, and just really drifted out of the game. Has he got a moment of brilliance here to keep them in it?
Forward 50 stoppage for the Hawks. Reeves and Goldstein. Reeves slapping it down onto it, McGrath. How about a sidestep and then clear for Essendon. Out towards the wing. Massive pack forms off the fist of Sicily. Out over the boundary line and a throw in. Right beneath the Shane Warne stand. 19 points, Essendon's advantage. The Hawks trying to find something more.
73,805 in the house. Saturday afternoon footy at the G. So the round tally is already at 236,619. which means there needs to be about 164,000 over the remaining 6 games to break the all-time opening round record, or round 1, as we need to put the asterisk next to that. Hawks go inside 50. Nick Martin bangs it back out for Essendon. The Bombers, after being a little shaky, a little vulnerable earlier in the quarter, have settled this down with the last 2. Merritt Mark, centre half back, comes wide to Sardis. Number 5 on his back, he just knocks it short and finds Setterfield in front of the bench. 7 minutes to play. 19 points Essendon's lead. Setterfield with the contest kick down the wing. Good intercept mark. Scrimshaw reaches up, plucks it. In a contract year himself, looks for Ginnivan. There he is, takes the mark with a late arriving pressure from McGrath. Hand pass to Newcomb, kicks it out into space. The Hawks running back downhill. Kelly first one there. Heppel immediately drops to his knees but wins the footy. Hands it to Durham. Couple of the new recruits, the 1-2 with Mackay. Back to Dersma, who fumbles. Now he's in trouble. Moore's going to pick it up for Hawthorn. Hand pass forward to Lewis against the boundary line. Weaves it inside to the Wizard Watson. Outside of the right boot. He misses near side. Behind Essendon, 3 goals neat, their advantage. 16-4 to 11-16. An 18-point lead for the Bombers. 23 travelled final term.
And one at the top of the square there, Nick Watson.
Wasn't that brilliant from Dylan Moore? Unfortunately, wasn't rewarded with a goal at the end of it, but he's been superb in this second half for the Hawks, Dylan Moore.
Setterfield in the back pocket, chipping it over the top to Martin. His kick a little dicey. Durham gets there. Has it at right half back. He'll kick to the logo. Going up. Massive blow, Weddles! Launching to drag it in one-handed. A wingspan from Weddle. And then he hand passes it off to Hardwick.
A one-handed hanger.
That was something else, befitting of the number 23 jumper. Long kick inside attacking 50 from Newcomb. Over the head of the target, Impey. And it tumbles out, a throw in the right forward pocket.
16-4, 100 Essendon. Hawthorn 11-16-82. We're getting a look at the Weddle grab again on the big screen. His right arm plucked it, leaping up in his opponent's back and reels it in. Perkins a little sore after it. From the boundary throw in, Setterfield jams it on the boot, kicks up for Langford on the wing. Broken up by Sicily in the boundary line. We'll beat all of them. We'll have a boundary throw in on the southern wing.
It was number 23 for Josh Weddle. Good question without notice there.
Kaczynski.
Yeah. I was going to say, those that have held on to their 23 from Buddy all those years ago would be reasonably happy, I think. We'll be watching this number 23 for many more years to come.
Umpire brings it in, both rucks miss it. Onto it, Caldwell, handball back to Merritt. Handball out to Perkins. Essendon in possession on the wing. Forward handball away to Setterfield. Left foot kick inside attacking 50. Wants a marker down there. No one there for the Dons. Weddle again. Mops it up. Handball to Frost. Handball to Ward. Handball to Wimpey. Handball out of bounds. And Essendon are doing enough. They lead by 3 goals. 25 minutes into the final term on a sunny Saturday arvo at the MCG.
Sydney next Saturday night for the Bombers. Tough second round encounter in the Harbour City. The undefeated Swans lights out through the first 2 games with wins over Melbourne and the reigning premiers last night. Collingwood. Free kick here. Infringement at the stoppage, and Caldwell's going to get it. The Bombers will have a chance to go back inside. Off for Hawthorn, they play Saturday twilight against the D's back here at the MCG. In their round 2 fixture. Kick into the pocket from Caldwell. Slips out the back, picked up by Langford. Snaps, hooks it through for a goal. All of a sudden he's got 3. A quiet first half. And yet Cole Langford, in the end, is going to tick the box. 3 goals playing up front. And Essendon are out to a new game high advantage. A 4-goal break for the Bombers. 17-4, 106. Hawthorn 11-16-82. 26 gone in the last.
It was just a kick to a forward pocket. It was a really defensive inside 50 kick by the Bombers, but a good contest. A stringer was in that contest there. Harry Jones was in that contest. The ball actually went over the back, and then Langford just right place, right time. And he has had a quiet game, but if you have a quiet game and kick 3 goals, you can walk away quite happy, and that's what's going to happen with Kyle Langford today. It's 3 second-half goals.
It's a good lesson, isn't it? Yeah, really no impact at all in the first half. Well held. Just got to stick at it. Keep presenting, keep getting the contests, and your turn will come, and you can impact the game. And he's been able to do that in this last quarter.
So Essendon are going to win in the opening round. Nash hacks it out of mid-air forward for the Hawks. Let him up Dersma. He'll have a win on Essendon debut. Handball to Redmond. How about a twirl and then kick into the middle. Mark taken by Perkins. Surging now the Dons. Setterfield eyes the sticks. He'll miss left. Over the head of Jones down there at full forward.
Yeah, I really like Setterfield.
Yeah, he's been good, hasn't he? Yeah, as the game's gone on, he's really...
Just defensive actions are really important as a midfielder, and he's got them in spades.
Actually, they've had a pretty even contribution. The Bombers, that'll please Brad Scott. They've all contributed. Perkins has been great in the second half. Even Caldwell's had his moments. Zach Merritt's done his thing as well.
Hawks out of the defensive arc. McDonald to Hardwick by hand, and now to Weddle. Wanted to take on Perkins, spun around in the tackle, got it back to Hardwick. Defensive side of the wing, kicks the Hawks. Back inboard, finds Lewis, who marks under pressure from Mackay, but he's on halfway. They've done a good job at keeping him away from the big sticks today. Misses Reeves, who really ran the wrong line trying to take that at centre-half forward. Picked up by McGuinness, shakes the would-be tackle from Goldstein. Clever from Moore, pedals it to D'Ambrosio, shanks the kick. Sprays it, missed the whole set. Out on the full. A bit of pressure and the chase from Durham forces the error. And Essendon lead it by 25, a game high. 28 minutes gone in the final term in front of 73,805 at the G.
Terrific effort in his first game, D'Ambrosio, for his new club.
Yeah.
28 possessions.
Doesn't
use the right foot a lot, does he, Remmer?
Just there for balance. Not many lefties do. We speak about Archie Perkins. What's been most impressive with his game? He's had 11 tackles. So the work rate's there. It's changing. He was a half forward and wanting to hit the scoreboard. Now it's the work rate that's been impressive today with Perkins.
Essendon just chipping it around. Have it at left half back. Former skipper Heppel. He'll kick towards the logo. Pack forms on the wing. Down in front. Ward there for Hawthorn. How to get a handball out. Knocking it on though. Setterfield, he goes after it, applies a tackle on McGuinness. Ball spits out. Gresham, little fumble, handball to Setterfield, fumble of his own. And now the Hawks off half-back through Weddle.
Weddle off and running, takes a couple of bounces. Now swings a hand pass further afield to McDonald, up over halfway. The sunshine on the southern wing. Just treads water for a moment, now decides to go long inside 50, and Redmond floats through, spills the intercept mark on the way down. Pack forms at his feet, and the umpire says, I'll have it. An interesting watch, the Hawks this year. Sam Mitchell saying still a heavy development focus, but there needs to be a level of expectation of performance. And competitive today, they end up with 27 scoring shots. But ultimately is not going to result in a W first up. From the restart comes Essendon's way, but a tunnel ball through the legs, picked up by Perkins. He kicks further afield, one bounce out of play, and not enough intent to keep it alive, said the umpire. Free kick Hawthorn on halfway on the southern wing. It is Essendon by 25 points in the waning moments at the G.
The coming of age for Archie Perkins today. I think he's been terrific.
Working it through the corridor, the Hawks. Impey chipping it into the pocket. Lewis goes up and grabs it. Deep in the right forward pocket for the Hawks, and chance at a late consolation goal.
Yeah, back to Perkins. It's going to be interesting, isn't it? Because Darcy Parish, I think, probably won't be out for too long, will he? So, I mean, he's a walk-up star.
Maybe next week or the week after.
Just interesting what that does to the midfield dynamic. I think Perkins
creates options.
Yeah.
Lewis on the drop punt from the tight angle. Just misses right.
Yeah, you want multiple numbers to be able to go through your midfield, and that's simply to keep pace in the game.
Benny Hobbs as well, a top 15 pick from a couple of years ago.
He simply wasn't picked to
but the squeeze is on. You can't fit them all in. Caldwell's got to go through there a bit. I just think Perkins gives them something a bit different. I think bit of size, bit of X factor.
Essendon by 4 goals. Redmond tries to kick out up to the wing. In the end, D'Ambrosio for Hawthorn. Hand pass to Amon, kicks back inside the arc, and Cox takes the intercept mark. one of their top picks. Essendon with 12 top 10 picks on their list, more than any other team, and Nick Cox is one of those. He goes short and wide out to Andy McGrath, the only number one pick the club's ever had.
Had a good day, Andy McGrath. 33 possessions for him.
Long down the wing, Weddle floats through, takes the intercept mark. And impressive in a losing cause. Puts it back inside 50. Gunston runs underneath the footy. Pack form centre half forward. McInnes gang tackle. We'll have a ball up centre half forward for the Hawks at the punt right end of the ground. The Bombers by 24 points, 32 gone, final term.
That high sun, that pre-daylight saving, or that daylight saving sun, Corb, it just lingers, doesn't it? It's still an issue, even in the last quarter, nearly 4:30.
Nash
having a nightmare down there.
Able to get it out, but Sardis comes away with it. Handball to right, handball to Merritt, running down the wing, takes a bounce, he'll look forward of the wing. Langford marks forward of it, and the Dons do the business in round one. They take down a plucky Hawks outfit and win by 24 points.
See the Bombers fly up, up to win the premiership flag. Our boys who play this scramble game are always striving for glory and fame. See the Bombers fly up, up. The other teams they don't fear. They all try their best, but they can't get near as the Bombers fly up.
So Essendon having to kick 5 goals to 2 in the fourth term. They led by 7 points at three-quarter time. It was 4 points at half-time, 7 points at the first change, and in the end, 24-point winners. The goal kickers, Stringer with 3, Wright with 2, Perkins with a couple. Langford also finished with 3. Singles to Caldwell, Gresham, and also Menzies. And a couple there for Guelphy.
The premiership flag. Our boys who play this scramble game are always striving for glory and fame. See the Bombers fly up, up. The other teams they don't fear. They all try their best, but they can't get near as the Bombers fly on.
So Essendon winning by 24 points, 17-5, 107 plays, 11-17, 83. So just repeating, Stringer with 3, Langford 3, 2 to Guelphy, 2 to Wright, 2 to Perkins, singles to Caldwell, Gresham on debut, and then also Menzies, while for Hawthorn in a losing cause, 3 to Moore, 2 to Chol, 2 to Ginnivan on debut for the Hawks, and then Gunston, Amon, Warple and Lewis with singles as well.
Zach Reid subbed out with hamstring awareness at half-time. That is a bit of an issue for the Bombers coming out of it. We'll learn more about that in the postscript, but smooth takeoff, wheels off the ground. Brad Scott pilots Essendon to a first-up victory. The Dons by 24.
Well, I think any win in round one is a good one. If you like we spoke about, if you're going to be in the middle of that pack, getting those early wins in a season become really important. But it's probably, you look at how the team played as an entirety for Essendon today. Ben Mackay very good as the big key back for the Bombers. 4 or 5 intercept marks. Goldstein in the middle of the ground, I thought really had a presence today. Gresham was the other one that played well forward, and then Dersma came into the game. So the 4 players that Essendon recruited over an off-season have all had an impact on the game. But there was a lot of difference in Essendon's play today. Jake Stringer, I mentioned, didn't see him at one centre bounce. He played purely as a forward, more often than not the deepest forward. He kicks 4 goals. Perkins comes into the middle of the ground. He has 24 possessions. He has 12 tackles and kicks 2 goals. You know, he was really good today. He got out the front of stoppage quite often. Will Setterfield comes back into the team after a lot of injury in the back half of last season. Has a real impact. Had John Newcomb for a lot of the day, and I thought that it did a really good job. And Zach Merritt started slowly. He just wheeled himself into the game, and some of his defensive efforts in that last quarter created goals for the Bombers. So look, a good day, a good first up win for the Bombers. Hawthorn will rue missed opportunities. 11 goals, 17, 26 scoring shots. They left a few out there today. That scoreboard could have been a hell of a lot closer for the Hawks, but some signs there. You know, we sang Josh Weddle's praises for a lot of the day. Warple was very good. McDonald was very good. D'Ambrosio in his first game, so very good. So not all doom and gloom by no means for the Hawks.
What do you reckon, Bally? What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, entertaining game. Really good, round one. Bit of a typical round one game. Some mistakes from two sides on the up. But plenty to like from both teams. And some of those things you mentioned, I think they're really good steps forward for the Bombers. I mean, Zach Reid, a bit disappointing. Obviously, hopefully they find out, that it's reasonably good news for him. But it wasn't necessarily the usual names. I think Merritt, as you said, as the game went on, had a real impact. McGrath was good across half-back, but a nice, even contribution across the board. Some good contributions from guys playing their first game, but also a lot to like from the young Hawks team as well.
We've got a couple of minutes before we have to get out of here, but just on those 4 new faces for Essendon. So Ben Mackay in his 72nd game, just his 9th victory. So he's tough at North Melbourne, makes the switch. His locker buddy at Arden Street, Todd Goldstein, his 316th game, his first for a different club. It's good. He wins first up. Gresham kicked the goal late, and Xavier Dersma played as that fat side winger, which is often the most unrewarding rolling forward.
It was out in the sun all day too today. There was no escaping it out on that Shane Warne stand side wing.
4-goal victory for Essendon. We've got to get to our next stop. But Bally, you have the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Conscious not to make it a midfielders award, so we're going to give one to Jake Stringer for his 4 goals. He got a few early to get the Bombers going, and in a pretty tight game and a tough game where no forwards really stood out, but he was the best forward on the ground. So 4 goals. Jake Stringer, we spoke about being in a contract year. Good start to the year for him. We need 2 votes to Zach Merritt, just for his influence across the day. We know what he's like with ball in hand, but I agree, Ranger. Sometimes what he's realised over the last couple of years, his defensive efforts are what really inspire his team. So he's added that to his game. And I'm going to give 3 to Archie Perkins. And again, a game that was pretty good, even contributions, even spread across the ground. I think him going into the middle has probably meant that Stringer mightn't have to anymore with his speed and power out of the middle of the ground, and it's going to create some headaches when Darcy Parish is healthy and Hobbs is going to be pushing for a spot. So some good headaches there for the coach, but 3 to Archie Perkins. 12 tackles, which I love, 8 clearances and 2 goals to his game. So well done to him. Some good players, across the board from both teams. But 3 to Archie Perkins for round 1.
I like that, Bally. 3 to Perkins, 2 to Merritt, 1 to Stringer. The Bombers get home by 24 points. We'll get some reaction from the Essendon rooms. Feed it in throughout the afternoon, but we're underway. Saturday afternoon footy for the new season. Thanks to Adam Ramanauskas, to Luke Ball, to Ben Cameron, to Jess Webster downstairs, to Cool Jules, our tech, to Craig Davis for all his work back in the studio. Corbin Middlemass signing off from the G. Bombers by 24, off to GWS in North Melbourne.
This Thursday night kicks off a big weekend of footy. And you can listen big on the ABC Listen app. AFL, NRL, and ABC Sport brings you the match between the Socceroos and Lebanon.
Good ball into the box, laid off the chest nicely. Jamie McLaren's there for the hat-trick.
The World Cup qualifier, Australia and Lebanon.
Ryan Grant heads across goal. Jamie McLaren heads it in.
Hear it live Thursday night on the ABC Listen app.